where tons of aid from Jordan and further afield is carefully loaded on board.
Like medicine, some medical equipment, some food items for the baby milk. So we started this operation from Jordan, as the Jordan aid, and with the support of some countries like Malaysia, like Qatar today.
These helicopters are operating in pairs. 2 return and other 2 are sent out. And while they're on the ground, they are restocked with those vital supplies. It is very busy here at the airbase. You can see another bunch of choppers about to take off. The Jordanians have spent months trying to negotiate this access with Israeli authorities. Off goes another chopper again, making that journey towards Gaza. This is a very narrow window of opportunity, and the Jordanians want to make every possible chance they can get to get these vital supplies where they're needed the most.
With limited spots per day, we rush to board the first available flight.
You can see just how tightly packed these choppers are. They obviously can't carry as much as a plane, but the high-value items on board require special treatment.
The trip takes just under an hour and a half, heading first to southern Jordan, the weight of the cargo meaning a refueling stop is needed. Before the team cross the Dead Sea and into Israeli airspace, heading west to Gaza. The crew anxious to see what's there, having watched this war from over the border for more than 15 months. Then, touchdown.
We've landed here on the edge of Gaza in the Israeli-controlled buffer zone, one of the few areas the IDF is still maintaining a presence. Over there is the kibbutz of Kisufim and the Kisufim land crossing in Israel. Over this side is Gaza. We can see that as quickly as these choppers were loaded over in Jordan, they are being unloaded very quickly as well. That's because this helipad that we've landed at can only accommodate 2 choppers at a time. You can see the other one just behind us there. These guys are working as quickly as possible to unload all of the equipment and supplies on these choppers so they can get back up in the air, as there is another pair of choppers not that far behind us which will need to land here as well. The Jordanians had hoped that this would be a bigger operation, that they'd be given more space to land, but this is all that the Israelis have offered them. And for us, this is as far as we can go into Gaza. Israel still controlling all access in and out of the territory, even though this ceasefire is not in place.
In just 5 minutes, it's back on the chopper and back to base. The relay is reaching the end of its 8-day stretch. The Jordanians are hoping they can continue for as long as they're allowed.
Really important reporting there from Matthew Doran. Let's get an update on sport before we leave you.
Thank you, Bridget. Hello, James. And of course, I'm going to start with cricket because James is concerned about the well-being of Sam Constas because he's flown home from the Australian cricket team's tour of Sri Lanka and will play in the Sheffield Shield in New South Wales. After being replaced at the top of the batting order in the series opener by Travis Head, Cricket Australia confirmed he won't be available for selection. Fair call, seeing as he'll be in New South Wales. Constas trained with the team at their main session in Galle on Tuesday before packing his bags to fly to Australia in the evening. Well, some breaking tennis news this morning. Former world number 1 Simona Halep has announced her retirement from the sport. The 2-time Grand Slam champion who won Wimbledon in 2019, she also won the French Open. She lost in straight sets this morning at her home tournament in Romania. She pulled out of the Australian Open qualifying due to knee and shoulder issues this year. Her final years in the sport were marred by a doping controversy. She was given a 4-year ban that was reduced to 9 months due to a contaminated supplement. And it was quite interesting because her coach at the time, Patrick Mouratoglou, in a video claimed responsibility for the supplement and giving it to her or his team. But the way it works is it's all on the athlete, even if the coach admits responsibility. Shame that her career has ended the way it is, and shame that Sam Constas is on a plane home. I
Good
know
news.
you're concerned.
Look, good news for all the sickos though that want to go and watch Sheffield Shield cricket at the Gabba this weekend in what, like
Yeah.
100% humidity
I
or something.
know what is
Good luck to them.
Wow.
Good luck to them. I'll be
Yeah.
watching
Do you know
on my phone.
We'll get a crowd. It's really good news for the Sheffield Shield.
Yeah, like maybe 300 people will go.
Maybe we'll only cover Sheffield
Wow.
Shield next week
We should.
instead of Sri Lanka in protest.
Jim Maxwell will love that.
He will love it. I love Jim.
Who doesn't love Jim? Okay, let's get James out of trouble as usual and reflect the weather.
You want to make apologies for him? Try. He's really going it this morning. Take a look at that. We'll start with the capital cities for you because we've got a little bit of shower activity around for Brisbane today. A fine one for Sydney. Canberra, wet and stormy for you. It's cooled down for the southeast. Good news there. Adelaide still pretty warm though, 31. Perth's certainly the hottest of the capital. It's getting to 40 today. Darwin, you're being Darwin. Thank you. Lots of rain through Queensland right now. We've had big falls overnight again. Warnings on for some thunderstorms causing heavy rainfall in the northern interior this morning. It's one to watch closely. We're likely to see more warnings through the day today. Lots of heat still through WA in particular, but for much of the south of the country, lots of high fire danger too, including for Western Victoria. It's going to be one to watch, especially as some severe thunderstorms pick up through New South Wales later on this afternoon and Queensland. Plenty of wet and stormy weather to come. I'll have the latest on the news channel right through.
Thanks, Nate.
Nate, we've been talking Disney this morning.
Yeah.
Lots of comments. Lloyd says, I won't say I'm in love from Hercules.
That's a phrase.
Perhaps
Wow.
an underrated one there. Yeah.
Ellen says, hi ho, it's off to work we go. It's not time for you guys out there, off to work. I'm still a bit rude.
Morning, some
We nearly done
James.
sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Off to the salt mines of news breakfast.
Up the mountain and
Lots of things.
yeah.
Hard couch, yeah.
It's been great to have your company today. We'll leave you with an absolute classic from The Lion King.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
Do this. Now when I said that, no, I say be there. No, I say stop there. No, I say see here. We don't run around all day.
Well, that's definitely out.
We don't do it all my way.
I think it's time that you and I arrange the heart to heart.
Some need advice from little Orville's star.
If this is where the monarchy is headed, count me out. Out of service, out of Africa, I wouldn't hang about. This child is getting wildly out of way.
Oh, I just can't wait to be king.
Oh, that's how you would not even read about.
We're on our way to see something few have ever seen.
We charge getting people rent.
This is a crucial thing that the Prime Minister does have to address.
Why members saying they're just trying to grab the money? Because it's a smear campaign.
I'm not regularly.
All my memories are here at the house.
When it floods again, the agony is bound to be repeated, and trying to make that as human as it really is.
7:30 tonight, ABC TV and ABC iView.
These are crime scenes.
That's the likely cause of death.
Could be some sort of copycat.
You killed my husband.
You'd be doing a full nose roast.
If you ask me to.
Could be the murder weapon.
He was murdered. That's what we think. Silent Witness, Friday at 8:30 on ABC TV and ABC iView. Tuesdays in 2025, we explore the world.
No one comes here unless they have a reason to, and that's why it remains hidden.
Beyond breaking news.
I'm here to find out what life is really like under the liquor ban. We're watching the biggest names in Spanish female football.
In uncertain times,
We're following a team of crime scene experts searching for the missing.
we'll uncover the extraordinary.
Living with so much wildlife comes at a cost.
Perfect Noodle. Why is Tokyo the culinary capital of the world?
And reveal the complexities.
How many people have you killed? To Spain, this is a time of reckoning. It's their Me Too moment.
People working in these estates are very isolated.
You feel quite exposed.
Pretty thrilling being this close to the game.
I've come to a country searching for healing.
Your window to the world. Foreign correspondent returns to the new time of Tuesdays on ABC and ABC iView.
Today, at least 10 dead after a gunman opens fire at a school in Sweden in the country's worst mass shooting. North Queensland communities on alert for flash flooding. The emergency claims a second life. US President Donald Trump meets with Israeli PM Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House.
I'm Middle East correspondent Matthew Doran, just outside the Jordanian capital, Amman. This morning, we're going to take you on board one of these Royal Jordanian Air Force choppers, ferrying much-needed aid into Gaza.
And Chinese AI chatbot DeepSeek banned from federal government computers and mobile devices. Hello, I'm Gemma Vaness. This is ABC News Mornings, coming to you from the land of the Gadigal people. At least 10 people are dead after a shooting at a school in Sweden in what has become the country's worst mass shooting. Several others were also injured in the attack, which took place at a campus for adults in the central city of Örebro, about 200 kilometres west of Stockholm. Students were forced to shelter in nearby buildings during the shooting rampage. The school served mainly students over the age of 20. Pupils and teachers have described scenes of panic.
A guy next to me was shot in the shoulder. He was bleeding a lot. When I looked behind me, I saw 3 people on the floor bleeding. Everyone was shocked. They said, "Go out, get out."
Jag satt och åt och I was eating with colleagues and suddenly a bunch of students came running and said we had to leave. I didn't know why, but I realised straight away that it was serious. So I and a big group of people ran out of the school, and when I was in the schoolyard, I heard a shot close by. But I and others with me just yelled, "Run, run!" and we ran for our lives.
Police believe the gunman is among the dead and that he acted alone. The suspect's home was raided, but it wasn't immediately clear what police had found. Gun crime is rare in Sweden. However, the country has been struggling with a wave of shootings, bombings and other gang-related violence. Sweden's Prime Minister says it is a devastating day.
It is difficult to take in the extent of what has happened today. Darkness is being cast over Sweden tonight. There are still a lot of answers missing, and I can't give them the answers either. But there will come a time when we will learn what has happened, how it could happen, and what motives may have been behind it.
Journalist Jesper Bengtsson says it's been some time since the last such attack in Sweden.
Sweden has had a lot of problems with shootings connected to the organized crime over the past years, but that has not been on this scale for starters, and it has not affected innocent people not connected to the criminal gangs. So this is very rare. You have to go back to the 90s to find anything similar to it, and at that time it was not that many dead. We still don't know the exact number here. The police is talking about at least 10 people, but still many wounded. So it might be more when we wake up tomorrow.
We're going to bring you that full interview with Jesper Bengtsson later this morning. The US President Donald Trump is hosting Israel's Prime Minister at the White House. Benjamin Netanyahu is the first world leader to be invited to Washington to meet Mr. Trump since he took back the presidency last month. The meeting is expected to focus on the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, which is approaching the midpoint of its agreed duration. The US is Israel's major supporter and has provided billions of dollars in aid since the country was founded in 1948. The leaders are expected to speak shortly. The town of Ingham in North Queensland is reeling after an 82-year-old woman died in the region's flood emergency. The woman was found in a cane field after floodwaters receded. It's the second flood-related death in the area. A 63-year-old woman died on Sunday when an SES boat struck a tree and capsized. Conditions are beginning to ease across North Queensland. Residents evacuated from flood-prone parts of Townsville have been allowed to return home. Authorities are warning the weakening weather system is creating sudden, unpredictable storms that could lead to dangerous flash flooding.
The outlook for the coming days is that there is rain forecast, heavy rain in particular areas, and wherever that rain falls has a particular impact downstream. So we need to remain flexible, maintaining capacity to respond to emergencies.
Representative Joe O'Brien joins me now from Townsville. Joe, what's the latest on Ingham and Cardwell?
Yeah, Gemma, so sad to hear of another death in this flood emergency, and in Ingham once again, with that 82-year-old woman, her body being found in the cane field there in Ingham. And we've heard interviews with other people there in that Ingham area, traumatised people, talking about how they thought they were going to die in that flood that roared through there the other night as well. And they're not only dealing with that, but the river is still at major flood level. The Herbert River through Ingham is still at major flood level, and they've got no power. And this morning, the mayor was saying the taps have run dry. There's no water, so the people waking up there still recovering from the flood, turning taps on and nothing coming out. They're flying bottled water in there today and trying to address that as quickly as possible. You've also got, and that's a town of 4,500 people. The supermarket opened there yesterday. There were long lines of people, and it's isolated. So it's going to be a lot of work trying to ensure the people there in that town of 4,500 people are adequately provided for over the coming weeks. And just over the range in Cardwell, just heard this morning, that's a town of 1,000 people. Just heard this morning, 70 homes there in Cardwell have been affected by this too. So that's not even mentioning the other little communities in the area. So that seems to be the area hardest hit, and it's going to be such a huge job trying to ensure all those people are adequately supported over the coming weeks.
And Joe, what's happening in Townsville?
Yeah, in Townsville, life is essentially back to normal. Kids are going back to school. There's plenty of people who've been walking along the Strand here this morning, walking and running. There were concerns that 1,700 homes were going to be flooded here, but the rain held off, and all those people, there were thousands of people evacuated from that area, but they were allowed back in there. So yesterday, so there's a lot of relief with that. But the rain is still falling, and at 3 o'clock this morning, another emergency warning was issued for Georgetown, which is 400 kilometres inland from here, for people to leave immediately because the river was rising rapidly. So this monsoon trough continues to cause so many problems for North Queensland.
Joe O'Brien with the latest there on the North Queensland floods. Thank you. Chinese artificial intelligence app DeepSeek has been banned from Australian government devices over national security concerns. Political reporter Olivia Casely is in Canberra and joins us now. Olivia, it follows advice from intelligence agencies.
Yeah, so they believe that this app poses an unacceptable risk to national security. As a result, politicians and public servants will be forced to remove DeepSeek from their work computers and mobile phones, and will be prevented from downloading it or using it again in the future. Of course, the caveat is that they could continue to use it on their private devices, but it is not advised. So why the ban? Ultimately, there are real security fears that DeepSeek could share sensitive information with the Chinese Communist Party, and a red flag has also been raised about censorship concerns. Well, remember, DeepSeek is the company that triggered a bit of a share market bloodbath last week after the company behind it said that it had developed this technology with a fraction of the computing powers of some of its US rivals, such as ChatGPT. When it comes to the political reaction here in Canberra today, this move is being welcomed by both sides of politics. While the ban doesn't apply to Australians more generally, the public is being reminded to be really careful with the information they share online, as well as the apps that they use.
It's a wonderful tool, very helpful for many applications in our lives. But you need to be aware that the information that you upload may not be private. So our advice is that we wouldn't want people to upload anything that they wouldn't want to ultimately become public. The second risk is that information that you get back from generative AI may not be accurate. It might contain misinformation, or it might be biased or not cover some topics.
This ban comes amid a broader debate here in Australia about the power and responsibilities of the tech giants. So earlier this week, the Albanese government tabled an independent review into the Online Safety Act, and it made 67 recommendations. One of the key ones was forcing the tech giants, whether that be, say, Google or Apple, to implement a duty of care, which would require them to actively remove or prevent harmful content, otherwise be slapped with billions of dollars of fines. Ultimately, those recommendations have been put on ice until after the next federal election, but we did hear from Green Senator Sarah Hanson-Young this morning on the ABC, and she says that safeguards generally need to be strengthened.
What it does do is highlights just how fast technology is moving and how quickly governments need to catch up with the regulation of big tech in particular, AI, social media, online spaces. And I am worried that despite being able to move fast on something like this in relation to this Chinese-owned chatbot, that we're seeing the government and seemingly the opposition starting to crab walk away from stronger regulations against the big tech companies and billionaires like, of course, Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg.
This isn't the first time that the government has moved to ban an online platform. So TikTok was banned from government devices in 2023. Ultimately, that was also over potential foreign interference concerns. But as we know, that hasn't stopped politicians from getting burner phones or using TikTok on their personal phones to try and connect with the electorate. No doubt something we'll continue to see as the federal election looms ever closer.
Political reporter Olivia Casely, thank you. We're going to take you now to the White House. We're getting pictures from the Oval Office where Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu have been holding talks.
I have my own views, 3 goals, not 1, not 2, 3 goals, and I will meet all 3 goals. I think the president can help enormously. He brings fresh thinking. Fresh thinking.
Terrorists who murdered hundreds of people who listed their own as a part of the deal.
It's a horrible thing. We can't forget it. I'll never forget it. You can't forget it. And some people want to put it out of their memory, but we're not going to ever let that happen. It was a horrible day, October 7th. That was a horrible period of time. And a lot of people like to pretend it didn't happen. It happened. It's a big group of people that like to pretend it didn't happen, like the Holocaust didn't happen. Same mindset. You know, we're going to get this thing wrapped up and we're going to get it done. We're also dealing, I think, very successfully with Russia, Ukraine. We can hopefully get that one done at some point in the not too distant future. That's a complex problem also. But we solve problems. When I left, we had no problem. There was no Ukraine and Russia fighting. There was no October 7th. There was nothing. And some very poor leadership led to a lot of problems and a lot of death. And it's a shame, but we'll put it out. We'll put out the fires. We have a lot of fires, but we'll put them out.
Why is Turkey support the Palestinian state like the peace plan you presented in January 2020? Is this plan still on the table?
Well, a lot of plans change with time, and a lot of death has occurred since I left and now came back. This death occurred not while I was here, but while somebody else was here. It shouldn't have happened. They shouldn't have allowed it to happen. It would have never happened. And that includes Russia, Ukraine would have never happened. Not even a little bit, not even a chance. But now we are faced with a situation that's different, in some ways better and in some ways worse. But we're faced with a very complex and difficult situation, but we'll solve the problem.
If not Jordan, Egypt, what other countries do you think might accept Palestinians from Gaza?
Well, I think Jordan and Egypt will. I know they've spoken about it with you, and they say they're not going to accept. I say they will. But I think other countries will accept also. I think that Gaza maybe is a demolition site right now. If you look at Gaza, there's hardly a building standing, and the ones that are going to collapse. You can't live in Gaza right now. And I think we need another location. I think it should be a location that's going to make people happy. You look over the decades, It's all death in Gaza. This has been happening for years. It's all death. If we can get a beautiful area to resettle people permanently in nice homes and where they can be happy and not be shot, not be killed, not be knifed to death like what's happening in Gaza. And right now you have in Gaza a very dangerous situation in terms of explosives all over the place, in terms of tunnels that nobody knows who's in the tunnel. The whole thing is a mess. And I think that if we can resettle, and I believe we can do it in areas where the leaders currently say no. I mean, I've been saying that with Mexico, having to do with the border and all of the things, and you saw what happened, 10,000 soldiers, and they're going to do a good job. I really believe that, and I believe Canada is going to do a good job also. And they said the same thing, and then they did something much different than what you were hearing. This is a very, very difficult situation, but we're going to get it solved. I don't think people should be going back to Gaza. I think that Gaza has been very unlucky for them. They've lived like hell. They lived like you're living in hell. Gaza is not a place for people to be living. And the only reason they want to go back, and I believe this strongly, is because they have no alternative. What's the alternative? Go where? There's no other alternative. If they had an alternative, they'd much rather not go back to Gaza and live in a beautiful alternative that's safe.
Would Palestinians have the right to return to Gaza if they left while rebuilding the town?
It would be my hope that we could do something really nice, really good, where they wouldn't want to return. Why would they want to return? The place has been hell. It's been one of the meanest, toughest places on earth. And right now, I've seen every picture from every angle, better than if I were there. And nobody can live there. You can't live there. So if we can build them through massive amounts of money supplied by other people, very rich nations, and they're willing to supply it. If we can build something for them in one of the countries, and it could be Jordan, it could be Egypt, it could be other countries, and you could build 4 or 5 or 6 areas. It doesn't have to be one area, but you take certain areas and you build really good quality housing, like a beautiful town, like someplace where they can live and not die. Because Gaza is a guarantee that they're going to end up dying. The same thing's going to happen again. It's happened over and over again, and it's going to happen again as sure as you're standing there, Peter. So I hope that we could do something where they wouldn't want to go back. Who would want to go back? They've experienced nothing but death and destruction.
You can know that. What will you do then?
Well, I don't think they're going to tell me no. I don't think they're going to. I think they're going to tell Biden no, and I think they're going to tell other people no.
So you think it will happen in the end?
I think there's a good chance. Yeah,
How many people are you thinking about?
All of them. I mean, we're talking about probably 1,000,007 people, 1,000,007, maybe 1,000,008. But I think all of them. I think they'll be resettled in areas where they can live a beautiful life and not be worried about dying every day. Yeah. Say it. I don't see it happening. It's too dangerous for people. Nobody can go there. It's too dangerous. Nobody wants to be there. Warriors don't want to be there. Soldiers don't want to be there. How can you have people go back? You're saying go back into Gaza now? The same thing's going to happen. It'll only be death. The best way to do it is you go out and you get beautiful, open areas with the sunlight coming through, and you build something nice. And they are not going to want to. They are not going to want to go back to Gaza.
Prime Minister, what is your message to the families of the hostages that look at this deal, that are worried that this deal won't go through? What do you say to them at this moment?
Same message I said from the beginning of the war. Get them out, get them back. You got over 70%, close to 75% of the people who everybody believed would not get out. You got them in successive deals, and most recently with the help of President Trump. We're not going to give up on any of them, and we're not going to give up on our other war aims. Hamas is not going to be in Gaza, and we're going to get everyone back.
And you would not have.
How optimistic are you about reaching phase 2 of the ceasefire? How optimistic are you about that happening?
Well, we're going to try. That's one of the reasons, one of the things we're going to talk about here. And if we, you know, when Israel and the United States work together, President Trump and I work together, the chances go up a lot. It's when we don't work together, Israel and the United States don't work together, that creates problems. When the other side sees daylight between us and occasionally in the last few years, to put it mildly, they saw daylight, then it's more difficult. When we cooperate, chances are good.
Say it.
Now that Iran is so weak, isn't it the right time to give them facilities for once and for all?
So you say Iran is so weak. I appreciate you saying that. They're not weak. They're very strong right now, and we're not going to allow them to have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. You know, I signed a very strong proclamation. Iran was in big trouble when I left. They were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have any money for Hezbollah. You had no problem. October 7th could have never happened. When I left, October 7th could have never happened. And frankly, Russia and Ukraine, as I said, could never have happened. They became very strong, very fast. They sold massive amounts of oil to China and everybody else who would not buy the oil when I was president, because we said, don't buy the oil. And they became very rich very quickly. But they're not weak. They're not weak. They're strong. Doesn't mean they won't be weak. But you know what? We just don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. They can't have a nuclear weapon.
The Prime Minister, sorry, sir, the Prime Minister wants you to spy Iran. That's what he wants.
You don't know what he wants. What do you know about anything? Go ahead.
But is that option on the table? President Trump, is that option on the table?
No, could be other places too. There are many people that have reached out, many countries, many leaders of countries that have reached out that would like to participate in that. Doesn't have to be Jordan and Egypt, but I think it would be also them. I think it's mostly us. What?
The Palestinian Authority. Can it move on? What do you think?
Well, it's had a pretty hard time, wouldn't you say? I'd say it's had a pretty bad time of it.
Okay. President, Qatar has criticizing the NASA as a funder of terrorism, so the Prime Minister, do you think they're part of the solution or part of the problem moving forward?
I think they're trying to help. Qatar is absolutely trying to help. I know them very well, and they're doing everything they can. Very tough situation, but they're absolutely trying to help. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so for analysis on this, let's bring in ABC Global Affairs editor John Lyons. And John, I think for our audience, just to give some context here as to what we just saw, that wasn't being fed out live. I guess it wasn't supposed to be. It wasn't supposed to be so dynamic. It was just pre-meeting comments, and then we saw that back and forth happening there.
Well, Gemma, extraordinary what we've just seen there. Two men at the height of their power, essentially saying that a two-state solution for the Palestinians is dead. To have Donald Trump saying how unlivable Gaza is, it's a mess now, the explosives, it's too dangerous, and to have Benjamin Netanyahu sitting next to him, smiling, grinning, sometimes laughing. It's been America's bombs, often dropped by Israeli jets, that have rendered Gaza unlivable. And these two men are now essentially talking. That was the most extraordinary press conference from the White House I've ever seen, where Donald Trump is saying, yes, there is resistance from Egypt and Jordan, but they will take them, the Palestinians, out of Gaza. He said the other day, we'll clean it out. I mean, this is language that no US president and very few in Israel, the far right in Israel, has tried to avoid words like cleaning out of Gaza. Now, it's interesting there, I think the new element there was Donald Trump clearly broadening what he sees as his attempt to transfer Palestinians out of Gaza. And who knows, the West Bank might be next. But he kept talking about, he was talking like, I was amazed at the language, like he was a real estate developer.
Yeah, so 4, 5, 6 different areas maybe.
Yeah, he's talking not just about Jordan and Egypt, but broadening that to 4 or 5 different countries that he said. Now, He's also kept talking about we'll build them beautiful houses, you know, with sunshine, like he's talking about some new outer suburban development. And the interesting thing is what he's saying there presages the possible collapse of Jordan and Egypt, because they are implacably opposed to this transfer plan for every reason. They feel they can't absorb the Palestinians. They believe that the world can't just say, okay, there is no homeland for the Palestinians. But Donald Trump has a leverage over those two. Egypt and Jordan are essentially kept in place, their regimes, by American funding and money and military. Now, if internally, like in Jordan, there's a huge Palestinian population there now anyway, they are saying no to this plan. On the weekend, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Egypt and Jordan all met and said no. If Donald Trump insists on that, he can also say then his leverage is I can pull the funding. Now, if he pulls the funding, American funding, out of Egypt and Jordan, they can't survive in their current state without that. So we're looking there in that press conference at the complete redrawing of the Middle East. It's the most extraordinary 10 minutes I've seen for a long time.
And that element, I mean, certainly part of it, but essentially what is Benjamin Netanyahu hoping to achieve from these talks?
Benjamin Netanyahu walks into that meeting with the pressure from the far right. He needs to stay in power. He's facing corruption and all sorts of fraud and other charges. The moment he's out of office, then that legal process could kick in more. The right wing is saying Bezalel Smotrich was the ghost in that room. He's the finance minister in Israel. He's now, in a way, the second most powerful man in Israel next to Benjamin Netanyahu. And he agreed to the ceasefire in Gaza, temporary, to get the hostages out, in return, according to the Israeli media, for a military operation in the West Bank. 70 or so Palestinians have been killed in the West Bank in this new year, according to Médecins Sans Frontières. So now Netanyahu's juggling that, but it appears now that in a way Donald Trump's aligned with that far right. Now, the Arab world will have looked at that 10 minutes of television and just with their mouths agape, because Donald Trump is saying, I'm throwing into the air all of the conventions by which the Muslim and Arab worlds have lived. Now, the supporters of Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump would say, who cares about the Arab world? In Israel, there's a big constituency who say they are savages and they shouldn't be there, and October 7 guaranteed that. The right wing wanted a lot of this plan before October 7. Right, and Netanyahu has made a political career opposing a two-state solution. So in the 10 minutes of that press conference, we've seen America go from wanting a two-state solution, Joe Biden, to that's the end of it. The two-state solution is dead, according to that 10 minutes.
How does that play to the domestic audience in Israel?
The domestic audience in Israel will be watching that with absolute delight. We saw the delight by Benjamin Netanyahu, and sitting to his right was Ron Dermer, who I've met when I've lived in Israel. He is the closest confidant. He channels Benjamin Netanyahu. He is now in the inner circle there, and they were sitting there like the Cheshire Cats, was my assessment. Now, in Israel, they will be delighted because a lot of the Israeli public since October 7, because of how atrocious Hamas was, because of the unspeakable horror, and I've seen pictures from that Nova Film Festival of young people, and you never want to see those pictures, but because of that, a lot of Israelis will think, good on you. Ironically, Trump is more popular in Israel than Benjamin Netanyahu is now. Trump is a hero. You see posters of him everywhere. You walk around Jerusalem in the German colony, you'll see big posters of Donald Trump. Trump's more popular than Netanyahu, but Israelis will look at that with delight.
And as I said, these were the pre-meeting talks they were having. They're, as we understand it, meeting at the moment. There will be a press conference after that. What do we understand what Donald Trump wants from these talks?
Well, I think that Donald Trump wants to see the war in Gaza stop. And Benjamin Netanyahu necessarily does not want to see that for various reasons. Trump wants to see the hostages out, the war stopped, and the transfer of Palestinians. The Palestinians will call it ethnic cleansing. He will call it a transfer to safer climes, to more beautiful neighbourhoods with sunshine. But that's what Trump wants. And so now Trump and Netanyahu are quite aligned on that. If they can clean out Gaza of Palestinians, then I think the Israeli right wing, the Israeli public will be very happy.
John Lyons, our Global Affairs Editor. Thank you. This is ABC News. Our top stories. US President Donald Trump has been meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House. Mr. Trump has again suggested residents of Gaza could be permanently resettled outside the war-torn territory, echoing the fears of many Palestinians about being driven from their homeland. Jordan, Egypt, and other Arab nations have previously rejected the idea. At least 10 people have been killed after a shooting at a school for adults in central Sweden. Police believe the gunman is among the dead and that he acted alone, although a motive is not yet clear. Sweden's Prime Minister has called the attack the worst mass shooting in the country's history. An 82-year-old woman has been killed in North Queensland as the region's flood emergency claims a second life. The body was found in a cane field near Ingham yesterday morning. Residents are being warned to stay alert with unpredictable storms forecast for the next few days between Cairns and Mackay. And Chinese AI chatbot DeepSeek has been banned from federal government computers and mobile devices after it was found to pose an unacceptable risk to national security. The government says the decision follows advice from national security and intelligence agencies. Federal workers will still be able to use the program on their personal devices. Federal Parliament is grappling with what it can do to address the rise in anti-Semitism. Labor is seeking support for its bill to toughen up hate speech laws, but there are different views on how far those changes should go. Radio National's political correspondent Melissa Clark joins me now from Parliament House. Mel, one of these key bills being negotiated in Parliament is the government's bill to strengthen these hate speech laws. Can you take us through the changes that the government is seeking and also what the opposition wants to see?
Yeah, so the government has a bill that's been before Parliament since the second half of last year, and it's trying to get the support in both chambers to make sure it can pass that legislation. And what it wants to do is take provisions that are already there around being able to take action against people who incite violence or encourage violence against people based on a particular grouping, so a religious grouping or a racial grouping. And it wants to change some of those provisions. It wants to make sure that criminal penalties can be pursued against people who incite or encourage violence against a group. And it wants to be able to do that without necessarily having to show an intention to incite violence, but to lower that threshold to make it a level of recklessness in a way that would incite violence or encourage violence. It's a bit of a lower threshold, but would make it easier to prosecute people that are breaching the Act. So the government is trying to push ahead with that legislation. The opposition is focused on a slightly different aspect. It wants to bring in mandatory minimum sentences for people who commit terror offences or who are displaying hate symbols, so outlawed flags of terrorist organisations or Nazi symbols. There are already obviously criminal provisions for that in place, but not mandatory minimum sentences. So both the government and the opposition saying they want tougher laws, but from different perspectives. It's interesting to see if they'll be able to find a meeting point, particularly given we've had some really difficult debates in past parliaments about how to deal with religious discrimination and where laws might start to impinge upon free speech. And in the past, the Coalition have been very vocal about wanting to not overstep the line. You might remember debate about 18C of the Racial Discrimination Act was one where the Coalition was worried it was going too far. Now, one of the senior frontbenchers of the Coalition, Jane Hume, was on Radio National's breakfast program this morning, and she said, look, while the Coalition might have fought to make sure that those laws weren't too strong in the past, we're in a different scenario now.
That was a debate of some time ago, and the issue was around the wording around 18C, what racial discrimination looked like. I think that what we've seen here is a specific rise in anti-Semitism, and that's something that we need to deal with in the strongest possible way.
Mel, there's been a push from the independent MP Allegra Spender to toughen the laws even further.
Yeah, her perspective is different again. So she's putting forward proposed amendments that would see these criminal provisions in place, not just for inciting or encouraging violence against a particular group, but for vilification of a group. And this is very contentious. This has been related to the debate we were just talking about, the previous ones on 18C, of whether or not vilification, where the line is drawn between that being a criminal offence and where that might overstep the mark and impinge on free speech. Because as much as Allegra Spender is proposing this to protect some religious groups from vilification, in the past, other religious groups have been concerned that this kind of provision might prevent them from being able to speak about their sincerely held beliefs about other groups. So, for example, a religious group that might have views on homosexuality that members of that group find vilifying or offensive. So we have multiple different perspectives on how best to try and protect Jewish Australians at this point from anti-Semitic actions, but it's not yet clear whether or not they're going to be able to find some middle common ground that all parts of Parliament can agree on.
Yeah, so I mean, would you say it is likely that they could reach some sort of agreement?
Look, it's a tricky one. Given the history of these debates in Parliament in the past, it is hard to see. We've seen other bills in Parliament like electoral reforms where there's a lot of arguing about it, but there's a lot of interest in getting to a same outcome. In this case, whilst there's certainly a desire on all sides to see a greater protection for Jewish Australians at this point in time, some of this comes back to really firmly held ideological positions, which makes it much harder to get agreement. Throw in that quite a lot of politics due to the looming election as well, and it makes getting consensus really difficult. I think this is going to be one we're going to have to watch really closely, because it's not a given that over the next week and a half they will come to a consensus.
RN's political correspondent Melissa Clark, thank you. Police are working to establish how a baby girl was left in a car outside a childcare centre in Sydney's inner west. Police believe the 1-year-old was mistakenly left in the car when she was found unresponsive. Temperatures at the time had soared to around 30 degrees. The owner of the vehicle, who is a direct relative to the child, has been treated for shock. A man has died after being stabbed in Western Sydney. The 58-year-old man was found with a stab wound to his chest near Kingswood train station. He was taken to hospital where he died. Detectives from the homicide squad have been brought in to investigate the death. More than 1,000 people have gathered at a vigil on Queensland's Bribie Island for 17-year-old Charlize Zamuda, who died in a shark attack on Monday. The 17-year-old lifesaver was swimming at Warren Beach at the time. Emergency services were called to the scene, but she could not be saved. Mourners laid flowers on the beach before green balloons were released in the teen's honour. The British police officer who is accusing Sam Kerr of racially aggravated harassment has told her trial that he was determined to pursue her through the criminal court system. Bureau Chief Zoe Ford reports outside the court.
For day 2 of Sam Kerr's trial here in London, Police Constable Stephen Lovell was in the witness box giving his version of events of when Sam Kerr and her partner Christy Newis were driven to the Twickenham police station in a taxi following a complaint over the fare. And he's been talking about the body camera footage, the argument that you can see in that between Kerr, Newis and himself that becomes heated, expletive-laden from the women, and everyone's very frustrated and talking over one another. Under cross-examination, Kerr's barrister, Grace Forbes, put to the officer that he'd made an assumption that Ms. Kerr was a troublemaker, difficult, and because of what she does for a living, she must be an arrogant person. He said he denied this and said he had no idea what she did for a living when he first met her. Ms. Forbes referred to his statement the day after the alleged incident, after his body camera had captured Kerr calling him stupid and white repeatedly. In your statement, you made no mention of the words stupid and white having an impact on you, she said. In fact, you didn't make a witness statement mentioning the impact until almost a year later. She said that initially the Crown Prosecution Service identified that there wasn't evidence of harassment, alarm or distress, and that caused you an obstacle, she said to him. No, he replied. I'm going to suggest to you that you were claiming to have experienced this impact purely to get the criminal charge across the line. He also denied this. The police officer told the court he felt humiliated, shocked and upset by being called stupid and white by Sam Kerr. Her barrister put to him that in the course of the year between the two statements, Kerr had played in the World Cup for Australia and she would have been all over the TV. You were determined to pursue this person through the criminal courts, weren't you? Yes, he replied. We're expecting to hear from Sam Kerr later tonight, Australian time, when she steps into the witness box to give evidence in her defence.
The fragile 6-week ceasefire in Gaza is allowing Middle Eastern countries to take desperately needed aid into the war-ravaged strip. The ABC has briefly gained access to Gaza, the first Australian media outlet to do so since the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas came into force 2.5 weeks ago. Middle East correspondent Matthew Doran joined the Royal Jordanian Air Force in one of its mercy missions.
Through the dust and the haze, the ruins of Gaza emerge in the distance. This is the view from one of the Jordanian Black Hawk helicopters on its final approach. Our journey starts almost 200 kilometres away at a military base just outside the Jordanian capital, Amman, where tons of aid from Jordan and further afield is carefully loaded on board.
Like medicine, some medical equipment, some food items for the baby milk. So we started this operation from Jordan as a Jordan aid and with the support of some countries like Malaysia, like Qatar today.
These helicopters are operating in pairs. 2 return and other 2 are sent out. And while they're on the ground, they are restocked with those vital supplies. It is very busy here at the airbase. You can see another bunch of choppers about to take off. The Jordanians have spent months trying to negotiate this access with Israeli authorities. Off goes another chopper again, making that journey towards Gaza. This is a very narrow window of opportunity, and the Jordanians want to make every possible chance they can get to get these vital supplies where they're needed the most.
With limited spots per day, we rush to board the first available flight.
You can see just how tightly packed these choppers are. They obviously can't carry as much as a plane, but the high-value items on board require special treatment.
The trip takes just under an hour and a half, heading first to southern Jordan, the weight of the cargo meaning a refueling stop is needed. Before the team cross the Dead Sea and into Israeli airspace, heading west to Gaza. The crew anxious to see what's there, having watched this war from over the border for more than 15 months. Then, touchdown.
We've landed here on the edge of Gaza in the Israeli-controlled buffer zone, one of the few areas the IDF is still maintaining a presence. Over there is the kibbutz of Kisufim and the Kisufim land crossing in Israel. Over this side is Gaza. We can see that as quickly as these choppers were loaded over in Jordan, they are being unloaded very quickly as well. That's because this helipad that we've landed at can only accommodate 2 choppers at a time. You can see the other one just behind us there. These guys are working as quickly as possible to unload all of the equipment and supplies on these choppers so they can get back up in the air, as there is another pair of choppers not that far behind us which will need to land here as well. The Jordanians had hoped that this would be a bigger operation, that they'd be given more space to land, but this is all that the Israelis have offered them. And for us, this is as far as we can go into Gaza. Israel still controlling all access in and out of the territory, even though this ceasefire is now in place.
In just 5 minutes, it's back on the chopper and back to base. The relay is reaching the end of its 8-day stretch, and the Jordanians are hoping they can continue for for as long as they're allowed.
And now this is the live shot from the White House at the moment as we await a news conference from US President Donald Trump and Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. So they're meeting at the moment. They earlier had some pre-meeting comments which turned into a bit of a back and forth with journalists there, with the US President Donald Trump doubling down on his earlier comments, really provocative comments there in that pre-meeting sit down, saying that displaced Palestinians in Gaza should be permanently resettled outside the war-torn territory. So not the first time he has mentioned this, but he's gone into further detail on this, saying that there could be 4, 5, 6 different areas where they could be resettled, questioning why anyone would want to return to Gaza. And this was at the start of the meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The two leaders in this meeting going on at the moment, they're expected to discuss this fragile ceasefire and hostage deal in this ongoing conflict there. And Trump's comments came where he said, I don't think people should be going back to Gaza. They came as he and his top advisors made the case that a 3 to 5 year timeline for reconstruction of Gaza as laid out in this temporary truce agreement is not viable. So we await the more formal press conference that will follow this meeting taking place between the two leaders at the moment. The starting gun is about to fire on Western Australia's state election campaign, with voters set to head to the polls in just over a month. State political reporter Rhiannon Shine has more from Perth.
Later today, WA Premier Roger Cook will make his way to see the Governor and ask for the writs to be issued, officially putting the state government into caretaker mode and starting the countdown to the WA election on March 8. Now, while no election outcome is a foregone conclusion, there is an exceptional set of circumstances at play here in the West. At the last election in 2021, WA Labor was riding high on the popularity of Mark McGowan and his pandemic border policies, and this swept Labor to unprecedented power, winning 53 of the 59 lower house seats, making the task ahead for Liberal leader Libby Nettham enormous. Now, like every other election in recent times around the country and around the world, the cost of living and housing will be key election issues, because despite this being a very wealthy state and this government recording multi-billion-dollar budget surpluses, there are plenty of people still struggling, and the opposition will be looking to tap into that struggle during the election campaign. And also expect the federal leaders to be watching closely how this election in WA plays out, especially in some of those electorates really feeling the cost of living pain, because both Peter Dutton and Anthony Albanese have said they need WA to win the next federal election. But as I say, a very big task ahead for the Liberals and Nationals in WA as the Premier prepares to head to see the Governor later today, officially starting the countdown to the March 8 poll.
New South Wales Premier Chris Minns will have to reshuffle his cabinet for the first time since being elected after the resignation of the Transport Minister. Jo Haylen has quit over a taxpayer-funded driver scandal in which she used her ministerial driver to ferry her to personal events. Ms Haylen has apologised and says she made an error of judgment. Temperatures are much cooler across Victoria after a 3-day heatwave, but the wind has made it difficult for crews fighting out-of-control blazes in Victoria's west. Steph Ferrier reports.
The cool change means that those winds really did swing around, pushing the flames closer to the north and to the west of two major fires that are still burning. They are in the Little Desert National Park. That's in Western Victoria, very close to the South Australian border, and also further southeast of that at the Grampians National Park. Now, we are seeing that means a 3 watch and act warning still in force for the Little Desert National Park area. Now, that includes towns to the north like Kaniva, as well as areas to the west, such as Lillamure, which is very close to the border there. And for the Grampians National Park, we're once again seeing attention turn to the northern fringes of that national park, so up in areas like Zumsteins and also Glenila, as well as just further along the western fringe down further south from that. So we're talking about Woolpua, Maralla and Cavendish
as well as the top of the Victoria Valley, which continues to burn as well. Now, fire authorities say that it had really provoked some erratic and gusty winds as that cool change came through, and now they're going to try to capitalise on some of these cooler conditions and really strengthen some of those containment lines while they can, because we are still looking at a continued threat, particularly as the temperatures ramp up early next week. But the Weather Bureau says that some areas in the Wimmera and the Mallee and also Northern Country, despite that cool change, they're still getting up into the high 30s. And they're also dealing with some really gusty and brisk southerly winds as well. Now, in terms of the storms that actually ripped through Victoria on Sunday night and Monday morning, we now have a WorkSafe investigation into the collapse of a wind turbine tower. That was at the Berry Bank Wind Farm, which is just west of Geelong, and that happened yesterday. Now, they're going to investigate that, but we do know that at the time there were wind gusts of between 60 to 70 kilometres per hour, and this also follows some of the wind blades nearby being damaged during those storms that swept through on Sunday and into Monday. Now, we're hearing from the state opposition, which is calling for a full audit of the wind turbines that are in Victoria as a result of this wind turbine collapse.
It's time for sport now with Catherine Murphy. Kat, let's start with the tennis. There's no rest for the wicked. Alex de Minaur already back in action after Australia's Davis Cup win.
Good morning, Gemma. Can you believe it? The tennis schedule is just relentless, and de Minaur is through to the second round of the Rotterdam Open after a strong sets win over David Goffin. The world number 8 had a quick turnaround, as you said, from Australia's Davis Cup win. That was in Stockholm. But he did not show any signs of fatigue. So good to see him fully healthy on the tour. The Aussie booked his spot in the round of 16 with a 6-2, 6-4 win, which only went for 96 minutes. But yeah, Gemma, just so quick that turnaround. Of course, Australia through to the next round of the Davis Cup, and they will face Belgium, and that will happen in September at home in Australia, and that is good news for tennis fans here, because I always feel the couple of weeks after the Australian Open ends, Gemma, are not easy, so it's good to have something to look forward to. And Australia with that big win over Sweden, Alex de Minaur, he just doesn't stop.
Yeah, good news for fans. Now, meanwhile, a two-time Grand Slam champ has announced her retirement.
Yeah, this was a shock this morning. Well, when I say it was a shock, it was and it wasn't. So this morning, former world number 1 Simona Halep announced her retirement from tennis. The 2-time Grand Slam champion, and the pictures you're seeing of her was when she won Wimbledon back in 2019. She also won a French Open. But this morning at her home tournament in Romania, she lost in straight sets, and afterwards she did a really tearful interview saying this was the last time her home crowd would see her in action. She wouldn't be back. She was supposed to play in qualifying at the Australian Open, but she pulled out due to knee and shoulder issues. She hadn't been playing well on the tour for a while, and of course the last couple of years have been marred by a doping controversy for her. She was actually given a 4-year ban that was reduced to 9 months after she appealed it, but it meant she's been out of action for almost 2 years. A lot of controversy about how that process played out. And you know, it's sad to see a 2-time champion go out in a teary interview in her home country. So not completely unexpected, but she announced that this morning.
Now in cricket, there's bad news for Sam Constas fans.
And I include you in that, Gemma. You just strike me as the type of girl that loves Sam Constas.
It's a great story, yeah.
Such a great story. Now, he's been flown home from the Australian cricket team's tour of Sri Lanka to play in the Sheffield Shield for New South Wales. It's a long way from the Boxing Day test to the Sheffield Shield. He was, of course, replaced at the top of the batting order in that series opener by Travis Head. Travis Head has since won the Allan Border Medal, but Cricket Australia have confirmed he's not available for selection. He trained with the team in their main session in Gaul on Tuesday before packing his bags to fly home to Australia. And I think I can say for both of us, we'll be glued to the Sheffield Shield. I mean, we might be running Sheffield Shield ahead of the series in Sri Lanka. We'll decide when that starts, but Sam Constas on his way home.
And in football, the Matildas have announced their squad for a Four Nations tournament in the US.
Yes, they have indeed. So the main headline out of this squad announcement was that of superstar Mary Fowler. She'll return to the team for that tournament in the United States, and she comes back into the squad after taking a break from the national setup last year due to mental and physical fatigue. But she's recently been in great form for Manchester City. Another big inclusion, Brisbane Roar striker Lainey Fryer. She's been called into the squad after she scored 7 goals in her first 10 games as a professional. Gemma, definitely worthy of getting in, and great to see Mary back.
Exciting. Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you.
It's time to check in on the weather with Nate there. Nate, it's been another 24 hours of big falls in Queensland. What's the latest?
Yeah, that flooding continuing in the northeast there, Gemma. And we've seen more than 300 millimetres of rain. Now, though, the focus is shifting a little bit further inland. The northern interior has been dealing with some heavy rainfall from severe thunderstorms this morning. It's more widespread wet and stormy weather than really the big focus we saw over the weekend and for the first half of the week in the northeast coast. But that means that it's going to be taking a bit more time than otherwise for the floodwaters to recede. For the most part, though, the rivers are steady, starting to back off. We've had a change going through the southeast as well. That has helped cool down just the southeastern corner a little bit, but we're still dealing with plenty of warmth over in the west and for much of southern Australia, and high fire danger is following for many, including in western Victoria. Now that change is triggering some severe thunderstorm action today up through New South Wales. You can see how widespread the stormy weather is in Queensland. Northern WA has been dealing with severe storms on and off all week as well. That's going to continue through the day today. Plenty of rainfall on the way. For some, we could be talking hundreds of millimetres in the days ahead. So flood watches remain current. We'll keep a close eye on that situation, certainly. We've got a lot of heat still for WA as well, in particular. Severe to extreme heat wave conditions continue there. You see these low-level heat waves still maintained through large parts of the east, though those cooler temperatures have helped that back out of the southeastern corner today. Queensland, clear skies for the southwest, showers and storms everywhere else. Most of that action through the north. For Brisbane, it's a possible shower today, getting to 29. In New South Wales, we'll watch for that stormy weather picking up, particularly around the ranges. Sydney's got to find 30, but Canberra could cop some storms, 31 there. Things have very much cooled down and settled other than some drizzle around Gippsland. 24 for Melbourne today. There is a chance of some severe storms around the eastern ranges this afternoon. We'll watch for that. Tasmania also mostly clear and dry. For Hobart's top of 20. Over in South Australia, clear skies completely. 31 for Adelaide. Southern WA, it is hot. 40 for Perth. And then up north, we've got storms right across the top of the country. Gemma, Darwin's getting to 33.
Thank you, Nate. And we're giving you these live pics again of the White House, where we're awaiting a joint news conference between the US President Donald Trump and Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. They made comments ahead of this meeting, with Trump suggesting that displaced Palestinians in Gaza should be permanently resettled outside Gaza. And this is where we leave ABC viewers. If you'd like to continue watching this press conference, please switch over to the ABC News channel. This is ABC News. Our top stories. US President Donald Trump has been meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House. Mr. Trump has again suggested residents of Gaza could be permanently resettled outside the war-torn territory, echoing the fears of many Palestinians about being driven from their homeland. Jordan, Egypt, and other Arab nations have previously rejected the idea. At least 10 people have been killed after a shooting at a school for adults in central Sweden. Police believe the gunman is among the dead and that he acted alone, although a motive is not yet clear. Sweden's Prime Minister has called the attack the worst mass shooting in the country's history. An 82-year-old woman has been killed in North Queensland as the region's flood emergency claims a second life. Her body was found in a cane field near Ingham yesterday morning. Residents are being warned to stay alert with unpredictable storms forecast for the next few days between Cairns and Mackay. And Chinese AI chatbot DeepSeek has been banned from federal government computers and mobile devices after it was found to pose an unacceptable risk to national security. The government says the decision follows advice from national security and intelligence agencies. Federal workers will still be able to use the program on their personal devices. Now, again, we are standing by to take you to the White House, where Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu are about to hold a joint press conference. They held a sit-down ahead of that meeting, making remarks there. Now, Donald Trump suggested that displaced Palestinians in Gaza should be permanently resettled outside the war-torn territory. So, doubling down on earlier comments, he made these comments at the start of this meeting. So they're expected to discuss the fragile ceasefire and hostage deal in the Israeli-Hamas conflict. So behind closed doors at the moment in that meeting, comments to come. This is where we welcome ABC viewers. If you're joining us now, we are waiting for US President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to speak from the White House. Now, Donald Trump has welcomed the Israeli Prime Minister to the White House. He has suggested he wants to work out a deal to permanently resettle Palestinians from Gaza. President Trump previously proposed the reconstruction of the war-torn territory over a 3 to 5 year timeline. Today has renewed calls for Arab nations to take in those displaced by the conflict between Israel and Hamas. Now, ahead of this closed-door meeting with Mr. Netanyahu in Washington, Mr. Trump told reporters that Gaza is a demolition site.
You look at Gaza, it's all, there's hardly a building standing, and the ones that are going to collapse. You can't live in Gaza right now, and I think we need another location. I think it should be a location that's going to make people happy. You look over the decades, it's all death in Gaza. This has been happening for years. It's all death. If we can get a beautiful area to resettle people permanently in nice homes and where they can be happy and not be shot, not be killed, not be knifed to death like what's happening in Gaza. And right now you have in Gaza a very dangerous situation in terms of explosives all over the place. In terms of tunnels that nobody knows who's in the tunnel, the whole thing is a mess. And I think that if we can resettle, and I believe we can do it in areas where the leaders currently say, no, this is a very, very difficult situation, but we're going to get it solved. I don't think people should be going back to Gaza. I think that Gaza has been very unlucky for them. They've lived like hell. They lived like you're living in hell. Gaza is not a place for people to be living. And the only reason they want to go back, and I believe this strongly, is because they have no alternative. What's the alternative? Nowhere. There's no other alternative. If they had an alternative, they'd much rather not go back to Gaza and live in a beautiful alternative that's safe.
For analysis on this, let's bring in our Global Affairs editor, John Lyons. John, extraordinary comments from Donald Trump there.
Yes, Gemma, this is a big moment in history. The Israeli-Arab conflict has been one that's, the world has lived with since 1947, 1948. This is a epochal change now. This is essentially a US president saying the game is over, it's changed. Let's move the Palestinians from Gaza to 4 or 5 other locations. Inside Israel, the far right and the public will be very supportive of this. The Finance Minister, Bezalel Smotrich, and the right wing who keep Benjamin Netanyahu in power will be absolutely delighted watching those pictures. It wasn't that long ago that Smotrich said to Palestinian members or Arab members of the Israeli parliament, it's a pity that David Ben-Gurion, the founder of Israel, didn't finish the job and get rid of all of you. You're a mistake. You being here is a mistake. Now, that's a strong constituency in Israel. He's now very, very powerful. The Arab world will look at those pictures and those comments and think, this is US-endorsed ethnic cleansing. They will look at those two men and think, Benjamin Netanyahu's country dropped the bombs. Donald Trump's country supplied the bombs. Gaza's demolished and devastated, as Donald Trump says. Therefore, now we move you all out. That's how the Arab world will see it. This puts the Arab world on a collision course now with Donald Trump. Watch what happens with Egypt, Jordan, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia is the real power player now in the Arab world, and Saudi Arabia will be crucial to this. Saudi Arabia, in my view, is the only country that has the clout to say to Donald Trump, no.
So, I mean, this idea, these comments have been made before as an idea for a resettlement for the time being. They've been rejected. Tell us about that leverage that the US has over some of these countries.
Well, Jordan and Egypt. Egypt is a military dictatorship. Jordan is a civilian military dictatorship. Neither of them is a true democracy. The leaders Al-Sisi in Egypt and King Abdullah in Jordan stay in power at the pleasure of the United States. The United States is Egypt's one of the biggest recipients of military aid. Jordan's one of the bigger ones as well. Now, Donald Trump, they have said no to this plan. Donald Trump in that meeting we just saw said, well, I think they will agree, I'm confident. They have to make a decision. I think Egypt will be much more accommodating to Donald Trump than Jordan will. The King of Jordan, his wife, they have been very, very strong about what Israel has done in Gaza. But if they reject Donald Trump, then their entire model for existing, for being in power, is in play. So what Donald Trump's just said in that 10 minutes, with Benjamin Netanyahu sitting next to him, smiling, he's the cat that got the Middle East cream. He cannot believe that this is the zenith of Benjamin Netanyahu's success. But Jordan will look at that and think either we ensure our own survival and do what Donald Trump wants, or we say no. And as I say, Jordan and Egypt can't stand up alone to the United States, but the United States and Israel are desperate to normalize relations between Israel and Saudi. Donald Trump loves Saudi Arabia. His first visit in his first term was to Saudi Arabia. His son-in-law, Jared Kushner, has major investments in Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia is the player on the move now. The Americans have backed Saudi against Iran, backed Sunni versus Shia. And so now Saudi will be the key player. We've got to watch what Saudi Arabia responds to this.
You mentioned that body language from Benjamin Netanyahu because, as you say, Trump was doing the talking there, but we could see that from him suggesting that, even for his wildest dreams, he got more than what he had hoped. But what essentially is he there for to get in this meeting?
Well, I think what Donald Trump will want is an end to the war in Gaza, whereas Benjamin Netanyahu is under pressure from Bezalel Smotrich, to whom I referred, doesn't want an end to Gaza. One of the worst images we've seen in the last few weeks, when I was over in Israel a week or so ago, was when some of those Israeli hostages were released. Hamas came out in numbers, balaclavas, guns. Those images rocked Israel. In a way, Hamas wouldn't ever get this, but they were the worst possible images. Because what it said to the Israeli public, and therefore to Benjamin Netanyahu, was, we are still in power despite 15 months of heavy bombing. So the Israeli public now wants many of them to return to the war. Donald Trump doesn't want that. He wants to move on. He wants to move on to Ukraine, Putin, Xi Jinping, Mexico, Canada, fentanyl. They're his priorities. He's not particularly interested in the Middle East. He never has been. So he wants the war to end and the hostages out. Donald Trump wants, and Benjamin Netanyahu wants the hostages out, but the war not necessarily to end in Gaza. They want to absolutely ensure that no Hamas person, balaclava or not, ever sticks their head up again. And from Israel's point of view, I can understand the fear. October 7 has traumatized Israel as a nation. The atrocities Hamas committed are unspeakable. And Israelis now, that's seared into their mindset. And so they want the buffer zone. They want no Palestinians, essentially. Many of them want no one in Gaza, so there's no threat.
Now, Iran was brought up at these pre-meeting talks as well. How have these comments that we have heard, and Donald Trump doubling down on this idea that Gazans will resettle elsewhere, how has this played out to that wider Middle Eastern audience?
Well, there were two elements to those comments. Some were on Gaza and then on Iran. Donald Trump said Iran's very strong right now. They can't have a nuclear weapon. Not having the nuclear weapon is both Israel and the US say they shouldn't have. And my own assessment, having been to Iran last year, I wouldn't want to see Iran with a nuclear weapon either. But He did say that Iran is very strong right now. I would take issue with Donald Trump said there. Iran's major proxy, Hezbollah, has been smashed in Lebanon by Israel. One of its proxies, Hamas, has been smashed. The Houthis have been hit hard. The Iranian-backed militia in Syria and Iraq have been hit. Iran is not strong right now. I think that when Donald Trump said that, it was political rather than factual.
So bringing it back to this meeting now, what changes for Netanyahu with Donald Trump at the helm as opposed to when Biden was there? The US has always been a very strong backer.
That's right. Benjamin Netanyahu plays America very well. He speaks English with an American accent. Boston Consulting in America. He worked in the embassy. He is very comfortable, does the Sunday morning television shows. They love him. He's very, very good at working America. And every president since Bill Clinton, he has managed well from his point of view. The famous occasion where Bill Clinton had his first meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu, and Clinton thought he was incredibly arrogant. And when he walked out of the room, Clinton, according to his some of the people in the room have since written about it, said, who does he effing think he is? We are the superpower, and he's coming in here talking to us like he is. He's the client state. Whereas, and then I think Benjamin Netanyahu played Joe Biden. Even though Joe Biden said to Israel, you are indiscriminately bombing Gaza, in other words, you are killing civilians, he kept supplying bombs. So Benjamin Netanyahu, I think, was contemptuous of Joe Biden. And in that last 10 minutes we saw before, he was Benjamin Netanyahu sort of made reference to, in the past, there has been daylight. Whereas Donald Trump now is at the height of his power. And I think whatever Donald Trump decides on the Middle East will probably happen. That's why what's happened this morning is so significant. This is changing the map, could change the map of the Middle East.
And these images of these high-level global visits, they play out to the domestic audience in Israel, of course. As you say, many delighted by the comments that we heard there from Donald Trump. But also you've got the families of hostages and others. How has this played out to that audience?
About a year ago, Benjamin Netanyahu was incredibly unpopular inside Israel, was in danger, and many inside Israel and the media said that he wanted to keep the wars going to survive, and then once Gaza had happened, then he moved to southern Lebanon. That then took off, and then the Gaza ceasefire, and now Israel's at war in the West Bank, in effect. They call it a military operation, like Vladimir Putin calls it a military operation in Ukraine. It's a war. Israel is bombing people under its own occupation and from the air. So it's not a military occupation in the clinical sense. But I think that the killing of the Hezbollah chief was a game changer for Benjamin Netanyahu. He was in deep trouble until then. Israel heavily bombed the compound in Beirut, in the southern suburbs, and basically killed the head of Hezbollah. And from that moment, and then the head of Hamas was killed in Iran about the same time. Then the military head of Hezbollah was killed. And so you could almost chart, if you looked at a sort of an opinion poll, you can put a chart to killing of Hassan Nasrallah, killing of the Hamas chief, and his ratings have just gone up since then. And inside Israel, he's seen as somebody who did some necessary work to make us safer. That's how he's seen.
Just recapping for our audience, this meeting between Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu is taking place at the moment, and then they will hold a joint news conference where they'll be making comments after that. And we had these pre-meeting comments, John, which is what we're discussing. But in this news conference that we await, I mean, what will you be looking out for? There'll be nothing to suggest that there won't be further doubling down, or Donald Trump, that is, on these comments that he's made.
No, I think he'll elaborate on it, although what we've seen in the 2 weeks that Donald Trump's been president, this is a completely different presidency than the first time. The first time, Donald Trump, by his own admission, had people around him who he didn't trust, who he chose and made a mistake on. This time, he's come roaring out or into the White House, right? He's got all of his loyalists there, as has Benjamin Netanyahu. The man sitting next to him on that couch in that meeting is a man called Ron Dermer, who is the ultimate loyalist for Benjamin Netanyahu. He is Netanyahu's enforcer. We can see pictures of him coming up in a moment. And so both men, both in the image today was, these are two men at the height of their powers. And basically now they have the teams around them, and Donald Trump is going to prosecute a vision to transfer Palestinians out of Gaza to 4 or 5 different locations, build them, as he said, beautiful houses with sunshine, which to me it sounded like a property developer coming up with a pamphlet for an out of Sydney or out of Melbourne release of land, rather than a US president talking about a historical change to the Middle East.
John Lyons, our Global Affairs Editor, thank you for that analysis, and we are awaiting that news conference, the live shot we can see there on the screen, and we will get more analysis from you as we hear that. Thank you. At least 10 people are dead after a shooting at a school in Sweden in what has become the country's worst mass shooting. Several others were also injured in the attack, which took place at a campus for adults in the central city of Åbro, about 200 kilometres west of Stockholm. Students were forced to shelter in nearby buildings during the shooting rampage. The school served mainly students over the age of 20. Pupils and teachers have described scenes of panic.
En kille bredvid mig, han fick skjuta. A guy next to me was shot in the shoulder. He was bleeding a lot. When I looked behind me, I saw 3 people on the floor bleeding. Everyone was shocked. They said, "Go out, get out."
Jag satt och åt och I was eating with colleagues and suddenly a bunch of students came running and said we had to leave. I didn't know why, but I realised straight away that it was serious. So I and a big group of people ran out of the school, and when I was in the schoolyard, I heard a shot close by. But I and others with me just yelled, "Run, run," and we ran for our lives.
Police believe the gunman is among the dead and that he acted alone. The suspect's home was raided, but it wasn't immediately clear what police found. Gun crime is rare in Sweden. However, the country has been struggling with a wave of shootings, bombings, and other gang-related violence. Sweden's Prime Minister says it is a devastating day.
It is difficult to take in the extent of what has happened today. Darkness is being cast over Sweden tonight. There are still a lot of answers missing, and I can't give them the answers either. But there will come a time when we will learn what has happened, how it could happen, and what motives may have been behind it.
Journalist Jesper Bengtsson says it's been some time since the last such attack in Sweden.
Well, there was a girl who was, I think she was leaning out from a window in the school, and she recorded it on her phone accidentally when the shooting started. And from her screams and when she understands that there is a shooting starting, you can almost feel the fear in that moment. And it's of course just the beginning of it. Then it ends and it continues inside the school.
What do police know at this time of the shooter and his motive for this attack?
Not very much. The shooter is dead as far as they know. It's only one shooter, and since he hasn't left, they haven't found any letter or internet trace or anything telling us or them what the motive is. So at this point, I think they are just guessing, and he was not known by the police on beforehand, so they describe it as coming from nowhere almost. And they also say that it's probably a lonely shooter, but they don't exclude that there might be other people involved, which means that they are very insecure of the facts here.
And so no motivation for terrorism that they can see at this stage?
Exactly. They haven't found anything like that, and it wasn't known before by the security police or the local police either.
Tell us about this school and the sort of students that would have been there on a day like that.
Fortunately, it seems as if they had some kind of exam the day before, so the school was not that crowded at this very moment, which probably was very fortunate. It is an adult school, an adult college, you could say, where people who hasn't really managed to take their exams from the previous school has an opportunity to do that. So they are adults of different ages, and it's also combined with education for immigrants who learn Swedish. So there's a mix of students there, and in the beginning it's easy to think that this had something to do with the motive, but as I said, we know nothing about that.
And just that this is extremely rare in Sweden, as I understand it, this is a regular Swedish city. It's shocked the country.
It has really. It's very unusual. Sweden has had a lot of problems with shootings connected to the organized crime over the past years, but that has not been on this scale for starters, and it has not affected innocent people not connected to the criminal gangs. So this is very rare. You have to go back to the 90s to find anything similar to it, and at that time it was not that many dead. We still don't know the exact number here. The police is talking about at least 10 people, but still many wounded. So it might be more when we wake up tomorrow.
The town of Ingham in North Queensland is reeling after an 82-year-old woman died in the region's flood emergency. The woman was found in a cane field after floodwaters receded. It is the second flood-related death in the area. A 63-year-old woman died on Sunday when an SES boat struck a tree and capsized. Conditions are beginning to ease across North Queensland. Residents evacuated from flood-prone parts of Townsville have been allowed to return home. Authorities are warning the weakening weather system is creating sudden, unpredictable storms that could lead to dangerous flash flooding.
The outlook for the coming days is that there is rain forecast, heavy rain in particular areas, and wherever that rain falls has a particular impact downstream. So we need to remain flexible, maintaining capacity to respond to emergencies.
Reporter Sophie Johnson joins us now from Ingham. Sophie, what's the situation there right now?
Hi Gemma, yeah, so the water has definitely receded even since this morning, frankly, but as you can see behind me, there is still quite a lot of water yet to go. Currently, no one can get either in or out of Ingham by road due to the heavy flooding and road damage. Last time I checked, the access points in and out of town, there were heavy currents flowing through, making it pretty unsafe to try and get in or out. So everyone has started their cleanup efforts at the moment. The neighbours around here have all been working hard this morning to try and get things a little bit cleaner, get that mud, get that dirt off their house, and we're just hoping that the water just keeps on going down.
How are residents feeling there?
Yeah, look, the residents have described this situation as devastating and completely blindsided by just the sheer amount of rain that came down, especially over the weekend and on Monday. Everyone was prepared for a flood or a level of flood, but nothing to the extent that this has been.
And what's being done about getting additional resources to the community?
Yeah, so at the moment, the whole district is without power, but the word is that the power substation has flooded. But the ADF are flying in multiple generators, food and fuel to kind of assist with the community. So extra staff for the hospital and have also been flown in with police officers from Townsville and Brisbane. So generators were flown in to get the local supermarket open and running, as well as one of the fuel stations, so that the community could fuel up their own personal jerry cans for their generators. This was capped at 20 litres per family. So there is resources coming in. But yeah, it's still very much up in the air about when things will return to a bit more of normality.
Reporter Sophie Johnson on the ground there in Ingham, bringing us the latest on the North Queensland floods. Thank you.
Thank you.
The New South Wales Premier says a set of new rules for private drivers will send a clear message to all ministers about the appropriate use of privileges in their job. And that's after Transport Minister Jo Haylen resigned over her use of a ministerial driver to take her on personal trips. Reporter Miles Holbrook-Walk is live for us in Sydney. Miles, this is the first time the Premier has spoken since Jo Haylen resigned. What else has he had to say?
Well, Gemma, he revealed a little bit about what was going on in this second excursion trip that Jo Haylen revealed to the Premier. It was to the Hunter Valley, it was with her husband, and while there was some work being done in the way of calls or Zoom meetings, there was a general acceptance that this was not a trip that required a ministerial driver, and that use was inappropriate in both their views. That's according to the characterisation of Chris Minns, when Joe Halen announced her resignation yesterday, she was hesitant to go into any further detail about this other trip to the Hunter. Of course, there's the well-publicised earlier trip over the Australia Day long weekend, where herself, Rose Jackson, another minister of the Labor Party state government, as well as 4 other people attended a winery for a lunch on that day. It was entirely a personal trip where no work was undertaken, and that was in of itself described as unacceptable behaviour. The Premier said this wasn't as bad, but crucially what would be happening henceforth is that we have these new rules that will apply to the so-called ministerial handbook, and essentially they'll be effective immediately, and they'll stipulate 2 clear things. The first one is that ministers can only use drivers, these are publicly funded roles, for business trips, and if they are to use it for any personal business, it must be incidental and as part of work trips. This could be, for example, a minister with children dropping their kids off at school before they go on to another event. All in all, though, it is worth noting that Chris Minns, the Premier of New South Wales, was quick to point out that Joe Halen didn't break any of these ministerial rules. These are new ones that are coming in. She's paid a heavy price, and that he admires a lot of her service, even though she showed, in his words, poor judgment in this instance.
I also want to speak a bit about Joe, and I mean, I think we all work in workplaces. You all know colleagues at work who are shockers. They scream in the corridors. They treat junior staff with disrespect. They're rude. I literally couldn't think of somebody who's further from that stereotype than Joe. She'd treat the King of England and a brand new intern exactly the same way. It's just not a reflection of who she is. Now, I think she's made a big mistake here, particularly leaving the driver waiting, but I would just really hate for the popular perception to be that she's one of those people. There are people like that in Parliament. There are people like that in the Labor Party, but she's not one of them.
Miles, do we know who will replace Joe Halen as Transport Minister?
Well, at least in the interim, from Friday, John Graham, who's already a member of Chris Minns' cabinet, will take on the transport portfolio. The reason that's significant, particularly, Gemma, is because there's these huge negotiations right now going on with the combined rail unions. Some people may recall the chaos where people were waiting hours and hours for trains just a few weeks ago, and that was off the back of a breakdown in negotiations between the unions and the government. Now John Graham is fresh in the hot seat to a negotiation that he won't be as familiar with. He won't be on his own, in that the Premier Chris Minns and Treasurer Daniel Mookhey will be there to support him. But overall, he is coming into a relatively hot seat. Thereafter, there will be a formal longer-term appointment that isn't likely to be John Graham. That's at least, if you can read between the lines of Chris Minns' commentary today, which he pointed out that John Graham already has several portfolios. It'll be an intense workload for a period. What is interesting is Chris Minns hasn't done a major reshuffle of his cabinet at all since coming to power in 2022. So what might the future hold for this cabinet? Will he use it to reshuffle in and bring in some younger or less experienced faces into government in that frontline cabinet role? That could be a possibility. One thing no one should expect for this term of Parliament, as was Chris Minns' comments today, is the return of Joe Halen to cabinet. He wouldn't rule it out effectively, or rather totally, but he did say that it was unlikely she would return to cabinet in this term of Parliament. So she seems to have paid a very high price for her decisions to use ministerial drivers in the way she has, perhaps a lot more than the $750 that trip over the long weekend did cost taxpayers. Gemma?
Or a Miles Holbrook walk in Sydney. Thank you. More than 1,000 people have gathered at a vigil on Queensland's Bribie Island for 17-year-old Charlize Muda, who died in a shark attack on Monday. The 17-year-old lifesaver was swimming at Wirra Beach at the time. Emergency services were called to the scene, but she could not be saved. Mourners laid flowers on the beach before green balloons were released in the team's honour. Sam Young is here now with your business news.
Good morning. The Australian share market has opened higher, tracking gains on Wall Street. So that's after 10% US tariffs on Chinese imports took effect on Tuesday, with China countered with levies on US goods targeting businesses, including Google and Calvin Klein. It's unclear when the country's leaders will talk, and Trump says he's in no hurry. The All and the ASX 200 index are up around 0.6% each. Most sectors are trading higher, with energy and mining leading the gains. Turning across the region now, where the NZ50 is down around 0.2% at the moment, Nikkei and Hang Seng will get underway shortly. Now in the US, all three major indices ended higher. Google parent Alphabet rose 2.6% ahead of its quarterly results, but posted revenue that missed expectations after the close, partly due to a slowdown in its cloud computing business. The stock was down more than 7% in after-market trading. The Dow Jones Index up around 0.3%, the S&P 500 also up around 0.7%, and the Nasdaq Composite gained 1.4%. On to commodity markets now. Gold hit a fresh record high as tariff jitters prompted safe haven spending, while oil fell sharply to the lowest level this year. And the Australian dollar regained some ground overnight. It's buying around 62.5 US cents. And that's finance.
Thanks, Sam. And let's take a look at the weather now. Here's Nate Byrne.
Queensland's rain continues, so the focus has shifted slightly with the heaviest falls happening through the northern interior. But over the last 24 hours, we've seen for the northeastern coast still totals in the 200-300 millimetre range. That's going to slow the recession of any floodwaters, and we've got plenty more wet and stormy weather on the way today and through the outlook. Meanwhile, heat in the west is a major focus, with a big patch of warm air across the nation, although in the southeast, a weak frontal system has helped clear that out a little bit. Still, plenty of high fire danger across the country, including for Western Victoria, where those dangerous fires are still burning. In terms of rainfall, we'll watch New South Wales because that change is moving through the state, potentially bringing some severe thunderstorms later today. Lots more storm action on for large parts of Queensland. Watch for warnings through the day today. The areas of most concern through the north, but the warning areas are moving around, so stay across the latest. For the capitals, Brisbane, couple of drops around for you, maybe 29 will be the top. Sydney's getting a bit grey, but staying dry, getting to 30. Canberra, not dry for you, couple of showers, maybe a storm as well, 31 your maximum. Melbourne's becoming sunny, only getting to 24, much cooler than yesterday, and Hobart's cooled off too, 20 your top. 31 on the way for Adelaide today. Perth is really hot, 40 your maximum, and then up top, Darwin, showers and storm, 33 for you. Now, we'll watch Queensland through the outlook, just see how unrelenting this rain is. That's going to be a real concern for those areas still dealing with the flooding. We'll watch some wet and stormy weather up the coast for New South Wales as well, but most of the country is going to stay fairly clear, certainly almost all of South Australia. And that is going to mean that the heat we've got is really going to linger. No relief. Severe to extreme heat wave conditions continue in the west. Low-level heat waves across much of the south, though, increasingly clearing out of the southeast as we go through the rest of the week. For tomorrow, we've got a fine one for most of the capital, certainly all of the southern ones. Up top, Darwin, you've got some showers and a storm with a top of 32.
This is ABC News. Our top stories. US President Donald Trump has been meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House. Mr. Trump has again suggested residents of Gaza could be permanently resettled outside the war-torn territory, echoing the fears of many Palestinians about being driven from their homeland. Jordan, Egypt, and other Arab nations have previously rejected the idea. At least 10 people have been killed after a shooting at a school for adults in central Sweden. Police believe the gunman is among the dead and that he acted alone, although a motive is not yet clear. Sweden's Prime Minister has called the attack the worst mass shooting in the country's history. An 82-year-old woman has been killed in North Queensland as the region's flood emergency claims a second life. Her body was found in a cane field near Ingham yesterday morning. Residents are being warned to stay alert with unpredictable storms forecast for the next few days between Cairns and Mackay. And Chinese AI chatbot DeepSeek has been banned from federal government computers and mobile devices after it was found to pose an unacceptable risk to national security. The government says this decision follows advice from national security and intelligence agencies. Federal workers will still be able to use the program on their personal devices. Indirect negotiations between Israel and Hamas are due to resume this week on the second stage of the Gaza ceasefire and hostage release deal. A total of 135 hostages have now been freed from captivity, 18 so far this year. Professor Offred Shapira Berman is one of the psychoanalysts who's been working with hostages and their families since the October 7 attack. She says that they've suffered horribly.
We're working with people that either are waiting, miserable is not even the word. I mean, it's miserable is an understatement. I mean, I heard one of the mothers whose son is actually supposed to be released in this agreement. And she said that she was interviewed, and she said that all parents are acquainted with, or most parents, with the experience of the child, being lost for, 2 minutes, on the, or whatever. And she said, with all these parents can recall the anxiety, the frantic sensation that they have, the bodily sensation, almost losing their minds with worry, and that's for just 2 minutes or 5 minutes. And she said, I had to suffer this for, I think she counted 690,000 minutes, however, whatever the number is for you in 5 months, and it's unbelievable. And there's, of course, the family members who know by now that their brothers or children or parents would never be back from Gaza or would never be back alive. And I think maybe the most miserable ones are the ones who are afraid that even the bodies will not be found and returned. And it's like, some people, the state already told them that their child is dead for sure. And it's very problematic to declare someone as dead and don't see the body. But, they have their own means to do that. And so the parents actually set Shiva, it's the Jewish custom after someone is buried, for 7 days you sit in your home and you do nothing besides receiving guests. And so they already set for the Shiva, but then after a few months, they start saying, we're not sure that he's dead. So unless we ever see a body, we will never be sure. So it's like, it's a never-ending story. It's horrible.
You've been working with hostages and their families for more than a year now, and they've all suffered profound trauma, but there are different circumstances.
What's the difference between family members of the hostages who've been released over the last year? Most of them were released on last November, and the families who have just received their loved ones over the last 3 weeks. And then there's another subgroup of family members who are waiting for their loved ones to be released over the next 4 weeks or so. Then there are the family members of those who expect their loved ones to come back dead. And we only have an estimation of who is dead, but of course, until the bodies will be returned, there's no certainty. And then there's another subgroup of family members of those whose loved ones are believed to be alive but still in Gaza, and there is no exact estimation of when they are going to be back. And another subgroup of those who, with much certainty, their loved ones were declared to be dead by the state. And another subgroup, which is probably the ones who are doing the poorest, of family members of those that we have no idea whether they are dead or alive at the moment. Of course, the person can be alive today and be murdered tomorrow. So the work is very different. I mean, the family members of those who were released last November, many of them were reluctant to be in therapy, or still are reluctant to be in therapy, as long as their family members are still in Gaza. And they are willing to start therapy or get professional help only when their loved ones are back. Some of them go back, sort of go back to the life they had before. Of course, it's never the same, but at least they go back to work, and the life sort of, into some kind of normality. There are some family members who have a lot of difficulty to go back to being to living a regular and normal life. I mean, the time they waited for the loved one and the things that they needed to do during the fight and the struggle to get them back sort of changed them in a way that makes it very difficult for them to adopt or readapt to the new life. And it's also apparently, it's not always easy to get your family member back from captivity. I mean, they're not back the way they were before, and many of them, all the hostages were released struggle in some way, to some extent, to live normal life, and so it's not easy for the family members.
Life for these hostages and their families will never be the same, but in the work you do, what does a breakthrough look like? Are you seeing this?
I have to say, if I have to mention or talk about just one symptom that says to me that there is a breakthrough, is when a person is able to feel love again, either for a spouse or for the children that he still has alive, or for someone new, if it's someone who's not married. Or for me, that's the most important and the deepest sign of mental health. And a lot of bereaved people, I think specifically bereaved parents, are actually unable to feel love, to really enjoy and feel love for a very long time, and some of them will never be able to feel that, and that usually means that they were unable to recuperate, even in the smallest, daily experiences. And those are probably the saddest or most depressed people that we have to treat. So there are actually a lot of tiny signs that mean that a person has regained his strength or was able to keep them, if they're able to enjoy something, or they're able to maintain a good relationship with their other children or brothers or whatever family members, which is extremely difficult when you're under such horrendous stress. And they're really terrified for the well-being of their family members. And of course, now that the hostages are back and they're beginning to tell us what they've been through, it's even more scary.
Professor Shapira Berman from the Hebrew University, Jerusalem, thank you for speaking with us.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
The British police officer who's accusing Sam Kerr of racially aggravated harassment has told her trial that he was determined to pursue her through the criminal court system. Bureau Chief Zoe Ford reports outside the court.
For day 2 of Sam Kerr's trial here in London, Police Constable Stephen Lovell was in the witness box giving his version of events of when Sam Kerr and her partner Christy Newis were driven to the Twickenham police station in a taxi following a complaint over the fare. And he's been talking about the body camera footage, the argument that you can see in that between Kerr, Newis and himself that becomes heated, expletive-laden from the women, and everyone's very frustrated at talking over one another. Under cross-examination, Kerr's barrister, Grace Forbes, put to the officer that he'd made an assumption that Ms. Kerr was a troublemaker, difficult, and because of what she does for a living, she must be an arrogant person. He said he denied this and said he had no idea what she did for a living when he first met her. Ms. Forbes referred to his statement the day after the alleged incident, after his body camera had captured Kerr calling him stupid and white repeatedly. In your statement, you made no mention of the words stupid and white having an impact on you, she said. In fact, you didn't make a witness statement mentioning the impact until almost a year later. She said that initially the Crown Prosecution Service identified that there wasn't evidence of harassment, alarm or distress, and that caused you an obstacle, she said to him. No, he replied, I'm going to suggest to you that you were claiming to have experienced this impact purely to get the criminal charge across the line. He also denied this. The police officer told the court he felt humiliated, shocked and upset by being called stupid and white by Sam Kerr. Her barrister put to him that in the course of the year between the two statements, Kerr had played in the World Cup for Australia and she would have been all over the TV. You were determined to pursue this person through the criminal courts, weren't you? Yes, he replied. We're expecting to hear from Sam Kerr later tonight, Australian time, when she steps into the witness box to give evidence in her defence.
The remains of all 67 victims from last week's deadly mid-air crash between a passenger plane and military helicopter near Washington, D.C. have now been recovered. 66 have been positively identified as medical teams continue to identify one set of remains. Work continues to remove the plane wreckage from the river, while efforts to recover the helicopter will begin tomorrow. Temperatures are much cooler across Victoria after a 3-day heat wave, but the wind has made it difficult for crews fighting out-of-control blazes in Victoria's west. Stephanie Ferrier reports.
The cool change means that those winds really did swing around, pushing the flames closer to the north and to the west of two major fires that are still burning. They are in the Little Desert National Park. That's in Western Victoria, very close to the South Australian border, and also further southeast of that at the Grampians National Park. Now, we are seeing that means 3 watch and act warnings still in force for the Little Desert National Park area. Now, that includes towns to the north like Kaniva, as well as areas to the west, such as Lillamure, which is very close to the border there. And for the Grampians National Park, we're once again seeing attention turn to the northern fringes of that national park, so up in areas like Zumsteins and also Glen Isla, as well as just further along the western fringe down further south from that. So we're talking about Woolpua, Moralla and Cavendish, as well as the top of the Victoria Valley, which continues to burn as well. Now, fire authorities say that it had really provoked some erratic and gusty winds as that cool change came through, and now they're going to try to capitalise on some of these cooler conditions and really strengthen some of those containment lines while they can, because we are still looking at a continued threat, particularly as the temperatures ramp up early next week. But the Weather Bureau says that some areas in the Wimmera and the Mallee and also Northern Country, despite that cool change, they're still getting up into the high 30s. And they're also dealing with some really gusty and brisk southerly winds as well. Now, in terms of the storms that actually ripped through Victoria on Sunday night and Monday morning, we now have a WorkSafe investigation into the collapse of a wind turbine tower. That was at the Berry Bank Wind Farm, which is just west of Geelong, and that happened yesterday. Now, they're going to investigate that, but we do know that at the time there were wind gusts of between 60 to 70 kilometres per hour. And this also follows some of the wind blades nearby being damaged during those storms that swept through on Sunday and into Monday. Now, we're hearing from the state opposition, which is calling for a full audit of the wind turbines that are in Victoria as a result of this wind turbine collapse.
Chinese artificial intelligence app DeepSeek has been banned from Australian government devices over national security concerns. Political reporter Olivia Casely has the details from Canberra.
Politicians and public servants will be forced to remove DeepSeek from their work computers and mobile phones and will be prevented from downloading it or using it again in the future. Of course, the caveat is that they could continue to use it on their private devices, but it is not advised. So why the ban? Ultimately, there are real security fears that DeepSeek could share sensitive information with the Chinese Communist Party, and a red flag has also been raised about censorship concerns. Well, remember, DeepSeek is the company that triggered a bit of a share market bloodbath last week after the company behind it said that it had developed this technology with a fraction of the computing powers of some of its US rivals, such as ChatGPT. When it comes to the political reaction here in Canberra today, this move is being welcomed by both sides of politics. While the ban doesn't apply to Australians more generally, the public is being reminded to be really careful with the information they share online, as well as the apps that they use.
It's a wonderful tool, very helpful for many applications in our lives. We need to be aware that the information
information that you upload may not be private. So our advice is that we wouldn't want people to upload anything that they wouldn't want to ultimately become public. The second risk is that information that you get back from generative AI may not be accurate. It might contain misinformation, or it might be biased or not cover some topics.
This ban comes amid a broader debate here in Australia about the power and responsibilities of the tech giants. So earlier this week, the Albanese government tabled an independent review into the Online Safety Act, and it made 67 recommendations. One of the key ones was forcing the tech giants, whether that be, say, Google or Apple, to implement a duty of care, which would require them to actively remove or prevent harmful content, otherwise be slapped with billions of dollars of fines. Ultimately, those recommendations have been put on ice until after the next federal election, but we did hear from Green Senator Sarah Hanson-Young this morning on the ABC, and she says that safeguards generally need to be strengthened.
What it does do is highlights just how fast technology is moving and how quickly governments need to catch up with the regulation of big tech in particular.
So we'll leave that report and take you live to the White House right now. We have Donald Trump and Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. They have just been meeting in our Hollywood News Conference.
Congratulations, you bring them out. You really bring them out. Today, I'm delighted to welcome Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu back to the White House. It's a wonderful feeling and a wonderful event. We had fantastic talks, and thank you very much with your staff. He's the first foreign head of state to visit during our administration, and Bibi, I want to say it's an honor to have you with us. Over the past 4 years, the U.S. and the Israeli alliance has been tested more than any time in history. But the bonds of friendship and affection between the American and Israeli people have endured for generations, and they are absolutely unbreakable. They are unbreakable. I'm confident that under our leadership, the cherished alliance between our two countries will soon be stronger than ever. We had a great relationship. We had great victories together 4 years ago. Not so many victories over the past 4 years, however. In my first term, Prime Minister and I forged a tremendously successful partnership that brought peace and stability to the Middle East like it hadn't seen in decades. Together, we defeated ISIS. We ended the disastrous Iran nuclear deal, one of the worst deals ever made, by the way, and imposed the toughest ever sanctions on the Iranian regime. We starved Hamas and Iran's other terrorist proxies, and we starved them like they had never seen before. Resources and support disappeared for them. I recognized Israel's capital, opened the American embassy in Jerusalem, and got it built, by the way. Built it too, just not only designated it, but got it built at a price that nobody's seen for 40 years. We got it built, it's beautiful, all Jerusalem stone, right from nearby, and it's something that's very special. And recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, something that they talked about for 70 years, and they weren't able to get it, and I got it. And with the historic Abraham Accord, something that was really an achievement that was, I think, going to become more and more important because we achieved the most significant Middle East peace agreements in half a century, but the Abraham Accords in particular, and I really believe that many countries will soon be joining this amazing peace and economic development transaction. It really is a big economic development transaction. I think we're going to have a lot of people signing up very quickly. Unfortunately, for 4 years, nobody signed up. Nobody did anything for 4 years except in the negative. Unfortunately, the weakness and incompetence of those years, those past 4 years, the grave damage around the globe that was done, including in the Middle East, grave damage all over the globe. The horrors of October 7th would never have happened if I were president. The Ukraine and Russia disaster would never have happened if I were president. Over the past 16 months, Israel has endured a sustained, aggressive, and murderous assault on every front. but they fought back bravely. You see that, you know that. What we have witnessed is an all-out attack on the very existence of a Jewish state in the Jewish homeland. The Israelis have stood strong and united in the face of an enemy that has kidnapped, tortured, raped, and slaughtered innocent men, women, children, and even little babies. I want to salute the Israeli people for meeting this trial with courage and determination and unflinching resolve. They have been strong. In our meetings today, the Prime Minister and I focused on the future, discussing how we can work together to ensure Hamas is eliminated and ultimately restore peace to a very troubled region. It's been troubled, but what's happened in the last 4 years has not been good. I want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for working closely with my transition team, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, who's here somewhere. Steve? Stand up, Steve, please. What a job you've done. What a good job you've done. What a fantastic job. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. Thank you, Mike, for working so well with us. Thank you. We have, in addition, Marco Rubio, who is on the phone right now, listening to every single word that we say, and he's going to be great. And Pete, congratulations. And Scott, congratulations. I see you're here. And Caroline's been doing a great job. She's really probably talked about more than anybody here. She's done a fantastic job, and thank you very much, Caroline. We're proud of you. But we'll only be satisfied when all of these problems are solved, and we have the team to solve them, and that's going to happen. And it's going to happen, I think, very quickly. I also strongly believe that the Gaza Strip, which has been a symbol of death and destruction for so many decades, and so bad for the people anywhere near it, and especially those who live there, and frankly, who's been really very unlucky. It's been very unlucky. It's been an unlucky place for a long time. Being in its presence just has not been good, and it should not go through a process of rebuilding and occupation by the same people that have really stood there and fought for it and lived there and died there and lived a miserable existence there. Instead, we should go to other countries of interest with humanitarian hearts, and there are many of them that want to do this, and build various domains that will ultimately be occupied by the 1.8 million Palestinians living in Gaza, ending the death and destruction and, frankly, bad luck. This could be paid for by neighboring countries of great wealth. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 12. It could be numerous sites, or it could be one large site. But the people will be able to live in comfort and peace, and we'll make sure something really spectacular is done. They're going to have peace. They're not going to be shot at and killed and destroyed like this civilization of wonderful people has had to endure. The only reason the Palestinians want to go back to Gaza is they have no alternative. It's right now a demolition site. This is just a demolition site. Virtually every building is down. They're living under fallen concrete that's very dangerous and very precarious. They instead can occupy all of a beautiful area with homes and safety, and they can live out their lives in peace and harmony instead of having to go back and do it again. The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for...
This is where we leave some of our ABC viewers. If you'd like to continue watching this press conference, please switch over to the ABC News channel.
It's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years. I'm hopeful that this ceasefire could be the beginning of a larger and more enduring peace that will end the bloodshed and killing once and for all. With the same goal in mind, my administration has been moving quickly to restore trust in the alliance and rebuild American strength throughout the region. And we've really done that. We're a respected nation again. A lot's happened in the last couple of weeks. We are actually a a very respected nation again. I ended the last administration's de facto arms embargo on over $1 billion in military assistance for Israel. And I'm also pleased to announce that this afternoon, the United States withdrew from the anti-Semitic UN Human Rights Council and ended all of the support for the UN Relief and Works Agency, which funneled money to Hamas and which was very disloyal to humanity. Today, I also took action to restore a maximum pressure policy on the Iranian regime, and we will once again enforce the most aggressive possible sanctions, drive Iranian oil exports to zero, and diminish the regime's capacity to fund terror throughout the region and throughout the world. We had no threat when I left office. Iran was not able to sell oil. Nobody was buying oil because I said, don't buy it. If you buy it, you're not doing any business with the United States. And Hamas was not being funded. Hezbollah was not being funded. Nobody was being funded. There would never have been an October 7th. 2 weeks ago, I once again designated the Houthis as a terrorist organization. They're trying to destroy world shipping lanes, and that's not going to happen. And over the weekend, I ordered airstrikes against senior ISIS leaders hiding in the caves of Somalia and took them out. Here in America, we've begun the process of deporting foreign terrorists, jihadists, and Hamas sympathizers from our soil, just as we have people that are extremely evil, and we're sending them out of our country. They came from jails, they came from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they were dumped into our country. They're gang members, and we're getting them out at numbers that nobody can actually believe. And every single country is taking those people back. They said they would never take them back, and they're all taking them back, and they're taking them back very gladly. And I recently signed an executive order combating the vile wave of anti-Semitism that we've seen in the aftermath of the October 7th attacks. Together, America and Israel will renew the optimism that shined so brightly just 4 years ago. It was really a bright, beautiful light. We will restore calm and stability to the region and expand prosperity, opportunity, and hope to our nations and for all people of the Middle East, including the Arab and Muslim nations. Very important. We want the Arab and Muslim nations to have peace and have tranquility and have great lives. I'd like to now invite Prime Minister Netanyahu to say a few words, and we'll take some questions afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm honored that you invited me to be the first foreign leader to visit the White House in your second term. This is a testament to your friendship and support for the Jewish state and the Jewish people. I've said this before, I'll say it again. You are the greatest friend Israel has ever had in the White House. That's why the people of Israel have such enormous respect for you. In your first term, you recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital. You moved the American embassy there. You recognized Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights. You withdrew from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal. I remember we spoke about it. And you said, this is the worst deal I've ever seen. I'm elected, I'm walking out of it. That's exactly what you did. And I think it speaks loudly for just common sense, just looking at things and seeing them as they are. And of course, you also brokered the groundbreaking Abraham Accords in which Israel made peace with 4 Arab states. You did this in 4 months. Nothing happened for a quarter of a century, but in 4 months, we were able, working together under your leadership, to have 4 historic peace accords. And now in the first days of your second term, you picked up right where you left off. Your leadership helped bring our hostages home, among them American citizens. You freed up munitions that have been withheld from Israel. They had been withheld from Israel in the midst of a 7-front war for our existence. And you just freed it. You ended unjust sanctions against law-abiding Israeli citizens. You boldly confronted the scourge of anti-Semitism. You stopped funding, as you just said, international organizations like UNRWA that support and fund terrorists. And today, you renewed the maximum pressure campaign against Iran. Ladies and gentlemen, all this in just 2 weeks. Can we imagine where we'll be in 4 years? I can. I know you can, Mr. President. For our part, we in Israel have been pretty busy too. Since the horrendous October 7th attack, we've been fighting our common enemies and changing the face of the Middle East. On that infamous day, Hamas monsters savagely murdered 1,200 innocent people, including more than 40 Americans. They beheaded men, they raped women, they burnt babies alive, and they took 251 people hostage to the dungeons of Gaza. And after this worst attack on Jews since the Holocaust, Iran and its henchmen in the Middle East were absolutely ecstatic. Haniyeh praised the massacre. Sinwar said that Israel was finished. Nasrallah boasted that Israel was, here's what he said, as feeble as a spider's web. Well, Mr. President, Haniyeh is gone. Sinwar is gone. Nasrallah is gone. We've devastated Hamas. We decimated Hezbollah. We destroyed Assad's remaining armaments. And we crippled Iran's air defenses. And in doing this, we've defeated some of America's worst enemies. We took out terrorists who were wanted for decades for shedding rivers of American blood, including the blood of 241 Marines murdered in Beirut. We accomplished all this with the indomitable spirit of our people and the boundless courage of our soldiers. The Bible says that the people of Israel shall rise like lions, and boy did we rise. Today, the roar of the Lion of Judah is heard loudly throughout the Middle East. Israel has never been stronger, and the Iran terror axis has never been weaker. But as we discussed, Mr. President, to secure our future and bring peace to our region, we have to finish the job. In Gaza, Israel has 3 goals: destroy Hamas's military and governing capabilities, secure the release of all of our hostages, and ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. I believe, Mr. President, that your willingness to puncture conventional thinking that has failed time and time and time again, your willingness to think outside the box with fresh ideas will help us achieve all these goals. And I've seen you do this many times. You cut to the chase. You see things others refuse to see. You say things others refuse to say. And on after the jaws drop, people scratch their heads and they say, you know, he's right. And this is the kind of thinking that enabled us to bring the Abraham Accords. This is the kind of thinking that will reshape the Middle East and bring peace. We also see eye to eye on Iran. That's the same Iran that tried to kill us both. They tried to kill you, Mr. President. They tried through their proxies to kill me. We're both committed to rolling back Iran's aggression in the region and ensuring that Iran never develops a nuclear weapon. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Israel will end the war by winning the war. Israel's victory will be America's victory. We will not only win the war, working together, we will win the peace. With your leadership, Mr. President, and our partnership, I believe that we will forge a brilliant future for our region and bring our great alliance to even greater heights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Very nice. Thank you. JD Vance, everybody. JD, please, Vice President, stand up. He's been doing a good job. He's been working very hard on all things, but this in particular. We'll take some questions, please. Yes, ma'am, go ahead, please. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Can a normalization deal with Saudi Arabia be achieved without the acknowledgement of the Palestinian state? That question for you too, Mr. Prime Minister. And Mr. President, given what you've said about Gaza, should the U.S. send troops to help secure the security vacuum?
So Saudi Arabia is going to be very helpful, and they have been very helpful. They want peace in the Middle East. It's very simple. We know their leader and their leaders very well. They're wonderful people, and they want peace in the Middle East. As far as Gaza is concerned, we'll do what is necessary. If it's necessary, we'll do that. We're going to take over that piece, and we're going to develop it, create thousands and thousands of jobs, and it'll be something that the entire Middle East can be very proud of. But everybody feels that continuing the same process that's gone on forever, over and over again, and then it starts, and then the killing starts, and all of the other problems start, and you end up in the same place, and we don't want to see that happen. So by the United States, with its stability and strength, owning it, especially the strength that we're developing and developed over the last fairly short period of time, I would say really since the election, and it will be a great keeper of something that is very, very strong, very powerful, and very, very good for the area, not just for Israel, for the entire Middle East. Very important, and we'll again have thousands of jobs, and there'll be jobs for everyone, not for a specific group of people, but for everybody. Okay, please.
I think peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia is not only feasible, I think it's going to happen. I think if we had another half a year in your first term, it would have already happened.
Many, many more. I agree. Many more nations.
I think you can't prejudge and pre-guess how we'll achieve it, but I'm committed to achieving it, and I know the president is committed to achieving it, and I think the Saudi leadership is interested to achieve it. So we'll give it a good shot, and I think we'll succeed.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Guarantees that ceasefire will go
Well, I can't tell you whether or not the ceasefire will hold. We've done, I think, a very masterful job. We weren't helped very much by the Biden administration, I can tell you that. But we've gotten quite a few hostages out. We're going to get more out. But we're dealing with very complex people. And we are going to see whether or not it holds. We certainly want to have more come out. They've come out damaged in many ways, very damaged people. But they're going to get better, and they're going to be strong, and they're going to have a good life. And we hope to get as many as possible out. Whether or not it holds, I don't know. We hope it holds. We hope it holds.
I think that at the appropriate time, which I think will enable us to really investigate what happens, what were the causes of the failures, by an independent commission that will be accepted by the majority of the people. We don't want it accepted by one half of the people and not the other. I think we should have it, and we should find out exactly what happened. I'm insisting on it. And believe me, it will surprise a lot of people when it happens.
Kelly, go ahead.
You are outlining something that is really quite striking tonight. You are talking about. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister. You are talking tonight about the United States taking over a sovereign territory. What authority would allow you to do that? Are you talking about a permanent occupation there, redevelopment? And Mr. Prime Minister, do you see this idea as a way to expand the boundaries of Israel and to have a longer peace, even though the Israeli people know how important that land is to you and your citizens, just as the space is inherited by the Palestinians as well?
I do see a long-term ownership position, and I see it bringing great stability to that part of the Middle East and maybe the entire Middle East. And everybody I've spoken to, this was not a decision made lightly. Everybody I've spoken to loves the idea of the United States owning that piece of land, developing and creating thousands of jobs with something that will be magnificent in a really magnificent area that nobody would know. Nobody can look because all they see is death and destruction and rubble and demolished buildings falling all over. It's just a terrible sight. I've studied it. I've studied this very closely over a lot of months, and I've seen it from every different angle. And it's a very, very dangerous place to be, and it's only going to get worse. And I think this is an idea that's gotten tremendous, and I'm talking about from the highest level of leadership, gotten tremendous praise. And if the United States can help to bring stability and peace in the Middle East, we'll do that. Bibi?
I mentioned again tonight our 3 goals. And the third goal is to make sure that Gaza never poses a threat to Israel again. President Trump is taking it to a much higher level. He sees a different future for that piece of land that has been the focus of so much terrorism, so many attacks against us, so many trials and so many tribulations. He has a different idea. And I think it's worth paying attention to this. We're talking about it. He's exploring it with his people, with his staff. I think it's something that could change history. And it's worthwhile really pursuing this avenue.
Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm rebuilding Gaza again. Obviously, they talk all the options, and one of them is Saddam Hussein, a very culture. How will you be sure that we will take out all the hostages and then rebuild?
We're working very hard to get all the hostages. The word is all, and we are working very hard. So far, it's been moving along fairly rapidly, pretty much on schedule. I'd love to have them all out at one time, but we're taking them out, and tomorrow more are being released, and over the days more, and then we'll go into a phase 2. But we'd like to get all of the hostages, and if we don't, it will just make us somewhat more violent. I will tell you that, because they would have broken their word. Mr. Witkoff and his entire group have been working 24 hours around the clock, and they want them out, and promises have been made to them, and we'll see whether or not those promises will be kept. But we want all the hostages, that's right.
Do you support Israeli sovereignty against Samaria, areas which many believe biblical homeland of the Jewish people?
Well, we're discussing that with many of your representatives. You're represented very well, and people do like the idea, but we haven't taken a position on it yet. But we will be we'll be making an announcement probably on that very specific topic over the next 4 weeks. Go ahead, please.
You just said that you think all the Palestinians should be relocated to other countries. Does that mean that you do not support the two-state solution?
It doesn't mean anything about a 2-state or a 1-state or any other state. It means that we want to give people a chance at life. They have never had a chance at life because the Gaza Strip has been a hellhole for people living there. It's been horrible. The Hamas has made it so bad, so dangerous, so unfair to people. And by doing what I'm recommending that we do, it's a very strong recommendation, but it is a strong recommendation. By doing that, we think we're going to bring perhaps great peace to long beyond this area. And I have to stress, this is not for Israel. This is for everybody in the Middle East, Arabs, Muslims. This is for everybody. This would be where they can partake in terms of jobs and living and all of the other benefits. And I think it's very important. It just doesn't work the other way. You know, you can't keep trying. It just has been going along for so many decades, you can't even count.
You just can't keep doing, you have to learn from history. You can't keep doing the same mistake over and over again. Gaza is a hellhole right now. It was before the bombing started, frankly. And we're going to give people a chance to live in a beautiful community that's safe and secure. And I think you're going to see a tremendous outflowing of support. I can tell you, I spoke to other leaders of countries in the Middle East, and they love the idea. They say it would really bring stability, and what we need is stability. Yes, sir, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. Are you still committed to imposing sanctions on the ICC, despite the move being stalled in the Senate? And please, a question for the Prime Minister as well. The President has been very clear about his desire to achieve a deal with Saudi Arabia. How do you settle this if Israel is required to renew the war against Hamas in the future?
Go ahead, baby.
I think everybody understands that just as the President fought and defeated Al-Qaeda and ISIS, that we can't leave Hamas there because Hamas will continue the battle to destroy Israel. They'll do, you know, when in this temporary ceasefire, one of their leaders comes out, you know what he says? We're going to do October 7th again, except we'll do it bigger. So obviously, you can't talk about peace neither with Hamas or in the Middle East if this, toxic, murderous organization is left standing. Any more than you could make peace in Europe after World War II if the Nazi regime was left standing and the Nazi army was left standing. You want a different future? You got to knock out the people who want to destroy you and destroy peace. That's what we're going to do. I think that will also usher in, actually, the peace with Saudi Arabia and with others. And I think there'll be others too.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
We have high expectations from you. Do you have any plan to change Afghanistan situation? Are you able to recognize Taliban? Because I'm an Afghan journalist, Afghan Safar woman. Any comment about Afghanistan? What's your future plan for Afghan people, especially Afghanistan?
I have a little hard time understanding you. Where are you from? Actually, it's a beautiful voice and a beautiful accent. The only problem is I can't understand the word you're saying. But I just say this, good luck, live in peace. Go ahead, please. That's okay, yeah, please.
You said earlier today that it's tough for you to implement these sanctions on Iran, but you did indicate that you were willing to negotiate with them. What would that look like, and are you in conversations with them, and the same for the Prime Minister?
I hated doing it. I want Iran to be peaceful and successful. I hated doing it. I did it once before, and we brought them down to a level where they were unable to give any money. They had to survive themselves, and they had no money. They were essentially broke, and they had no money for, as I said, Hezbollah. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for any form of terror. The 28, if you call it, the 28 sites of terror, they had no money for any of it. They had to do their own and focus on their own well-being. And I hated to do it then, and I hate to do it just as much now. And I say this, and I say this to Iran, who is listening very intently. I would love to be able to make a great deal, a deal where you can get on with your lives and you'll do wonderfully. You'll do wonderfully. Incredible people, industrious, beautiful, just an unbelievable group of people in Iran. And I know them well. I have many friends from Iran and many friends that are Americans from Iran, and they're very proud of Iran. But I hated to do it, just so you understand. And I hope we're going to be able to do something so that it doesn't end up in a very catastrophic situation. I don't want to see that happen. I really want to see peace, and I hope that we're able to do that. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. I'm not putting restrictions. They cannot have one thing. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if I think that they will have a nuclear weapon, despite what I just said, I think that's going to be very unfortunate for them. If, on the other hand, they can convince us that they won't, and I hope they can, it's very easy to do. It's actually very easy to do. I think they're going to have an unbelievable future.
Yeah, please, sir, go ahead.
You just laid out your plan for Gaza.
Yes.
Can you lay out the plan for Ukraine and also
For Ukraine?
for Ukraine, yes. You consider yourself a strong leader. You blame your predecessor for letting Russia to take over Ukraine. Will you demand from Putin to get out of Ukraine, from sovereign territory of Ukraine?
So we're dealing right now with the subject. I don't want to spend a lot of time because we're here for another reason, but we are having very good talks, very constructive talks on Ukraine. And we're talking to the Russians. We're talking to the Ukrainian leadership. It would have never happened. That would have never happened. It should have never happened. I get reports every week, the number of soldiers, mostly soldiers now, the cities have been largely demolished. You talk about a very sad sight to see. We talk Gaza. Well, many of these cities look as bad as Gaza and worse, what's happened to them. And I want to see that end. And I want to see it end for one simple reason, the life of young people being absolutely obliterated on both sides. You probably have 700,000 Ukrainian soldiers dead, 800,000, maybe more Russian soldiers dead. It's very flat land, and the only thing that's going to stop a bullet is a human body. In this case, usually soldiers, and the numbers are staggering. When you hear the real numbers in Ukraine, what the numbers are, and this doesn't include the cities that have been demolished and all of the people that were killed. So I want to see it stop. We're having very good talks, and I think we're going to get it. I think something will be hopefully dramatically. It will rise above everything. You can't let this continue. You can't. This is an absolute slaughter that's taking place on the beautiful farmlands of Ukraine, and we have to stop it. We can't let this continue. It is a human tragedy, and we're going to try very hard to stop it. Yeah, please go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Mr. President, what's your view about considering a possible internal regional changes you want to do? And the question was, Prime Minister, what's your view on President Trump wants to reach a deal with Iran and often much more active military status quo?
Go ahead, David. Go ahead.
I think the president just said something that I think is the pivot of everything that we're talking about. He said Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And we fully agree with that. If this goal can be achieved by a maximum pressure campaign, so be it. But I think the most important thing is to focus on the goal, which the president just did, and I fully agree with it.
Well, I said it, and he said it very well. It's a campaign of pressure to see if we can get something done. He doesn't want to do what some people think will automatically happen because they're very difficult people to deal with, as you know. But if we could solve this problem without warfare, without all of the things that you've been witnessing over the last number of years, it would be, I think it would be a tremendous thing. Go ahead, please.
Do you have any Israel?
To visit where? Oh, well, I love Israel. I will visit there, and I'll visit Gaza, and I'll visit Saudi Arabia, and I'll visit other places all over the Middle East. The Middle East is an incredible place, so vibrant, so it's just one of the really beautiful places with great people. And I think a lot of bad leadership has taken place in the Middle East that's allowed this to happen. It's just terrible. And that includes on the American side, by the way. We should have never gotten in there a long time ago, spent trillions of dollars and created so much debt. So that includes Americans. But yeah, I'll be visiting a lot of different places in the Middle East. I've been invited everywhere, but I will be visiting some, yeah. Okay. Let's go. Caitlin, go ahead. Caitlin, go ahead.
On what you were saying there.
Say it, go ahead, please.
Just to follow up on what you were saying about the Dawson's leaving Gaza and going to other countries. One, where exactly are you suggesting that they should go? And two, are you saying they should return after it's rebuilt? And if not, who do you envision living there?
I envision the world, people living there, the world's people. I think you'll make that into an international, unbelievable place. I think the potential in the Gaza Strip is unbelievable. And I think the entire world, representatives from all over the world will be there, and they'll live there. Palestinians also. Palestinians will live there. Many people will live there. But they've tried the other, and they've tried it for decades and decades and decades. It's not going to work. It didn't work. It will never work. And you have to learn from history. History is, just can't let it keep repeating itself. We have an opportunity to do something that could be phenomenal. And I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent. But more importantly than that is the people that have been absolutely destroyed that live there now can live in peace in a much better situation, because they're living in hell. And those people will now be able to live in peace. We'll make sure that it's done world class. It'll be wonderful for the people. Palestinians mostly we're talking about. And I have a feeling that despite them saying no, I have a feeling that the king in Jordan and that the general president, but that the general in Egypt will open their hearts and will give us the kind of land that we need to get this done, and people can live in harmony and in peace. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The United States will take over the Gaza Strip, says President Donald Trump, live there from the White House after his bilateral meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Now let's bring in our global ABC Affairs editor, John Lyons, who's in the studio with me. John, we had to clarify that we heard what we thought we heard moments ago when he made those comments, such a casual delivery of what is such a profound shift. What did we hear?
Well, Gemma, that was a political earthquake. 9.5 at least on the Richter scale for the Middle East. An American president has just overturned 50, 60 years of bipartisan policy, of accepted policy in the US, policy accepted by the European Union, by Australia, for a two-state solution. The hope that what the United Nations decided in 1947-48 with the creation of Israel would lead to peace in the Middle East. It was extraordinary. I couldn't believe when he said we will take over the Gaza Strip and we'll own it. He's basically saying that the United States will unilaterally seize one of the most sensitive parts of the Middle East and just take it over. And when he was asked by somebody who will live there, he said the world's people will live there. It'll be the Riviera of the Middle East, an international, unbelievable place. Now, he's been building up to this, but what we just heard then, I think, will be studied in generations by historians, because if this goes ahead, I think it locks the United States and Israel into long-term conflict with the Arab world.
We'll pick some of those comments that we heard from Donald Trump just now.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings.
So John, there's always that question, are they off-the-cuff remarks or is this policy? But it was repeated over and over again. And not making that mistake again, that we've heard comments from Donald Trump and thought they were off-the-cuff remarks when indeed they were not.
That's right. He's clearly been thinking about this for some time. He's been letting out hints over the last few days. He says everybody he speaks to loves this idea. And it's interesting, we need to think how the Arab and Muslim world will think about this. In Israel, the right wing, the far right, will love this. In fact, Benjamin Netanyahu said something very revealing there. He said that Donald Trump has taken this idea of moving Palestinians to a higher level, even than the right wing in Israel. And while he was speaking, while Donald Trump had made those comments, interesting to see a tweet on X by Itamar Ben-Gvir, who's one of the two leaders of the extreme right in Israel, saying, Donald, this looks like the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Just to put that into perspective, who Donald Trump's appealing to here. Last year I was in Israel for Four Corners and we interviewed Ami Ayalon, the former head of Shin Bet, Israel Security Services. He described that man, Ben-Gvir, who is applauding so gleefully now Donald Trump. He said he's a terrorist. And Ehud Barak, the former Prime Minister, talked about these messianic extremists of Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich. This has even surprised the far right in Israel. I don't think they can believe, A, their luck, and B, that the American president would go this far. And to me, he was talking like, it was like a chief executive of a company announcing a takeover, that we are taking over BHP, or we're taking over this company. We are taking over Gaza. I mean, it's one thing, I suppose, when he said we will take over Greenland or we'll change the name from the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. People got forward a bit, and Donald Trump Jr. went to Greenland, and everyone had a bit of a laugh, and that sort of receded a bit. But to say I'm going to take over Gaza, and Americans go in there and essentially level it, clear it, and develop it into this Riviera, I mean, that's just theft of land. And for those two men in the Arab world and across the Middle East, they'll be looking at those two men. Let's have a quick look at the timeline here. 1947, the UN says, let's create the two states. There has to be a Jewish state alongside an Arab state. 1967, the war between Israel and its neighbours, the occupation of the Gaza Strip and the West Bank begins. Then the Israelis pull out of Gaza. And then we have October 7, atrocities by Hamas, in my view, war crimes. Then for 15 months, thousands and thousands of American bombs dropped by the Israeli army have led to this devastation and rubble. Now we have the two men standing side by side, Netanyahu clearly delighted, while Donald Trump says essentially, let's turn it into one of the world's largest and newest real estate developments. This is politics like we have never, ever seen before.
And that reasoning, I mean, that devastation, that rubble there in Gaza, that goes to his very reasoning where it takes it upon himself, this is Trump, to speak on behalf of Gaza, saying that they would love the opportunity to move. Now, we heard a bit of what he had to say about Gaza as it stands at the moment. Let's have a look at that.
The Gaza Strip has been a hellhole for people living there. It's been horrible. Now, Hamas has made it so bad, so dangerous, so unfair to people. And by doing what I'm recommending that we do, it's a very strong recommendation, but it is a strong recommendation. By doing that, we think we're going to bring perhaps great peace to long beyond this area.
So we had these profound comments that we heard at this press conference about the US taking over, but we had a hint earlier ahead of that meeting where it's saying that Gazans should effectively move elsewhere. There'll be, 4 or 5 different places for them to go.
Well, in fact, he's gone from 4 and 5 different places an hour and a half ago to 8, 9 or 12 now. So there's 7 more places over an hour and a half. Suggests to me this is pretty chaotic. It's on the run. Now, what will be worth watching now will be the pushback from the Arab world, particularly the Saudi Arabians. The Jordanians and the Egyptians are in the debt and thrall of the United States. The United States essentially props up those two dictatorships.
Well, Trump said, he does have a feeling that they'll be favourable to this.
Yeah, he has a feeling because he can essentially bring down those regimes as they currently exist. They have to make a choice. I think Egypt will. Al-Sisi, the general who took over, will probably do what Donald Trump, largely what he wants. They're much more compliant. The Jordanians will be more of a problem. But the really key player here will be Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is the emerging giant of the Middle East. Now that Iran's become seriously weakened with the full backing of Donald Trump and the Sunni world, Saudi Arabia is the glittering prize for Israel for normalization. That's the one they really want. They had the Abraham Accords on the Donald Trump's first term, and now the prize was that. And in fact, one of the reasons I think Hamas made their October 7 attack when they did, and this is a view supported by former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, is I think Hamas wanted to head off that normalization deal between Saudi Arabia and Israel. That's the glittering prize, because once that's done, then if the Saudis don't insist on a Palestinian state, that's the end of a Palestinian state. Now, if the Saudis say we decide for whatever reasons on the Arab street, we can't go along with this, this is essentially a forced transfer that's being suggested here. This connotes sort of imagery of Palestinians being put in trucks and taken away to another place. Now, that's not an image that anybody in the Middle East, I imagine a lot of Israelis wouldn't be comfortable with that image, because these people are not going to go willingly. The Palestinians are surely the most determined and stubborn people in the Middle East. They've had so much thrown at them, and Hamas has thrown everything back at Israel. So what we're seeing here now is seismic. We're seeing a complete political earthquake in the Middle East.
So many questions to follow from that. Immediately though, John, what does this mean for the next round of ceasefire negotiations?
The ceasefire negotiations ushered by Donald Trump will probably go ahead. It's in Israel's interest that that go ahead. They want to get those remaining hostages out. Tragically, many of them are not alive anymore, so they want the remains so they can be given a dignified burial in Israel. And I think that that will go ahead. I think that this is such big picture stuff that it goes way above that hostage deal. This now gets into the realm of what does... Iran was a major player now, and they're quite right that they have been weakened now. Watch what Saudi Arabia is suddenly opening itself to the world, massive tourism, they're becoming a big player, and Donald Trump's always had a particular connection. His son-in-law makes a lot of money out of Saudi Arabia, Jared Kushner, and so I think Donald Trump will look at Saudi and try to convince them.
We know that Netanyahu's been under domestic pressure to keep this war in Gaza going, and we know that Donald Trump has said that he wants to be a peacemaker. So trying to get your head around how those two, Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump, are in lockstep. We heard the comment from Netanyahu there in that news conference, Israel will end the war by winning the war. So what do we take from that?
Well, from the sort of chemistry of the two there, it sounds like Donald Trump will back Benjamin Netanyahu in whatever the aim is. But the question is, we always wonder what happens now with Gaza. We've now got a proposal from the United States president that's essentially to turn it into the world's most unlikely major property development. And there have been people in Israel, by the way, on the right who've joked in the last few months about a condominium on the waterfront. And we can take that land in Gaza, and a lot of the settlers in Israel want to return to Gaza. They were there and they were physically pulled out. Many of them didn't want to leave. And so they'll be delighted to want to go back in there. But the idea, I mean, to hear a US president saying, we will take it over, we will own it.
Yeah.
So can the United States just decide we want to own this, we want to own that? I mean, can they just say we want to own anywhere in the world? Is that what the world's come to?
Yeah, then there were a few questions on that, and Trump continued to double down on it. We saw in recent weeks those jubilant scenes of people returning to northern Gaza, for example. As this news filters through there, I mean, how is this going to be? What is the reaction we're going to see from Gazans, from the wider Arab world?
Well, Gazans are desperately trying to get food and water over the last... We know that in recent weeks, a lot of babies have frozen to death, according to human rights groups. It is the most miserable place on earth, or one of. Children have been having an adult operations over the last year without anaesthetics. The amputate numbers of children with legs and arms amputated. UNICEF calculated a year ago that there are as many as 19,000 orphans there. We've had children burying other children, burying their siblings because the parents were dead. So I think the people in Gaza, I mean, if they need to get food and water and medicines before they can even contemplate this big picture, to know that there's a man standing in the White House essentially saying that there's a number of 12 or so different places you can go to. Now, he did say there could be numerous sites or one site, but I mean, history will judge today as an extremely key moment in the Middle East.
And John, can you just sum up for us how profound a shift this is that we've seen here this morning?
Well, Gemma, this is a US president putting forward the most radical idea I've ever heard from any White House on any subject. This is so radical that it's difficult to even comprehend. And the Israeli Prime Minister, even he said, and he's on the far right himself with his government, said this has taken it to a new level. So I think it will take some time to fully comprehend what this all means.
John Lyons, our Global Affairs Editor, thank you for your time. At least 10 people are dead after a shooting at a school in Sweden in what has become the country's worst mass shooting. Several others were also injured in the attack, which took place at a campus for adults in the central city of Örebro, about 200 kilometres west of Stockholm. Students were forced to shelter in nearby buildings during the shooting rampage. The school serves mainly students over the age of 20. Pupils and teachers have described scenes of panic.
En kille bredvid mig, han fick skjuta. A guy next to me was shot in the shoulder. He was bleeding a lot. When I looked behind me, I saw 3 people on the floor bleeding. Everyone was shocked. They said, "Go out, get out."
Jag satt och åt och I was eating with colleagues and suddenly a bunch of students came running and said we had to leave. I didn't know why, but I realized straight away that it was serious. So I and a big group of people ran out of the school, and when I was in the schoolyard, I heard a shot close by. But I and others with me just yelled, "Run, run," and we ran for our lives.
Police believe the gunman is among the dead and that he acted alone. The suspect's home was raided, but it wasn't immediately clear what police found. Gun crime is rare in Sweden. However, the country has been struggling with a wave of shootings, bombings, and other gang-related violence. Sweden's Prime Minister says it's a devastating day.
It is difficult to take in the extent of what has happened today. Darkness is being cast over Sweden tonight. There are still a lot of answers missing, and I can't give them the answers either. But there will come a time when we will learn what has happened, how it could happen, and what motives may have been behind it.
Swedish journalist Jesper Bengtsson says students feared for their lives.
Well, there was a girl who was, I think she was leaning out from a window in the school, and she recorded it on her phone accidentally when the shooting started. And from her screams and when she understands that there is a shooting starting, you can almost feel the fear in that moment. And it's of course just the beginning of it. Then it ends and it continues inside the school.
What do police know at this time of the shooter and his motive for this attack?
Not very much. The shooter is dead as far as they know. It's only one shooter, and since he hasn't left, they haven't found any letter or internet trace or anything telling us or them what the motive is. So at this point, I think they are just guessing, and he was not known by the police on beforehand, so they describe it as coming from nowhere almost. And they also say that it's probably a lonely shooter, but they don't exclude that there might be other people involved, which means that they are very insecure of the facts here.
And so no motivation for terrorism that they can see at this stage?
Exactly. They haven't found anything like that. And it wasn't known before by the security police or the local police either.
Tell us about this school and the sort of students that would have been there on a day like that.
Fortunately, it seems as if they had some kind of exam the day before, so the school was not that crowded at this very moment, which probably was very fortunate. It is an adult school, an adult college, you could say, where people who hasn't really managed to take their exams from the previous school has an opportunity to do that. So they are adults of different ages, and it's also combined with education for immigrants who learn Swedish. So there's a mix of students there, and in the beginning it's easy to think that this had something to do with the motive, but as I said, we know nothing about that.
And just that this is extremely rare in Sweden, as I understand it, this is a regular Swedish city. It's shocked the country.
It has really. It's very unusual. Sweden has had a lot of problems with shootings connected to the organized crime over the past years, but that has not been on this scale for starters, and it has not affected innocent people not connected to the criminal gangs. So this is very rare. You have to go back to the 90s to find anything similar to it. And at that time, it was not that many dead. We still don't know the exact number here. The police is talking about at least 10 people, but still many wounded. So it might be more when we wake up tomorrow.
And that death toll has been updated to at least 11 people, including the gunman. The town of Ingham in North Queensland is reeling after an 82-year-old woman died in the region's flood emergency. The woman was found in a cane field after floodwaters receded. It's the second flood-related death in the area. A 63-year-old woman died on Sunday when an SES boat struck a tree and capsized. Conditions are beginning to ease across North Queensland. Residents evacuated from flood-prone parts of Townsville have been allowed to return home. Authorities are warning the weakening weather system is creating sudden, unpredictable storms that could lead to dangerous flash flooding.
The outlook for the coming days is that there is rain forecast, heavy rain in particular areas, and wherever that rain falls has a particular impact downstream. So we need to remain flexible, maintaining capacity to respond to emergencies.
Reporter Sophie Johnson has more from the flood-affected town of Ingham.
The water has definitely receded, even since this morning, frankly, but as you can see behind me, there is still quite a lot of water yet to go. Currently, no one can get either in or out of Ingham by road due to the heavy flooding and road damage. Last time I checked, the access points in and out of town, there were heavy currents flowing through, making it pretty unsafe to try and get in or out. So everyone has started their cleanup efforts at the moment. The neighbours around here have all been working hard this morning to try and get things a little bit cleaner, get that mud, get that dirt off their house, and we're just hoping that the water just keeps on going down.
How are residents feeling there?
Yeah, look, the residents have described this situation as devastating and completely blindsided by just the sheer amount of rain that came down, especially over the weekend and on Monday. Everyone was prepared for a flood or a level of flood, but nothing to the extent that this has been.
And what's being done about getting additional resources to the community?
Yeah, so at the moment, the whole district is without power, but the word is that the power substation has flooded, but the ADF are flying in multiple generators, food and fuel to kind of assist with the community. So extra staff for the hospital and also been flown in with police officers from Townsville and Brisbane. So generators were flown in to get the local supermarket open and running, as well as one of the fuel stations, so that the community could fuel up their own personal jerry cans for their generators. This was capped at 20 litres per family. So there is resources coming in. But it's still very much up in the air about when things will return to a bit more of normality.
Reporter Sophie Johnson on the ground there in Ingham, bringing us the latest on the North Queensland floods. Thank you. 6 teenagers have been arrested in the investigation into a fatal stabbing in Western Sydney. The 58-year-old man was found with a stab wound to his chest outside his takeaway business in Kingswood. He was taken to hospital where he died. 4 boys and 2 girls aged between 14 and 19 are in custody and are being questioned by police. Neighbours have laid floral tributes near where a 1-year-old girl died inside a car in Sydney's inner west. Emergency services were called to a street in Earlwood late yesterday afternoon after the toddler was found unresponsive inside the vehicle. Paramedics arrived on scene, but the girl couldn't be revived. Temperatures in the area had soared to around 30 degrees. A male relative of the girl was taken to hospital for shock. More than 1,000 people have gathered at a vigil on Queensland's Bribie Island for 17-year-old Charlize Zamuda, who died in a shark attack on Monday. The 17-year-old lifesaver was swimming at Wirra Beach at the time. Emergency services were called to the scene, but she could not be saved. Mourners laid flowers on the beach before green balloons were released in the teen's honour. Ozempic is one of the most talked about drugs on the internet. Its booming popularity has left many people living with type 2 diabetes without access to the drug. And in the Northern Territory, where rates of diabetes are among the highest in the country, Medical experts have warned the lack of a consistent supply of Ozempic is having a significant impact.
For Cheryl Hogg and husband Ian, getting their hands on this small device is no easy task.
Sometimes it's like a lotto. You get a winner or you don't.
The couple have both been diagnosed with type 2 diabetes and have prescriptions for Ozempic, but finding a chemist in Darwin that stocks it is becoming increasingly difficult.
They say, oh, this one's got it, so you go there, and they say, oh no, we haven't got it, but they look on the computer, oh, this one's got it, so we go there. So it's just a chase up. In the end, I just stopped.
Ozempic is a brand of the medicine semaglutide, which is supplied by a Danish pharmaceutical company, Novo Nordisk. Australia's pharmaceutical regulator, the Therapeutic Goods Administration, has only approved Ozempic to treat adults with type 2 diabetes, but it's not illegal for doctors to prescribe Ozempic for other health conditions, including weight management.
The manufacturers just can't seem to keep up, and of course the logistics and the worldwide market has meant that it really does go out as much faster than it comes in.
In the Northern Territory, challenges associated with distance are making supply an even greater challenge.
We don't quite have as rapid access to the medication, and that just compounds the supply problem.
Ozempic is one of more than 400 medicines in short supply across the country. The Pharmacy Guild is urging the government to re-establish the Medication Shortage Working Party, stood up during the COVID-19 pandemic, to predict future demand.
We need to be forward thinking and think, okay, how can we deal with shortages and predict what's coming up so that we can mitigate the effects of shortages when they happen.
Shortages that are expected to continue until at least the end of this year. Olivana Lathouris, ABC News.
It's time for a check of the weather around the capital cities now. There's a possible shower for Brisbane today. It is becoming cloudy in Sydney. There's a shower or two in Canberra. Possible storm there as well. Becoming mostly sunny for Melbourne. A mostly sunny day in Hobart. Perth, it is hot, a top of 40 degrees there. Adelaide also a sunny one. And Darwin, stormy weather there, a top of 33 degrees. Now, there's more on the ABC News app and on ABC iView. I'm Gemma Vaness. Thank you for your company this morning. Stay with us. More news up next in just a moment.
Oh, that's how you would not even read about.
We're on our way to see something few have ever seen.
I charge getting the people rent.
This is a crucial thing that the Prime Minister does have to address. Why are members saying they're just trying to grab the money? Because it's a smear campaign.
I'm robbed regularly.
All my memories are here at the house. When it floods again, the agony is bound to be repeated. And trying to make that as human as it really is.
7:30 tonight, ABC TV and ABC iView. Friday.
That's a whopper.
Join Monty Don for a tour of some of the most beautiful gardens in Spain.
The first impression is to be overwhelmed.
From the monumental
Something I think I've never seen before on this scale.
to the breathtaking
With a lot of passion, like everything in Spain.
and the ingenious.
I've never heard of this before. This is a crazy idea.
Monty Don's Spanish Gardens.
Something that is exceptional.
Friday on ABC TV and ABC iView. The journey of a muster dog is anything but boring.
Pups of this age need the stimulation of training to take the mischief out of them.
And with the 5-month assessment just around the corner,
The chickens will be a work in progress.
He just has no fear to the point that he had no respect of his stock.
who's ready to shine and who needs a little more time?
She'll come good. Or maybe I hope she'll come good.
Muster Dogs, Collies and Kelpies, Sunday.
The Exxon Valdez supertanker has run aground.
The ratings battle begins.
Bob Hawke joins me tonight.
Sabotage, like I told you. Helen Norval has been a lot of things, but she has never been boring.
And egos are bruised.
A pinched sphincter. You're the best looking pinched sphincter I've ever seen.
The newsreader.
You were supposed to be the head of the #1 news bulletin in the country.
Sunday on ABC. Or watch it now on ABC iView. Next up on the menu, one of our more palatable invaders.
This venison is delicious.
So this feast has a few added extras.
There's some right. Now, what does it look like?
Weird.
It looks like someone vomited.
Turning ecological trash into culinary gold.
Eradication's not possible. We need a long-term solution.
Bugger off, Bandy.
The season final.
How long has it been stagnating?
Eat the Invaders. Tuesday, 8:30. ABC TV and ABC iView. Tuesdays in 2025, we explore the world.
No one comes here unless they have a reason to, and that's why it remains hidden.
Beyond breaking news.
I'm here to find out what life is really like under the liquor ban.
We're watching the biggest names in Spanish female football.
In uncertain times,
We're following a team of crime scene experts searching for the missing.
we'll uncover the extraordinary.
Living with so much wildlife comes at a cost.
Perfect Noodle. Why is Tokyo the culinary capital of the world?
And reveal the complexities.
How many people have you killed?
To Spain, this is a time of reckoning. It's their Me Too moment.
People working in these estates are very isolated.
You're quite exposed.
Pretty thrilling being this close to the game.
I've come to a country searching for healing.
Your window to the world. Foreign Correspondent returns to the new time of Tuesdays on ABC and ABC iView. Being a parent has always been hard.
You know, that full-time job where you get no training and the pay is terrible and you can't quit and lives are actually at stake.
But today's families are in uncharted territory.
Can I have
The Damn Phone, a new series hosted by Amanda Keller. Kate Ritchie and Nazim Hussain breathe life into some common parenting problems.
What's TikTok? Oh, I don't know.
The Role of a Lifetime starts February 18 on ABC TV.
Today, reshaping US policy on the Middle East, Donald Trump's plan for Palestinians to be permanently resettled outside of Gaza.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too. We'll own it.
Motive unclear. Police try to determine what led to Sweden's worst mass shooting. The cleanup begins in far north Queensland. Authorities warn unpredictable storms could lead to flash flooding in areas already devastated. And a national security risk, Chinese AI platform DeepSeek is banned on government devices. Hello and welcome to ABC News. I'm Dan Borsha, coming to you from the lands of the Gadigal people. US President Donald Trump has declared the United States will take over the Gaza Strip and called for Palestinians to be permanently relocated from the territory in an extraordinary media conference alongside the Israeli Prime Minister, one that's upended long-standing US policy on the Middle East. Benjamin Netanyahu is the first foreign leader to visit President Trump in his second term, and that meeting comes at a critical time for the Gaza ceasefire. Mr. Trump has doubled down on his comments describing Gaza as a, quote, demolition site, and he's demanding neighbouring countries take in displaced Palestinians.
The only reason the Palestinians want to go back to Gaza is they have no alternative. It's right now a demolition site. This is just a demolition site. Virtually every building is down. They're living under fallen concrete that's very dangerous and very precarious. They instead can occupy all of a beautiful area with homes and safety, and they can live out their lives in peace and harmony instead of having to go back and do it again. The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area.
Arab nations, including Jordan and Egypt, as well as Palestinian leaders, have rejected the forced displacement of Gaza residents. For his part, Benjamin Netanyahu has described President Trump as the greatest friend Israel has had in the White House. He reiterated Israel's aims in Gaza.
Israel will end the war by winning the war. Israel's victory will be America's victory. We will not only win the war, working together, we will win the peace. In Gaza, Israel has three goals: destroy Hamas's military and governing capabilities, secure the release of all of our hostages, and ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel.
North America correspondent Carrington Clark was at that news conference. It joins us now from the White House. Carrington, this is a major reshaping of US foreign policy.
Yeah, it's hard to find an adjective strong enough to describe what we just heard from the American president. It was shocking. It was extraordinary. It would be an unprecedented move by the world's superpower. What he is describing is an American occupation of the Gaza Strip, a part of what most countries recognize as the Palestinian territories, the occupied Palestinian territories currently occupied by Israel. And he is suggesting an American takeover, the displacement of the Palestinians who are currently living in the Gaza Strip, America then demolishing what's left, and then building some sort of new international city is the way he seemed to be describing it, allowing people from all over the world to move in. Now, this is an extraordinary statement. It's a doubling down on everything we've heard from Donald Trump coming into this meeting when he did suggest cleaning out. Instead of backing away from those statements and putting himself back in line with what has been American policy for decades, he does seem intent on completely reshaping how the region is run. Now, it's important to try to put this in context, though. First of all, does Donald Trump even have the power to order such a thing? He is the commander-in-chief of the American military, and he did suggest that perhaps the military could be deployed. But a question was put to him, will he need to get congressional approval? But then, of course, the bigger question about how the region would react, how would the Palestinians react from being forcibly removed from a place that they consider to be their homeland. Donald Trump has shown already in this second term a fixation on broadening the boundaries of America, this fixation on purchasing Greenland, potentially Canada becoming the 51st state, potentially taking back the Panama Canal. It's hard to know exactly which parts of these plans he realistically thinks he can achieve and which are, in fact, ambit claims where he's trying to find a negotiating position. Excuse me, but given the complexities, the geopolitical complexities of the Middle East, this is quite an extraordinary intervention. It will understandably be rattling both the Palestinians, who would be obviously directly affected, but also Israel, also Jordan, also Egypt. This is an extraordinary move. It's probably the best word we can use for it at this point, what we've heard from Donald Trump. And now the world will need to digest whether or not this is a fully formed plan, or once again, whether or not Donald Trump is trying for some leverage in some direction.
Carrington Clark reporting from Washington, D.C., in fact, from the White House there. And for more analysis, Global Affairs editor John Lyons joins me now. John, the word there that we heard over and over again from Carrington, extraordinary. You've covered this arena for a very long time. What's your observation?
Well, Dan, after a year of hot wars, of Israel fighting on several fronts, of Iran, Israel having their first direct military combat, this is now a political earthquake that will rock the Middle East, will rock the Arab world. Also, not just the Arab world, but I think a lot of the institutions in the United States that Donald Trump is clearly contemptuous of, the State Department, the CIA, they will all be looking at this and their heads will be spinning, because what seems to have happened is Donald Trump has unilaterally announced that the United States, not just Israel, has been occupying the occupied Palestinian territories, but the United States will swoop in and essentially a destroyed Gaza will become one of the world's largest and most unlikely real estate developments. In a way, Donald Trump's going back to his roots as a real estate developer. The way he talked about, we can turn it into the Riviera of the Mediterranean. I mean, These people already, the Palestinians, are several times refugees, many of them. Yes, it is demolished, but they were demolished with American bombs, Gaza, dropped by Israeli planes. And so the imagery to the moderates in America or to the Arab world is that these two men have now got together to come up with one of the most radical plans in history. When I lived in Israel for 6 years, sometimes Israelis said to me, oh, look, we think the plan of our government is they want to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians. And I never thought it was realistic. And they said, oh, look, when something big happens, they'll be taken away in trucks. I found it hard to accept that imagery. Now it's not even Israel saying it. It's Donald Trump is saying today, he said a short time ago, to as many as 12 different locations they might go. Where do these people go? He says they'll make them beautiful homes with sunshine. This appears to be cloud cuckoo stuff, but it's dangerous cloud cuckoo stuff.
It's simply amazing to watch this in real time unfolding, and the ramifications will be lasting. You touched there on those concerns around ethnic cleansing that are raised regularly. There was something that the president said where he said we should just, quote, clean out Gaza. That's loaded language, isn't it?
Yeah, when he said that, I think that across many parts of the world, the Arab world, the Muslim world, and some people might say, oh, why do they matter? It's up to Israel. It's Israel's neighborhood. It matters because it's the Middle East. Israel's part of the Middle East community. As tough and hostile as many of their neighbours are, Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas, the Houthis, Yemen, it's a tough neighbourhood. But is the solution scorched earth? Basically, the American president saying, he said, oh, maybe they'll be sent to one location or maybe numerous, maybe as many as 12. One of the journalists who accredited the press conference said so America will take over sovereign territory, and he didn't rule out sending troops in there to Gaza. So American troops have got a bad history in the Middle East. Look at Iraq. Look at the thousands of people lost there. Are they going to do this again?
And to that question of why does it matter, there would be many who would say this is humanity. This is about people.
And this is the home of the Palestinians as well as the Jewish people. 1947-48, the United Nations, pushed by Australia. Doc Evatt, the External Affairs Minister, was a leader, and he helped bring the United Nations, because the historic Palestine, when it was divided up, into two separate states, a Jewish state alongside an Arab state, which would be Palestine, the Israelis signed off on that. They agreed to that. And yet now, standing next to Donald Trump, I mean, when Donald Trump was talking about the explosives there, it's unlivable. It's a complete wreck. At no point did he turn to Benjamin Netanyahu and say, and I think that your bombing of Gaza was disproportionate. Of course, what Hamas did on October 7 was catastrophic and barbaric, and I think any country would have to respond. The question is, the 15 months, was it disproportionate or proportionate response? And now it's almost like the Palestinians are being punished by being moved out of their home. And people might say, well, Donald Trump says, well, look at their homes. It's nothing. It's a wreck. It's demolition site. It's their home. And that's what he's not accepting in this. And so I think that it'll be fascinating to see what happens. The Jordanians will resist it strongly. The Egyptians, I think, will play footsie with Donald Trump because they're the major recipient of military aid next to Israel. But I think the Saudi Arabians will say no normalization with Israel if this goes ahead.
So this is going to have major ramifications. Immediately, John, what does this say about the ceasefire?
Look, the ceasefire, bizarrely, while this sort of cyclone Trump hits the Middle East and sort of goes on, the ceasefire is at a lower level. Both sides want the ceasefire to happen. The Israelis want to get back their hostages, and the Palestinians want to get their prisoners out of jail. There's an incentive for both of them to keep that going. So I think in all of this madness, I think the ceasefire deal will continue.
Well, we'll be seeking more observations from you, Global Affairs Editor John Lyons. Appreciate your insights.
Thank you.
In his media conference with Benjamin Netanyahu, Donald Trump issued a warning to Iran, suggesting there will be consequences if Iran houses nuclear weapons.
I say this, and I say this to Iran, who's listening very intently. I would love to be able to make a great deal, a deal where you can get on with your lives and you'll do wonderfully. You'll do wonderfully. And I hope we're going to be able to do something so that it doesn't end up in a very catastrophic situation. I don't want to see that happen. I really want to see peace, and I hope that we're able to do that. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. I'm not putting restrictions. They cannot have one thing. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if I think that they will have a nuclear weapon, despite what I just said, I think that's going to be very unfortunate for them.
I think the president just said something that I think is the pivot of everything that we're talking about. He said Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And we fully agree with that. If this goal can be achieved by a maximum pressure campaign, so be it.
John, apologies. I did say that we're going to let you go, but I decided that I was going to keep you around for this. I want to get your insights into what this says and what this means for Iran.
Well, Dan, they're in lockstep, which is quite different. Benjamin Netanyahu hinted that previous US administrations, there had been daylight between Israel and America. What he's referring to there is particularly Barack Obama. Obama championed a nuclear deal with the Iranians to try to limit their nuclear development in return for inspectors going into Iran and making sure they weren't developing a nuclear bomb. Donald Trump got rid of that. The Israelis don't like that. For the Israelis, well, we're fascinated by the Palestinian issue at the moment, and it's huge, but for the Israelis, the main game is Iran. When you live in Israel, you realize that they see Iran as a serious existential threat. So what's been happening over the last 15 months is Israel has been one after the other picking apart a little proxy here, hitting a proxy there, killing the head of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, killing the head of Hamas in Tehran, although they've never admitted to it, they've hinted at it, hitting the Houthis in Yemen. They've been hitting proxy after proxy. Now they're going to the head of the snake. They see Iran as the head of the snake, the supreme leader and the Ayatollahs, the theocracy in Iran, and they will do anything to stop Iran getting a nuclear weapon. Donald Trump's echoed that today, so they're in lockstep on that.
Yeah, thank you for those insights. We will leave it there now. This is Global Affairs editor John Lyons. And next hour on the ABC News channel, we'll get an exclusive look at the aid missions in Gaza.
I'm Middle East correspondent Matthew Doran, just outside the Jordanian capital, Amman. We're going to take you on board one of these Royal Jordanian Air Force choppers carrying much needed aid into Gaza.
At least 11 people have been killed in Sweden's worst mass shooting. The attack happened at an adult education centre in the city of Araba. The gunman is believed to be among the dead, but his motive is unclear. Europe correspondent Catherine Diss reports.
As students left school after exams, they were confronted with horror.
A guy next to me was shot in the shoulder. He was bleeding a lot. When I looked behind me, I saw 3 other people on the floor bleeding.
Students barricade themselves in classrooms, sheltering under desks.
When I was in the schoolyard, I heard a shot close by, but I and others with me just yelled, "Run, run," and we ran for our lives.
Police spent hours searching the campus for victims, initially unsure how many were killed because the crime scene was so large. Authorities don't believe it was terrorism related at this stage, but no motive has been established.
He is not known to the police from before and has no gang affiliations. What we believe is that it was a lone perpetrator.
The shooter targeted a training centre for adults who haven't completed high school. The classrooms for children are also on campus.
It is difficult to take in the magnitude of what has happened, the darkness that is now falling over Sweden tonight.
The Prime Minister described it as the worst mass shooting in Swedish history. For those affected and their relatives, the shock is still setting in.
It was very moving and difficult at the beginning, and easy to cry for the first hour and a half maybe. But now I feel calmer and hope and believe that this will end.
Authorities are trying to calm anxious residents, reassuring students it's safe to return to school. They're asking for patience as they try to piece together how this tragedy unfolded. Catherine Giss, ABC News.
The flood emergency is continuing in North Queensland with the risk of further flash flooding today. The community of Ingham remains cut off and flooding has caused major issues for the town's water supply. Lily Nothling is in Townsville and joins us now. Lily, what are the conditions like there today?
Well, Dan, here in Townsville, it's been raining lightly on and off this morning, but it's just nothing like the torrential downpours we were seeing over the weekend and earlier this week. Just in the last couple of minutes, we've actually had the sun come out, and there are a few pockets of blue sky as well, so certainly a change. As you can see behind me, there is still a bit of flooding around town, but those levels are definitely receding. Now, residents who were evacuated from the city's black zones were given the all clear to return to their homes yesterday, so some good news for Townsville. But the situation remains very dire for the township of Ingham, which is about an hour and a half north of here. You've seen the images coming out of there. They've just been devastating. While the levels are receding there as well, much of the town remains inundated and it's still isolated from the rest of the broader North Queensland region. We also had the sad news yesterday, and that was the death of an 82-year-old woman. Her body was found when floodwaters receded on a cane paddock at Beamerside, which is just north of Ingham. So it's the second death as part of this flood emergency in North Queensland, and a reminder of just how dangerous these floodwaters can be.
Lily Nothling reporting from Townsville. Neighbours have laid floral tributes near where a 1-year-old girl died inside a car in Sydney's inner west. Emergency services were called to a street in Earlwood late yesterday afternoon after the toddler was found unresponsive inside the vehicle. Paramedics arrived on the scene, but the girl couldn't be revived. Temperatures in the area had soared to around 30 degrees. A male relative of the girl was taken to hospital for shock. 6 teenagers have been arrested in relation to a fatal stabbing in Western Sydney. The 58-year-old man was found with a stab wound to his chest outside his takeaway business in Kingswood. He was taken to hospital where he died. 4 boys and 2 girls aged between 14 and 19 are in custody and are being questioned by police. Chinese artificial intelligence outfit DeepSeek has been banned from Australian government devices on national security grounds. Political reporter Olivia Casely is in Canberra and joins us now. Olivia, it follows advice from intelligence agencies.
Yeah, so they believe that the platform poses an unacceptable risk to national security. As a result, both politicians and public servants will have to remove the DeepSeek app from their work phones and work computers. The caveat is, though, they'll still be able to use it on their personal devices if they so choose, but it is not advised. So why the ban? Essentially, there are real live fears that the Chinese-owned company DeepSeek could share the sensitive information of individuals and users with the Chinese Communist Party. There's also a red flag that's been raised around censorship concerns. Ultimately, while the DeepSeek ban doesn't apply to the Australian public more generally, both sides of politics today have been reminding Australians to be mindful of the content they share online and on what platforms they do so.
It's a wonderful tool, very helpful for many applications in our lives. We need to be aware that the information that you upload may not be private. So our advice is that we wouldn't want people to upload anything that they wouldn't want to ultimately become public. The second risk is that information that you get back from generative AI may not be accurate. It might contain misinformation, or it might be biased or not cover some topics.
And Olivia, what's been the reaction to the ban?
Well, as we know, Parliament is sitting in Canberra today, and there has been bipartisan support for the ban. There has been some criticism, though, from some intelligence experts. So Justin Bassey, he's a former security advisor to Malcolm Turnbull. He now heads up the Australian Strategic Policy Institute. He's given the ban itself a green light, but as you'll see here, he wants the Albanese government to essentially explain why DeepSeek is not appropriate for public servants, but is for the public. Now, just if we cast our minds back to 2023, this isn't the first time that the Australian government has taken the action of banning a Chinese-owned app. TikTok, for example, was banned and is not able to be used by politicians and public servants on their work devices. As we know, though, that hasn't stopped pollies from using burner phones or indeed their personal phones to try and connect with voters on the platform. No doubt we'll continue to see the usage of TikTok as we head into the election campaign. Dan?
Political reporter Olivia Casely reporting from Canberra. And to some news, just in, 2 men have been charged in relation to an anti-Semitic graffiti incident in Perth's western suburbs. Over the weekend, a wall outside a home in Dalkeith was sprayed with a Nazi swastika and anti-Semitic words. Premier Roger Cook has said these are vile incidents which the government condemns. And today will mark the start of Western Australia's 31-day state election campaign. Premier Roger Cook will visit the state's governor later this afternoon to request the issuing of writs, which will officially begin the campaign. Labor is seeking to win a third term. The Liberal Party, led by Libby Madam, and the Nationals, headed by Shane Love, face an uphill battle to overthrow the government after being virtually wiped out at the last poll. Cost of living and housing are among the issues expected to dominate the campaign. The British police officer who's accusing Sam Kerr of racially aggravated harassment has told a trial that he was determined to pursue her through the criminal court system. European Bureau Chief Zoe Ford reports from outside the court.
For day 2 of Sam Kerr's trial here in London, Police Constable Stephen Lovell was in the witness box giving his version of events of when Sam Kerr and her partner Christy Newis were driven to the Twickenham police station in a taxi following a complaint over the fare. And he's been talking about the body camera footage, the argument that you can see in that between Kerr, Newis and himself that becomes heated, expletive-laden from the women, and everyone's very frustrated and talking over one another. Under cross-examination, Kerr's barrister, Grace Forbes, put to the officer that he'd made an assumption that Ms. Kerr was a troublemaker, difficult, and because of what she does for a living, she must be an arrogant person. He said he denied this and said he had no idea what she did for a living when he first met her. Ms. Forbes referred to his statement the day after the alleged incident, after his body camera had captured Kerr calling him stupid and white repeatedly. In your statement, you made no mention of the words stupid and white having an impact on you, she said. In fact, you didn't make a witness statement mentioning the impact until almost a year later. She said that initially the Crown Prosecution Service identified that there wasn't evidence of harassment, alarm or distress, and that caused you an obstacle, she said to him. No, he replied. I'm going to suggest to you that you were claiming to have experienced this impact purely to get the criminal charge across the line. He also denied this. The police officer told the court he felt humiliated, shocked and upset by being called stupid and white by Sam Kerr. Her barrister put to him that in the course of the year between the two statements, Kerr had played in the World Cup for Australia and she would have been all over the TV. You were determined to pursue this person through the criminal courts, weren't you? Yes, he replied. We're expecting to hear from Sam Kerr later tonight, Australian time, when she steps into the witness box to give evidence in her defence.
Now for sports news, here's Chloe Hart.
Football Australia is continuing to hold off on making a decision about Sam Kerr's future with the team, while the Matildas captain is on trial for alleged racial harassment in the UK. FA announced the Matildas will play a 2-match series in April against Korea Republic in Sydney and Newcastle, with Kerr a possibility to join the squad after a year in recovery with an ACL injury. Chief Executive James Johnson says it's not the right time to speak on the testimony and vision emerging from Kerr's ongoing trial.
We need to give Sam the opportunity to go through the trial. We're day 2 of day 4, and then once we complete the trial, then we'll have a holistic view of what's happened. We'll have a fair view, and that's something that we'll consider once the trial is complete and once we have access to the information that's available.
In cricket, Sam Constance has left Australia's tour of Sri Lanka to play in the Sheffield Shield for New South Wales. The 19-year-old batsman was dropped for the first test, with Travis Head brought in to open and Josh Inglis making his debut after winning the first test by an innings and 242 runs. Australian selectors are expected to stay with the same lineup for the second test, also in Gaul. The Super Rugby Pacific season 2025 begins in just over a week. It will be a massive year for Australian rugby, with the British and Irish Lions set to tour. Representatives from all 11 clubs attended the season's launch in Sydney's Little Bay Beach. There's been a massive change in Australia, with 5 teams now condensed into 4, the Reds, Waratahs, the Brumbies and Western Force. Former rugby league player Joseph Suwali is set to make his debut for New South Wales when his side takes on the Highlanders in Sydney next Friday.
I'm feeling great. I feel like just focused on, getting better every day. Yeah, still learning a lot. But I love it. I feel like that's just the challenge of, coming across and, learning the new code. But I did play as a kid, so it's not completely new.
In tennis, Australia's Alex de Minaur is through to the round of 16 of the ATP Tour event in the Netherlands. The world number 8 will face Czech Republic's Jakub Mensik in the second round of the Rotterdam Open. That's after he breezed past Belgium's David Goffin in straight sets, 6-2, 6-4. Meanwhile, Alexei Popyrin has been eliminated. NBA superstar Luka Doncic says he was as stunned as anyone to find out he was traded from the Dallas Mavericks to the LA Lakers. The league's reigning scoring champion moved in a blockbuster swap deal with Lakers center Anthony Davis. Doncic says while he's happy to be at the team he claims is the biggest in the world, he still can't understand why the move happened. And that's the latest in sport.
And a quick look at the national weather now in Brisbane. Possible showers, cloudy for Sydney. A shower or two for Canberra, mostly sunny in Hobart, in Adelaide and Perth, sunny, and a possible storm in Darwin with a top of 33. There's more on the ABC News app and on ABC iView. I'm Dan Borsha. Thanks for your company. We're now taking you to the National Press Club in Canberra, where Independent MP Zoe Daniel is giving her address. Thanks for your company.
Today at the National Press Club, Independent MP for the Melbourne seat of Goldstein, Zoe Daniel. After winning the Blue Ribbon seat in 2022, she will discuss doing politics differently and the future of the independence movement. Zoe Daniel with today's National Press Club address.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the National Press Club and Westpac Address, where we are meeting on Ngunnawal and Ngambri country, Canberra. My name is Laura Tingle, I'm the club's president. 15 years ago, a hung parliament and minority government were concepts which left many voters very uncomfortable. In more recent times, their support for community independence has shown voters are not only comfortable with the idea, but willingly embrace it. The parliament just finishing has seen growing diversity in who sits on the crossbench, and polls suggest that will continue beyond the election, whatever the ultimate numbers emerge on polling day. To reflect on the experience to date and put the case for the role independents play, please welcome the member for Goldstein, Zoe Daniel. Thank you, Laura. Good afternoon, everyone. In an era of misinformation, spin and distraction, politics too often rewards performance over progress and fear over facts. Standing here at the National Press Club, I welcome the chance for a real national conversation where questions are asked in real time and ideas are tested. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. With an election imminent, as a nation and as a community, we have a choice, and not the uninspiring red tie, blue tie choice we're presented with in the media every day. A moment of real truth. For decades, Australians have been told a lie that has shaped our politics, our media, and our expectations of government. We've been told that only the major parties can govern, that they and only they can solve the problems we face. But as I ask my constituents when I go door knocking around my electorate of Goldstein, let me ask you in this room, do you feel like they've been solving them? Is the tax system fair? Is housing more available and affordable? Has climate action been strong enough? Are women safer? Is life getting easier for families? I can tell you their answer is almost always no. In fact, a voter at one focus group said it's a choice between shit and shitter. So at this election, we come to a fork in the road. One way is to continue with the same old of politics as usual, swapping between two sides that promise change but reliably deliver disappointment. The other, a parliament that truly reflects what people really need and care about. A way that chooses hope, aspiration and problem solving over fear and negativity, or a pathological lack of ambition. A way that finds an uncommon and welcome middle path in an increasingly polarised and angry left and right world. A way that will permanently change the direction of politics in Australia. A way to the era of independence. Almost 3 years ago, as you know, the voters of Goldstein and other electorates around the country were given a new choice. Not between the major parties, but between a major party and a community independent. I was asked to run by a community organisation, Voices of Goldstein, made up of people who were sick of the rorts, the entitlement, and the appalling lack of policy action for a better long-term future, who felt that we had lost not only our courage, but also our heart. They wanted hope, but they also wanted backbone. In Goldstein, the local LNP franchise holder had never crossed the floor once on any issue. Follow the leader. That's the party way, right? Especially if you want a ministry. That election, in 6 seats and in the Senate race for the ACT, voters had the courage to follow the example of communities in Indi and Warringah, to change the habits of a lifetime, and to vote for a way of doing politics differently. And doing politics differently is what we've done. Laura Tingle, Michelle Grattan, and Annabelle Crabb, all women, how about that, have noted the impact of the increased number of community independents on the crossbench. Real people with real life experience asking real questions. Real and good faith negotiation behind the scenes, real amendments to make legislation better, real policy proposals. As Annabelle put it, there is no doubt that the presence in the Parliament of these independents has had a profound effect on the place. The community independents on the crossbench have become the literal and figurative spine of the House. We have not been cowed by name-calling and mansplaining, by those heckling like schoolyard bullies in question time, nor by the outsized dirty tactics outside it. We have stuck to our promises to our voters that we would listen to our communities and do what was in their best interests based on the evidence and the best outcomes for most people. I advocated for the stage 3 tax cuts to be broadened, for example, having repeatedly surveyed my community to gather the evidence for it. As individuals, each of us brings our own perspectives and experience, not as career politicians, but people with different backgrounds, all working parents with deep experience in business, charities, the law, sport, health, and media. I was a foreign correspondent, as you know, before I became an MP. Conflict zones and civil unrest, refugee camps, terrorism, climate disasters, geopolitics, Wall Street, Trump. I've seen it all. Having seen cyclones, floods, bushfires across the world, and having been to the melting Arctic, it's no surprise to me that insurance premiums are skyrocketing. If you think climate policy is a woke issue, wait until you see the spike in your insurance premiums after the LA fires. Ask Peter Dutton and Anthony Albanese, what are you going to do for me? when I can't insure my house? These answers aren't easy to find, but for God's sake, we can't just keep ignoring the question. I've seen destructive populism and what it leads to, too, in Africa, Asia, and of course the US. I could no longer sit shouting at the TV and wait for someone else to do something. And at the end of the day, despite the obvious disincentives for entering politics, especially for a woman, it was my kids who said, someone has to do something for us, Mum. And so what have I done? Who raised changing the way HECS is calculated to reduce the impact on our kids and alleviate cost of living pressure? Who connected the minister directly with sexual assault survivors on university campuses, leading to a student ombudsman? Who made sure 43% carbon emission reduction was locked in and legislated as a floor, not a ceiling, by 2030? Who made sure women are considered upfront and in the law by the National Reconstruction Fund, Jobs and Skills Australia, and in the Fair Work Act? Who has pushed the government to support families via women's wages, including workers in the care sector, and to empower women for a more productive economy? Who made restoring the single parent payment such a major public issue that the government found the courage to do it, to stop women having to choose between violence and poverty? Who has elevated family, domestic and sexual violence, making it one of the most visible issues in this country? Who first asked for a doxing ban and an anti-Semitism envoy and pressed for religious security grants to be fast-tracked after October 7, 2023? Who got eating disorder support at home funded? Who's had the government on the ropes over banning gambling ads? Who first flagged a duty of care for social media companies? Anyone who says, what have you done? Well, how long have you got? And the crossbench is far from done. Because if not us, who? Seriously. Reform is not easy and often not immediately popular. Bob Hawke and Paul Keating faced resistance in their trade-off between real wage cuts and the introduction of improved, more equitable social services and benefits. Likewise, John Howard changed Australia's gun laws. Of those voters old enough to remember courageous political leadership, few would want to go back to the days before those overdue changes. It's nearly a quarter of a century since the last genuine economic reform, the Howard government's introduction of the GST. Since then, we've had climate wars, culture wars, and poisonous party politics that has seen prime ministers come and go like peak hour trains. What we haven't had is the courage to properly deal with the economic and technological revolution happening the world over. This is not optional. If we don't rise to meet these challenges, our legacy to future generations will be one of decline. We need a bold outlook, one that is future-focused, one that unleashes the power of women to fully participate in the workforce to help drive Australian productivity, one that maximises the generational opportunity that is the transition to net zero and the natural economic advantages this country has to be a world leader in renewable energy. And we need a better tax system, not one that increases taxes, one that stops using working Australians as tax mules, particularly younger Australians trying to get into their first homes. And we must get serious about ensuring that big corporations making huge profits pay their fair share. Other countries do it, yet we're so frightened of upsetting the multinationals that we don't. I've been advocating for a properly funded, properly resourced inquiry into tax and revenue reform with everything on the table since before the last election. So far, what have we got? A token change to taxes on fossil fuel companies from the government, and to quote the Liberals' own allies in the IPA, the coalition lacks any sort of economic narrative. Last election, for my honesty in wanting to reduce the income tax burden for everyone, Goldstein's letterboxes were literally stuffed with falsehoods about taxing the family home and worse. Recently, in this very forum, my colleague Allegra Spender launched a comprehensive green paper on tax reform, an initiative applauded by respected economists. For that, she's been subjected to a campaign of lies, as am I, from a liberal front called Australians for Prosperity, an Orwellian title if ever I saw one, funded by the coal lobby to do the coalition's dirty work. I mean, seriously, grow up and have an adult conversation. Your country needs you. Because without genuine tax reform, without putting everything on the table, we will be locking in a lower quality of life for our children. Do we really want to be the first generation since the Great Depression to leave that as our legacy because we were too gutless to even talk about it? Meanwhile, I'm all for small business support. But while Peter Dutton's deductible dinners may be popular with some, they aren't going to help our kids buy a house. And they won't alleviate the red tape for those businesses either. Mr. Dutton recently said wage rises for low-paid, largely female early childhood education workers were a sugar hit for inflation. And tax-deductible munchers aren't. And while I'm at it, Labor, find your guts. You are so cowed by your own fear of failure that you are causing your own demise. Promise of a federal Environment Protection Authority, too hard, the corporates don't like it. Environment reforms generally, same. Gambling ad bans, same. Tax multinational gas profits, same. Media reform, oh God no, Murdoch, in the bin with that. And a visionary structural change, affordable, accessible, universal early childhood education to take real cost of living pressure off families, empower women and grow our kids. At best, baby steps. Do better. Those political sleeve shops I mentioned earlier, and their fellow travellers, don't like this kind of direct language. And they play dirty, real dirty. Last year, I was the subject of a referral to the National Anti-Corruption Commission from a former Liberal MP who lost his seat to a community independent at the last election. Playing the same old grubby politics as usual, he promptly publicised the referral to maximise political damage to me before the mail had even hit the desk at the NAC. That's right. When I called the NAC to inquire about the details of the referral after it hit the press, the Commission had not even received it. And that was the point. It's the lowest form of politics, spreading lies to win. And they keep on coming, on billboards, in letterboxes, with tiny, tiny, tiny fine print authorised by, guess who? One journalist once said to me, "It's politics, you've got to expect that." No, you don't. And nor should the Australian public. We can do better, and we must. Because in this time of extreme personal stress and household hardship, what we're getting from the major parties is timidity from Anthony Albanese and everything weaponised everywhere, all the time, from Peter Dutton, including politicising anti-Semitism, which is a disgrace. And the Greens, grandstanding irresponsibly at the other end of the spectrum. Meanwhile, ordinary Australians shake their heads and mutter, "They don't care about us." They only care about themselves and winning. Barack Obama reportedly had a sign on his desk stating, "Hard things are hard." Intergenerational equity, tax reform, housing, cost of living, crime, climate change, information wars, real wars, all hard, really hard. All require reason and care. And here, that requires a crossbench to fight for the centre. Not the political middle, but the politics of reason. As Israeli centrist Yair Zivan put it in The Economist not so long ago, the values around which centrism is built are the importance of moderation, pragmatism and compromise, an embrace of complexity, a commitment to liberal democracy, the belief in equality of opportunity, and the belief that through balancing tensions, people's lives can be made better. If centrism is to counter the fear and anger which dominate political discourse, the answer is to become the politics of hope. People elected independents because they wanted an alternative kind of leadership, something braver, something truer, something direct, something real. When I was US Bureau Chief at the ABC, I spent a lot of time talking to Trump supporters. Some, surprisingly, had voted for Obama, looking for disruption, and then disappointed they voted for Trump, still looking for disruption. The voters are casting around, trying to change the system. Here in Australia, the independents are the disruptors. Now, it may be disappointing for you. I won't be dancing Trump style on this stage. And I won't be taking my policy lead from Elon Musk. But I have questions. Does the appointment of Jacinta Nampy-Jinpa-Price as Shadow Minister for Government Efficiency make her the Elon Musk of the Dutton administration? And does the plan to cut the public service, as in those who deliver health services, the NDIS, federal policing and such, mean a return to the Coalition's previous policy of handing out billions to consultants who tell them what they want to hear? And should we expect a sequel to the horrors of robo-debt? Meanwhile, Senator Price's initial signature announcement, cutting federal funding to support Welcome to Country ceremonies, or $450,000 of it, well, I guess that's government waste fixed. Mr. Dutton has dubbed community independence a radical, extreme communist movement. So it's radical to support broad-based tax reform, extreme to address the existential threat of climate change, and communist to demand the government not tax unrealised capital gains in any changes to superannuation arrangements. When one side bases its pre-election approach on what can be recognised, and the other plays defence by default, who's coming up with the vision? Who's providing the hope? The community independents on the crossbench, who behave like normal, reasonable people. And that's much needed, because real reform takes time and it takes patience. If you look at the National Anti-Corruption Commission, for example, that was legislated in this parliamentary term, that took the Greens and several independents to drive it for more than a decade before it became law. And arguably, it's still too weak. But who took the lead on that? When the major parties would have preferred to campaign on anything other than integrity. Helen Haines, of course, the community independent member for Indi. And before Helen, her predecessor, Kathy McGowan. And who elevated climate change properly onto the national agenda? Zali Steggall. Even without the balance of power in this term of government, it is the crossbench that has been the driving force behind innovation and the improvement of legislation. And there is more than one way to skin a cat. Without the balance of power, the way is to stack up the evidence for the change and push. Gather a support base, build a social licence, and push again. Get in a room with a minister, their staff, and a red pen, and go through the bill, line by line, in good faith. Collaborate with senators with common interests. Build the momentum in the House, and then seek their help to finish the job. Who is in the chamber during detailed debates on legislation? Only the independents, often for hours at a time, grilling ministers, enforcing accountability, seeking answers, prosecuting amendments. This is the grunt work that we do on behalf of our communities and all Australians. Independence is the only true reflection of community ambition, listening and acting on what truly matters. For a start in Goldstein, that means, for example, working to secure a much needed MRI machine for Sandringham Hospital, so that tens of thousands of residents in southeast Melbourne aren't left waiting months for essential medical assessments. It also means investing in youth mental health services to address the alarming rise in eating disorders, to ensure that young people get the care they need, when they need it, at home, not in hospital. Contrast that with what the previous Morrison government delivered to Goldstein. Imaginary car parks. A dodgy scheme so brazen that the Auditor General called it an appalling case of pork barrelling. And when a local council dared to suggest that money could be better spent elsewhere, the Morrison government didn't just ignore them, they threatened to cut off future funding for that council's ratepayers. Meanwhile, few episodes demonstrate the failure of the old politics more starkly than this government's refusal to implement the key finding of the late Peter Murphy's inquiry into gambling, that is to ban all gambling advertising. Despite all of the evidence, the government is more worried about the vested interests than the health and mental well-being of its citizens. If anything demonstrates the potential upside of a parliament where the crossbench holds the balance of power, the gutlessness of the Albanese government when it comes to banning all gambling ads is it in a nutshell. It has been a privilege and an honour to represent the people of Goldstein in this parliament, and so it would be should they choose to elect me for a second term. I may or may not win my marginal seat again. It'll be tight. But I will say this about the future, given that it has been the subject of considerable commentary. There is no reason to fear a power-sharing parliament, a balanced parliament. The Gillard years between 2010 and 2013 were more productive than any parliament we have seen since. In the last 20 years, Australia's had no fewer than 14 minority governments, federal, state and territory. Their quality has depended on the capabilities of the participants rather than their ideological DNA. A balanced federal parliament wouldn't just be a political shift. It would be a declaration that the Australian electorate is done for good with the broken cycle of partisan gridlock. With more than 30% of voters and rising turning their backs on the Coles and Woolies of politics, it's clear the old way of doing things is done. I promised my community to look at every issue on its merits, on the evidence, and not do deals. I stand by that 100%. Should the voters of Goldstein decide to give me their vote again, these will be my key priorities. First, ending the siege on working Australians. The days of income taxpayers carrying the load while multinationals and billion-dollar industries dodge their fair share must end. A full tax review is essential. Closing loopholes, stopping the rorts, and ensuring multinationals pay up so we can cut energy costs and fund real climate action. Universal early childhood education and care. A pathway to low, flat fee care for every family. Because access to early learning should be a right, not a privilege. It boosts female workforce participation, lifts productivity, and sets children up for success. A full commitment to the renewable energy transition. Energy policy uncertainty is poison for business. No more half measures, no more delays. Business is ready, investment is waiting. Let's go. A national housing accord, bringing together federal, state and local governments, unions, banks, industry and civil society to address the housing crisis with a unified vision for a 20-year housing framework. And no more gambling ads. Australians have made it clear. They want them gone. This isn't up for debate. A balanced parliament isn't just possible, it's absolutely necessary. This election is not just about who sits in the Prime Minister's chair. It's about whether we keep settling for a system that serves itself, or whether we demand something better. More of the same will only give us more of the same. The real risk isn't change. The real risk is expecting the same people to fix the problems they created. That's why I'm here. Frankly, it would be much easier to be watching this speech than giving it. I'm inviting you to rise to this moment too, because independence works. And in 2025, we have the power to make it work for all of us. And finally, I say to our young people, your independents are here for you. Have hope. We will be your backbone in the people's house. You have my word. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Zoe. If we look back at 2022, a lot of the independents ran on a few issues, corruption, climate action, and treatment of women were really dominant ones. Now, it feels like we've moved on from here, and in some ways you've got a more specific agenda for the next term of Parliament, even as particularly the Coalition has a very non-specific agenda, if we could put it that politely. I just wonder how that plays out, presuming that you and the other independents are re-elected at the next election. How would you work the negotiations with the major parties on the presumption, based on current polls, that we are looking at a minority government? Would you work together? How would you do it?
I think it's good to put a set of priorities on the table, and the others will have different ones, I'm sure. I don't think it would be any real surprise across the chamber that that's the range of priorities that I'm flagging, because these are the kinds of things that I talk about all the time. I think that the initial pillars of the 2022 elections still stand, because a lot of them haven't actually changed much. Neither of the major parties have a 2035 climate target. Economic policy is very vague. I don't see any particular gender equality policy positioning from the Coalition specifically. And I think the umbrella issue of integrity in politics and trust is still one of the driving issues or undercurrents within the electorate. As to what the nature of those negotiations might be, I don't know. With some distance out from election. This is one of the reasons to have this conversation today, and to put some of those priority areas out there, and then to try to provoke the conversation potentially over the next couple of months.
Julia Hare has a question.
I think you kind of answered it there, but just getting down to brass tacks. If we do have a hung parliament after the next election, and there's a lot of predictions that we will, given that you've described one side of politics as gutless and the other as weaponised, the question is, which way would you swing, and what would the negotiations involve to convince you to go with one team or another?
Yeah, so with apologies to the ABC lunchtime audience, but I'm with the focus group participant, shit and shitter. And I'm also a lifelong swinging voter, and I'm the person who's gone into the polling booth and thought, who am I going to vote for? Because neither of these are really representing me. And then that potentially will translate to having to make a balance of power decision. So the really honest answer is I'm still working through my thinking on that. And
We're taking you live now to Parliament House, where the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, is speaking with the Health Minister.
Saying floods. Sincere condolences for the family and friends of a woman who was found outside England, 82 years of age. This is the second loss of life that we've seen in the Queensland floods. The Australian Government continues to provide every support possible. Jenny McAllister remains on the ground there, working closely with the Premier, David Crisafulli. I'm in regular contact with David Crisafulli and will be personally engaging there as well. To this afternoon's announcement, which is a cracker that I'm very pleased with. My government, as you know, is very much committed to strengthening Medicare as part of building Australia's future. We understand that building Australia's future is more than just bricks and mortar. It's about the health services, the education that Australians need, and at a time where we've just had votes and have adopted the free take legislation through the House of Representatives opposed by the coalition. Budgets and government decisions are about priorities. Our priority is strengthening Medicare, not ensuring that every taxpayer pays for some to get a free lunch or a karaoke night or a weekend away at the cost of low and middle income earners. Australians rely upon Medicare as the centre of our healthcare. And today I can announce that we're delivering an additional $1.7 billion to properly fund public hospitals and health services next year. This funding will be delivered to states and territories to help cut waiting lists, to reduce waiting times in emergency rooms, and to manage ramping. This matters to people, and this decision today will help save lives and lead to better outcomes for our nation's hospitals. This builds on what we're doing to strengthen Medicare, whether it be this additional support for our hospital system or, of course, our support for primary health care, our tripling of the bulk billing incentive, making medicines cheaper, the delivery of 87 urgent care clinics, providing the health care that people need when they need it in 87 different locations around Australia. More than 1 million Australians, 1/3 of whom are under the age of 15, have received the help that they need, and all they've needed is their Medicare card, not their credit card. We know that there's more to do, but we know that this is absolutely central. Labor created Medicare and will protect it and will strengthen it. Under this new agreement, the Commonwealth contribution to state-run hospitals will increase by 12% to a record almost $34 billion in 2025-2026. To give you some idea of what that means, in the Northern Territory gets the largest increase, a 30% increase, as a result of the fact that they need this investment. Right across every state and territory, this means a double-digit increase in Commonwealth funding for their public hospitals. This is absolutely central. Healthcare was the first issue that I engaged in as a very young man. It's what brought me into politics. Nothing's more important than strengthening Medicare, helping to deliver the healthcare Australians need, and I'm very proud of today's announcement. The Minister.
Well, thank you, Prime Minister. This is a really landmark deal between the states, the territories and the Commonwealth. There are around 700 public hospitals in Australia that employ around 500,000 hardworking doctors, nurses, allied health professionals and support staff. And for the 41 years of Medicare, a core part of the Medicare principles has been the universal access of Australians to a high-quality public hospital system free of charge. The states operate the public hospitals, but the Commonwealth must always be a reliable partner to ensure that that core Medicare principle is always able to be enjoyed by every single Australian. We have a terrific public hospital system in Australia, staffed by some of the best trained doctors, nurses and health professionals anywhere on the planet. But it is a hospital system under very, very serious pressure. Our population is getting older and it's getting sicker. There is more complex chronic disease in our community, which is placing additional pressures on our hospital system as it is other parts of the healthcare system. But there is also still a long tail of COVID. There is a higher acuity in a whole range of disease areas that is impacting the public hospital system, and ongoing workforce pressures that stem from the enormous pressure that our doctors, nurses and other professionals faced over those years of the emergency period of the pandemic. Because of increases in activity and demand for public hospitals and very big increases in the prices, largely due to wage pressure in the public hospital system, under existing arrangements, the Commonwealth's share of public hospital funding is dropping, and without intervention would drop substantially below 40% of the total hospital budget of our system. The existing arrangements, just like in relation to the NDIS, simply aren't fit for purpose. And at the National Cabinet meeting the Prime Minister had with Premiers and Chief Ministers back in December 2023, our government reaffirmed the Commonwealth's role as a reliable partner to states in the delivery of this core Medicare principle: public hospital system, accessible to all, completely free of charge. Now, we've already invested in that commitment through 87 Medicare urgent care clinics, as the Prime Minister said. We've distributed additional funding to states, particularly to deal with longer stay older patients. That is, older Australians who are frankly stuck in the hospital system for way beyond the clinically necessary time. A very significant pressure on the proper functioning of our hospital system. But the Prime Minister also committed to a new 5-year deal with states and territories that would ensure that the Commonwealth paid a fair share of the hospital operating budget. Now, we've not been able to conclude a 5-year deal in time, in part because the Prime Minister rightly sought to ensure that we were able to get the NDIS reforms through with states and territories as well, in part because I think the WA government has now gone into caretaker, and unlike schools funding arrangements, we are not legislatively able to do separate hospital funding agreements with separate jurisdictions. It is an all-in arrangement. So all jurisdictions have agreed over recent days to a single year rollover agreement for 25-26, which in addition to the usual increases that they would be expecting under existing arrangements, include this $1.7 billion top-up. Now, that will still result in states providing a growing share of the public hospital operating budget right across the country, but it is substantial additional funds from the Commonwealth to assist state governments, Liberal and Labor alike, with these additional pressures. And I want to just reinforce what the Prime Minister said about the Northern Territory. For well over a decade, the Northern Territory has received a grossly inequitable level of Commonwealth funding for its hospital system. Without intervention, the Commonwealth's share of funding for the NT public hospitals would drop well below 30%, requiring the NT government to fund more than 70% of the operating costs of arguably one of the most pressured public hospital systems in the jurisdiction. Well, our government is determined to fix this historical inequity. The 30% increase in hospital funding for the NT will address something that should have been fixed at some time over the past decade. We are fixing it this year. It will make an enormous difference to a hospital system that faces some particularly unique pressures, whether it's in Alice, in Darwin, or in other parts of the system across the territory. Now, if I can just finish by saying there could not be a clearer difference between this Prime Minister's approach to ensuring the Commonwealth is a reliable partner in the operation of this core part of the Medicare system and the approach that Peter Dutton had when he was the Health Minister. Remember, instead of digging in and making sure that his government was a reliable partner, he tried to walk away from funding agreements that have been struck by Prime Minister Gillard with state and territory governments, Liberal and Labor alike, and cut $50 billion from Commonwealth funding, something that the Liberal Premier Mike Baird then described as a kick in the guts. He tried to introduce an emergency department fee for every person presenting to one of the 9 million presentations we see to our EDs every single year. Well, that's not this Prime Minister's approach. It's not this government's approach. Medicare is our highest priority, and a properly functioning public hospital system is a core part of that.
Thanks very much. Well, I'll take questions on this first. On this, sure.
And agreed to lift the Commonwealth proportion of public hospital funding in return for the states agreeing to take over foundational supports for the NDIS. Is this money a part of that? And is it conditional if the states, which I understand haven't actually come on board yet on foundational agreements, don't meet it, do they get this 1.7 billion?
Well, in fact, what we're seeing is really constructive engagement from the states in the reform of the NDIS. And this agreement, to put it in real dollar terms of what it means, Commonwealth funding, the current financial year is $30.19 billion to the states. Next year, it will be $33.91 billion. So this is a really important agreement in recognition that we need to do more, in recognition of how important this is. To everyone hears stories about the delays that occur in emergency departments, the pressure that our public hospitals are under. What this funding will do, when combined with the other measures we're doing to stop people having to go to an emergency department, that's what the 1 million visits plus to urgent care clinics is all about.
Donald Trump said that the US
Go to health. We've got a $1.7 billion announcement, and then I'm happy to take others, but sure.
First question. So the states are going to get access to this 1.7 billion without having to do any of the commitments around the foundational supports. And if that's the case, doesn't it seem like the states have just run down the clock on talks and got what they wanted anyway in terms of hospital funding for at least this first year?
No, that's not right. States and territory governments are engaged, including on foundational reform, in putting in place the mechanisms, and the discussions have been really constructive. Those measures are being put in place. Today, as Mark has said, the WA government goes into caretaker mode. We have managed to get this agreement signed up. State and territory jurisdictions are very positive about this, and indeed there's been ongoing dialogue between myself on a bilateral basis. I've spoken to a range of premiers and chief ministers over recent days in order to get this across the line.
Can I add to that?
Sure.
That the Prime Minister's right. The Commonwealth is very satisfied with progress on NDIS rule reform and also the development of foundational supports. But states and territories understand that the conclusion of a 5-year deal, which is what they're after and what was committed by the Prime Minister at the National Cabinet meeting in December 2023, remains tied to that NDIS reform process continuing as it would. And so this is a 1-year rollover. It does not deliver exactly what the states would have got in the first year of a 5-year agreement. The negotiation of the 5-year agreement continues between jurisdictions and remains tied to positive progress on NDIS reform.
One of the biggest issues facing public hospitals has been the mass resignation of psychiatrists in New South Wales. What's your view on the way that situation's evolved, and will this funding help?
Well, obviously, this will provide additional funding to the New South Wales government, which is the jurisdiction you're talking about, Natasha, to deal with wage pressure in the system. And there is wage pressure right across the public health system for nurses and for parts of the medical workforce as well. So additional funding obviously enables them to deal with some of those pressures. But the exact wage negotiation you're referring to is obviously a matter for the New South Wales government. I've made it clear, in my view, that the mass resignation of such an important part of the public health workforce would be really quite catastrophic for a range of consumers and their families and the system more broadly. So encouraging all parties to get back to the table and try to resolve this, but also at the same time voicing my enormous admiration for the work of public psychiatrists. This is one of the toughest jobs in the health system that we have. I want to see that resolved. I'm sure everyone in New South Wales does as well.
How many more questions have we got on this? Could I get an indication? Just so 1, 2, and there was one over here. Okay, so we'll do those 3 and then we'll open up more broadly.
Sure. So we've just seen today that there's been increasing reliance on state budgets, that the ratings agencies are threatening to downgrade states. Are you worried that over time the federal government's going to have to pick up an even larger tab for state governments? This is just the start of a much larger funding from the federal coffers.
Yeah, well, a tenet of our hospital funding agreements, going back to the agreement struck by Prime Minister Gillard, has been funding growth caps that the Commonwealth insists on. So that gives us control in terms of our fiscal exposure, but also ensures that there's a lever there to encourage efficient delivery of public hospital services by states. That remains the position of the Commonwealth. It remains a central part of our negotiating position, was very clearly articulated in the agreement, if I can call it that, from the National Cabinet meeting in December 2023. That also is a part of the NDIS agreement between states and territories. I guess what today's announcement reflects is the growth funding cap in place right now is not fit for purpose, given the price growth in the system, particularly through wages growth, but also the activity growth. We're seeing a system that's under enormous pressure because of those things I talked about, an ageing population, more complex chronic disease. So yes, we will maintain disciplines that control fiscal exposure from the Commonwealth, and we'll do that going forward.
Yeah.
Commonwealth funding increases every year because hospitals cost more to run. Every year, hospital inflation, health inflation runs higher than household inflation, and there's a 6.5% cap and acknowledgement of that. Is this just business as usual? Is this just the annual increase, or does it go beyond the 6.5% cap?
No, well, could I indicate very clearly, this is additional funding. This is additional funding to states and territories that will make an enormous difference. And if you look at New South Wales, for example, the extra one-off additional funding is $407 million. In the media release, you'll have all the state and territory figures for all 8 jurisdictions.
Just ask my question. So if I may, can I take you on to the Middle East? I mean, this is a huge breaking story. We would be very keen to hear your reaction. Donald Trump, the US president, says the US will take over and own the Gaza Strip. Do you support that position, Prime Minister?
Well, I've said before that I don't intend to have a running commentary on the President of the United States' statements.
She's the major foreign policy with though.
Hang on, it's not a dialogue. It's, well, if you let me answer, what Australia's position is the same as it was this morning, as it was last year, and it was 10 years ago, and it was under the government. The Australian government support and a bipartisan basis a 2-state solution in the Middle East.
But explain that apart, hasn't he, Prime Minister, with his statement? Because, you know, the US is such a big hand in this. Do you think what he's proposing is in accordance with international law? And can you confirm you're considering mandatory minimum sentences for terrorist offences in Australia?
That was a smoother segue than that by the SBS. So congratulations, Andrew. On the first, our position remains the same. We want to see, as have Australian governments for a long period of time, going back to John Howard's comments about the need to find a settlement to the Palestinian question. We have had a long-standing bipartisan position for a 2-state solution. On the issue of anti-Semitism, we have a very clear position. I want to see people who are perpetrators of what are crimes, hunted down, put in the clink and dealt with. That's what I want, and we'll provide all of the authorities the resources to do so.
Question on anti-Semitism at the end. There's a bill before Parliament now on hate speech. There's an amendment from the crossbench on making it a criminal offence to promote hatred. Do you see any merit in that amendment against promoting hatred?
Well, there's a range of amendments, and I understand. I, quite frankly, have been dealing with premiers and chief ministers. I'm sure there'll be more than one amendment from more than one crossbencher. We'll deal with that. We're engaging constructively. I want to see as much support as possible for the legislation and to do it in a way that gathers that. I don't think this should be an issue of political disagreement. We saw yesterday the Parliament come together and unanimously support a resolution. One.
There's been 2 people arrested in Perth today for the anti-Semitic graffiti that happened there over the weekend. Just following up those comments you said just before, these 2 people appear to be Australian citizens. Are you aware if there have been any non-citizens who've been convicted of anti-Semitic crimes over the past 6 months, years, sort of since it's been going on, and how are we keeping tabs on whether the people's visas should be cancelled?
Well, you've answered your own question. You've answered your own question. I'm not aware of any non-citizens, but in terms of the arrests, there have been a range of arrests made, including under Operation Aberlote and by state and territory jurisdictions, and what that indicates is that the police are getting on with the job that they have, and that's a good thing.
Do you acknowledge that what President Trump has said today does little to further progress a 2-state solution? And have you spoken to the President since his inauguration?
Again, multiple questions. I refer to my previous answers, which are that Australia supports on a bipartisan basis a 2-state solution in the Middle East.
You have been consistent about the need for countries to follow international rules. You've argued whether it's China or Russia against blatant land grabs. Would what Donald Trump is proposing fit that category?
Look, I'm not going to have a running commentary on statements by the President of the United States. I've made that very clear.
This is no ordinary statement, though. This is a potentially history-changing statement, and there's a real prospect that the US will ask allies like Australia to support it. Are you prepared to send Australian military into the Gaza in some sort of coalition of a willing peacekeeping mission? Is Australia prepared to help fund the rebuilding of Gaza?
When it comes to our position, we have not received any request regarding the rebuilding of Gaza. What we have said, though, clearly, we've supported a ceasefire, we've supported hostages being released, and we've supported aid getting into Gaza. There is a need to do that, and Australia is willing to assist getting aid into Gaza to provide that support. We have done so. That is consistent with what Australian governments have always done, which is to provide support.
It's not just what he said, it's the finer detail. He says he wants to resettle Palestinians away. He said he wanted to turn the Gaza Strip into the Riviera of the Middle East. Can you at least conceive that is not conducive of Middle East peace?
My job is to give Australia's position, and Australia's position is to support a bipartisan position, one where both Israelis and Palestinians can live in peace and security. Thanks very much.
Laws, Myanmar, China, Russia. If we don't speak clearly about our position on whether this is a violation of international law, doesn't that undermine our credibility when we're speaking on those other issues?
Not at all. What I've said, though, is that we will be consistent as we are, but I've also said that I'm not going to, as Australia's Prime Minister, give a daily commentary on statements by the US President. My job is to support Australia's position. My job here today, I'll tell you what Australians will be concerned about. They're concerned about Medicare, they're concerned about education, they're concerned about whether they have access to free tape, the debate that we've just had. I'll continue to engage in that. We will, of course, what we do is we take considered positions when matters of international affairs are raised, and we do so in a manner that is consistent with Australia's values. And I can't be stronger than saying what Australia's bipartisan position has been for a long period of time, across multiple governments, across many decades. And of course, the United Nations, when Australia played historically a very important role in the creation of the State of Israel. It's something that we, the Labor Party and my government and other governments consistently since then have supported. But those governments have also supported what happened then, which was the creation of two states, not just one. And that remains my position, and it has been a bipartisan position up to this point. Thanks very much.
That was Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Health Minister Mark Butler speaking at a media in Canberra, announcing a $1.7 billion boost to public hospitals with a focus of cutting waiting lists. The Prime Minister said this is a response to the clear need right across the nation. The funding will be delivered to states and territories to help cut waiting lists, to reduce waiting times in emergency rooms and to manage ramping. And the Prime Minister says it builds on strengthening Medicare, with a particular focus on the Northern Territory, a 30% increase to hospitals there because of the higher need, with Mr Butler saying that there has been a reduction of funding over the last decade, and this really goes to addressing that. And the Prime Minister saying there are double-digit increases for every state and territory. Let's bring in Chief Digital Political Correspondent Jacob Grieber, who's been watching along. Jacob, a major pre-election announcement on healthcare now.
It is. It's a sign that this campaign that we've been watching unfold in an unannounced nature is getting very close. Government, of course, and the opposition these days very acutely aware that by the time the election is called, people are already thinking about how they'll vote. So this is preparing the ground. One of the other drivers of this announcement, Dan, is the fact that Western Australia the Premier goes to the Governor today, and as Mark Butler, the Health Minister, explained, with these types of deals, these Commonwealth state deals, when it comes to healthcare, they can't do one individual ones. This is a totality. And so I guess in a sense, the government has been forced to come out with what it wants to do on this deal. They've been negotiating for a new 5-year agreement. This is a 1 year, so in a sense, it's a down payment, but it's the electoral calendars in WA and federally that's driving the announcement today. And obviously, in terms of politics, it allows the Prime Minister to emphasise his priorities, what he says is important to the Australian people, which is adequate healthcare funding. It is, as you said, a 12% increase on what it would have been for the next year. It takes it to $33.9 billion across the states.
And Jacob, the Prime Minister, was also asked a number of times for his response to those comments by US President Donald Trump that have shocked many. The Prime Minister also asked more broadly on hate speech here in Australia.
So on the Gaza comments, yes, very extraordinary developments. It's on face value overturning an awful lot of assumptions about the Middle East, about long-standing policies that date back many decades. The Prime Minister being very careful not to be rushing into any kind of change of position off the back of those, not least because there's not a great deal of detail behind what the President has said publicly, other than to say he sees this opportunity to take over the Gaza Strip. So the Prime Minister very much saying he would not be giving daily commentary on the President's remarks, and that Australia's position, long-standing bipartisan position, is unchanged, and that is that it supports a two-state solution.
Chief Digital Political Correspondent Jacob Grieber reporting from Canberra. And just some breaking news now. Authorities have closed one of Tasmania's most popular bushwalking tracks and forced walkers to turn around due to the threat of an uncontrolled bushfire. The overland track is a multi-day journey between Cradle Mountain and Lake St Clair in Tasmania's Wilderness World Heritage Area. Emergency services say a fire that was sparked by dry lightning on Monday is about 5 kilometres southwest of the track. Walkers who were scheduled to depart from Cradle Mountain today have been stopped. Others already on the track north of Windermere have been instructed to return to Cradle Valley. About 100 walkers have been impacted by the closure. We're going to take you now to Ingham in Queensland, where the Premier of Queensland, David Crisafulli, has been speaking alongside the Commonwealth Minister for Emergency Services, as well as the State Minister for Emergency Services, and they're in that flood-affected area and have been meeting with locals.
All right, everyone. Well, here we are on the ground in Ingham, and I'm here to make sure that we deliver what this community needs. And this community needs help right now, and it needs help more than it has in many, many decades. We have some challenges, including that monsoonal rain continues to hamper the recovery effort. Just yesterday, we were on the ground in Cardwell, and the heavens opened up, and no sooner had we arrived back at disaster headquarters, and the Mayor informed us of monsoonal rain in Mission Beach and Silkwood. And it just shows that this system continues to have some might in it, and we have to make sure we continue to heed those warnings. The Herbert River remains at major levels, and that gives you an indication of how big this flood is. And in a moment, the Mayor will make some reflections on that. But for it to remain so stubbornly high for so long is really going to test the resolve of locals, and it will also mean that the level of damage will be immense. There's no doubt about that. Firstly, before we focus on the damage, the message remains to people we remain in an emergency, and with that means people have to be focused on their personal safety. This community's already lost 2 of its own, and we don't want to see any more loss of life. So first and foremost, please stay safe. And that message goes right across Queensland, including to a new frontier and a new challenge, which I'll address shortly. To the emergency services personnel, we pre-positioned early and had, for example, swiftwater rescue teams here in the far north, and they have done an amazing job. And what an opportunity today to thank the fireys, but across the board, police, SES, AMBOs, all the state agencies. I want to give you an indication of the sort of people who make up the emergency services. I was just speaking to Mark before. Mark's a local fiery here, been here a little over 10 years, and asked him how he's going. He said, no problem. So I said, oh, okay, you're out of flood water? No. He lives in Cooper Street, and his house has been completely inundated. He tried to lift things underneath it, but he's been impacted. And where's he? Here, helping his community. Hasn't had a chance to do his own yet. So that gives you an indication of the sort of people who make up the emergency services, and we're really grateful for what they do. Today, the challenge through the air with the morning system meant that crews were walking across a railway line to get here. So we're doing it by air, we're doing it by foot, and we're doing it by whatever means it takes. But one way or another, we're going to help this community get off the campus. And that's our commitment to every single North Queenslander doing it tough at the moment. Water. Water was a major challenge, and I'm pleased to say that we were able to airlift some generators into here, and that got the system up and running again. There were some communications issues, which has been sorted, but this community didn't have running water for a period. That's now been re-established. So that's one small tick in the journey to returning this community to where it needs to be. Power. I need to address it in 3 parts. Firstly, there is an opportunity to restore power to what's known as the Lower Herbert part of the district. Currently, crews are looking at every opportunity to replace 2 power poles that were knocked over, and also they have choppered-in wires to get to there. Remains a challenge, and generators have actually come on a barge to Lucinda to that point, and crews are throwing everything at that in the hope that maybe power can be reconnected to that part of the district by tomorrow. The next part is the essential assets, and today you've seen a lot of action in the sky where generators have been choppered into some of those essential places, including service stations. You've got a lot of people running really, really low, if not out of fuel, and to have the ability to have generators get fuel stations back online is it's those little things that will make a difference in the next 24 hours. We have brought back things like the hospital and other key assets in the last 48 hours, but that's another piece of the puzzle. The big part remains the substation, and we have chopping in workers, and there are others coming right now on foot to go to that substation and first begin the assessment of how badly impacted it was, and then secondly, work out what needs to be done to get it repaired. That substation is a really, really vital piece of the puzzle. We have also we have also brought in an engineer from Townsville who will be the person to approve immediately once that is repaired, if it is right to go again. So that's just trying to get a little bit ahead of the game so that we can turn it back on as quickly as humanly possible. And I'll be able to update you a little more this afternoon. 2,000 litres of diesel have arrived in Lucinda, and we're looking to do all we can to bring that into some of the different areas, including Trebon, which is just to the west of the township, and that would be an opportunity for people to be able to come in and get it there, and I want to thank the Mayor for what he's done. We continue to work on resupply in terms of some of those perishable food items, and I've mentioned to you that Woolworths and Coles do believe they have enough of the non-perishable in warehouses that they're moving around, but in terms of those non-perishable items, those perishable items, work's being done. I want to thank the Minister for what she's done in that regard. She'll update you about some of the coordination that she has done in the last 24 hours. It's been excellent. Telstra, Cruise, and indeed power supply will continue to be airlifted because there remains pockets without Telstra. We've got service back to Snake Creek, which has enabled the people of Cardwell and indeed the Broad area, Cooktown and others, to be reconnected, but there remains some pockets that aren't, and we're doing all we can in that regard. Above all, it's about people, and I'm here today because floods are about people and communities, and they don't get any more tight-knit than this community. A couple more things. There remains the prospect of more rainfall in throughout parts of Queensland, and that system remains very stubborn. And on the back of that, we're asking people to continue to stay connected and to listen to whatever advice that is. What happened overnight at Mission Beach proves that, and we're asking Queenslanders to do all they can. Georgetown, 600 kilometres west of the coast, had evacuations overnight. There were headstones at the local cemetery that were washed down and away. That people were evacuated from their homes in Georgetown. It gives you an indication of how ferocious this system is and how it is continuing to pack a punch as it moves west. And we're asking communities to stay connected. I want to thank Mayor Barry Hughes for the work he's done in keeping us informed and connected. We're most grateful for that. We are getting police and other essential emergency services into that community, and we'll continue to update on that. School closures. We're down to now 47 schools as of right now that remain closed. That's more than half have been opened. We've been taking the approach of saying to people that the schools that will be on that website from 1 o'clock will be the ones that are closed on the following day. As we start reopening them, I'm urging people just to keep looking a little bit longer, because we've got teams going in to do those assessments, and if they're given the all clear later this afternoon, please stay connected. That website is closures.qld.edu.au, or Google School Closures Queensland. Just keep an eye out. You might be able to get the kids to school tomorrow, but we've made great progress in that. Roads remain a massive challenge. Right now, we've all seen Olera Creek and the lack of connectivity there, and the fact that we've got people going from one side of the bridge to the other by foot to then go and get in to help their fellow North Queenslanders. I really want to thank Nick. Really appreciate your work this morning, mate. Thank you very much. We're normally on different teams, but We're both Bingham boys. We're on the same team today. I can tell you. Yeah. So. Finally, we are here. We have lots to do. We are not going anywhere until it's done. Power, water, phone, cleanliness, getting you back on your feet. And I say that to all the communities, whether it's McNaid or Halifax, whether it's Garoo that's currently cleaning up as they do better than anyone, Mission Beach, Silkwood, wherever you are, Georgetown. We are going to be there with you for the long haul, and we're going to get you back on your feet. What has been thrown at North Queenslanders has been truly a 1 in 100, maybe even more. But people in this part of the world, they are 1 in 100s, and they're pretty tough. And we want them to know that we're going to be with them for the long haul. All right, I'm going to hand over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Premier, and I appreciate very much the opportunity to be here in the town of Ingham and to hear really directly from local people here, from the Mayor, from others, from emergency services personnel about exactly what's been going on here and exactly what is required. I echoed the Premier's message. This is still an emergency situation. Safety remains our #1 concern, and we need to make sure that people are heeding the warnings from emergency services, looking after themselves, looking after their families, and looking after their neighbours. Our thoughts really are with the families and the friends of the people who have lost their lives in this community. This will be a heavy burden for this community to carry, and our hearts really go out to all of the people who are suffering and grieving today. I want to say that we wish to be good partners to Queensland and to Queenslanders. The Australian Government doesn't lead this response, but we are here, we are supporting, we are engaged, and we are doing everything we can to provide the resources that are required for these communities to get back on their feet and to get through this emergency situation safely. And we're here today in regional Queensland to listen and to understand. The Premier referred just now to the challenges that have emerged from the very significant damage to the bridge at Ollery Creek. I can inform Queenslanders that the Australian Government and the ADF has accepted a request from the Queensland Government to support them in providing a temporary crossing at that site. We will be working, our ADF personnel will be working with the Queensland Transport authorities to establish a safe and temporary solution here. Now, it's a partial solution to a significant problem. The solution that is likely to be viable will be single lane, and it will be for emergency services personnel primarily and for local residents. It is not a complete solution, but is a first step in addressing a very significant challenge for the Bruce Highway, and we look forward to seeing our personnel working very closely together on that challenge in the coming days. The Premier also referred to the resupply challenges that are impacting most particularly communities that have been isolated, but more generally across the far north. Today, our government is convening a meeting of the key private sector players in that food supply chain so that we can start exploring with them the steps that need to be taken to secure supplies into Queensland and far north Queensland. And the Premier mentioned the opportunities that we are presently exploring and implementing to use plane transport to get perishable goods into the far north. I also wish to say that for all those emergency services personnel who've been on the ground working so hard, more help is on the way. Yesterday, commissioners and chief officers met and are in the process of arranging an additional 300 personnel to move into Queensland from interstate. To those people who are picking up your lives to come here and help Queenslanders, I say thank you. I finally just wish to indicate that today we've initiated a further round of financial support for individuals who've been impacted by these weather events. We have worked with the Queensland Government to stand up a range of payments already, which we are co-funding with them, hardship payments to support people who've been impacted by this weather. Today we are kicking off the next stage of this process with the initiating disaster recovery allowance. This is a payment that is available to people who have lost income, lost their ability to work as a consequence of these events. It'll be made available to people in the local government areas of Burdekin, of Castlereagh Coast, of Hinchinbrook, of Townsville and of Palm Island. From 2 p.m, people will be able to access information about this payment on the Services Australia website, and we really encourage employees and sole traders who've lost income to go check out the criteria and see if you may be eligible for support. I want to conclude, of course, by saying a big thank you to the political leadership in these communities, to the defence personnel who've been doing so much, to the police, to the emergency services, to council workers, to the utility workers, the telco workers, the energy workers. Thank you so much. You have been absolutely magnificent. And to the community who've worked together to support one another, I thank you also. And finally, I conclude where I began. This continues to be a dangerous situation. We ask you to stay safe. Please look after yourselves, and thank you so much already for all that you are doing.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Premier. Let there be no doubt, we're hurting at the moment. We are hurting. Now, I tell you that was our second biggest flood in history. The record books will show that we didn't exceed the 1967, but all the landmarks out there, all the old people have said that have never seen water to that extent, and 1967 was smaller than this one. We've got a lot of significant damage out there, and we are hurting, but we're feeling the love now. And as you see, we've got resources coming in everywhere. We can't thank the state and federal government enough for what they're throwing at us, what they're putting in the town to get us back happening on our feet and going. Now, the fact is that we haven't been able to do anything. If there's any criticism out there that we've reacted slowly, I'm here to tell you that we couldn't. We've got no access. We've got floods. Water had not receded. We've got no power. We've got no food. We've got no nothing until today when the cavalry has arrived. Now we can see that things are moving. The water is receding. Everyone is coming into town. We're getting resupplied with food, thanks to the federal government through use of army helicopters. We've got generators being flown into town to restore our power. We've got a lot of things happening. And the smaller communities, we have not forgotten yet. The fact of the matter is, as I just said, we have not been able to do anything in this district until this point in time. Resupply operations are starting to our smaller communities, as the Premier has indicated. You are not forgotten. We're coming. We will fix it. So, but I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of those state fellas, the Swiftwater guys, the SES volunteers, the water police, the ambulance fellas. They have been working and looking after our community in quite some atrocious conditions. 7 days now we've been getting 200 to 300 mil a day, and these guys have been out there in that rain helping our people, pulling them out of trouble. So we just cannot thank you enough. Thank you, Premier. Thank you, Minister. And we're coming. It's all happening now. You can see we're coming. So all our outlying communities will be with you shortly. Thank you.
Nick DeMeadow, State Member for Hinchinbrook. I think it needs to be acknowledged that this is the first time, I believe, the Hinchinbrook electorate has been in flood in 3 local government areas, the Northern Beaches and Townsville, across the Hinchinbrook Shire and parts of the Castlereagh Coast, completely inundated at the same time. This is a completely unprecedented weather event that has had widespread impact. Flying over the district, coming in only 2.5 days ago, I had an opportunity to see the devastation and how this flood had swallowed up not only our crops, our towns, but our community. Every one of those houses that was inundated had a family either in an emergency evacuation centre or sitting high and dry and tight, waiting for help to come. Those outlying communities that may feel like it has been a bit of time before someone's got to them, I want to let you know help is on its way. This is a very important day today. I want to acknowledge the Premier and the Federal Minister for their help and their attendance today, because today, as the water starts to subside, we start to get into those areas. We start to get into those areas to supply, resupply and help and provide the medical attention that's necessary to help get this place back on its feet. I think it's also very important to acknowledge that as water starts to subside, residents will start to feel like they have an ability to start moving around. Like the Mayor, like the Premier and the Minister just said, we are still in an emergency disaster situation. It is still very dangerous out there. Please be careful. Don't put yourself in a situation where you too may need to be rescued soon. Tragically, we have already lost 2 lives to this natural disaster. None of us want to go through that anymore. For those people out there that are seeking resupply and answers around power redistribution and power re-energisation, the Premier made some really good announcements today. Help is on its way. People are working on this right now. We have personnel coming across and into our district to make sure we've got the help that's necessary to get the Hinchinbrook Shire, the Cassowary Coast and Northern Beaches of Townsville back on its feet. So I want to thank once again all those emergency services workers, those volunteers, our allied health workers, nurses and doctors that have been working across the board to make sure our hospitals, nursing homes and ambulance services are being working and attended to. Also want to thank everyone out there in the community that may not have a job title. They might not wear a badge or they might not be able to have any formal recognition after this. But the fact is the community has banded together to provide assistance where needed, where other people couldn't help. Sharing and rationing out food, diesel, unleaded fuel to make sure that people that may have felt like no one could get to them, someone could. So my heartfelt thanks goes out to everybody that's banded together here. It makes me so proud to call this community my home. Thank you.
Thanks very much, everyone. Look, I guess I appreciate that it's been a very difficult time for locals at Ingham. A lot of people have been without power for a long time. Living conditions have been very ordinary. Haven't been able to go anywhere. The roads have been closed. You know, when they've lost power, they've lost communications in a lot of cases as well. So it's been a very difficult time. We can understand that people are very frustrated by that. I guess the main message from the police is that things will improve a lot over the next couple of days. Obviously, as the water goes down, the power gets on and the roads are open, things will be able to be improved a lot more. So I guess we just like people to, I guess, keep the calm for the moment. While it's very important that we can concentrate on those infrastructure issues and not have to worry about sort of the civil or social issues. We've, as an example, last night and this morning, had a fair bit of resources and time tied up, looking for a person that was seen going past the road closed signs and being swept away in the flood water in town. You know, we're satisfied with that person's not in any danger, but you know, obviously when that's reported, we have to put a lot of time and resources into trying establish that it was entirely something that was preventable. Someone just chose to do that. So I guess the message is, as the other speakers have said, we're still in an emergency situation. It's still a dangerous environment out there. You know, to get around to places, if people aren't getting around, they've still got to drive the wrong way up streets, and the traffic is increasing, things like that. So we really don't want to see, you know, a really avoidable disaster happen because people are sick of being cooped up at home and they want to get out. So it's really important just to be conscious that, you know, give us a chance. We got the space now with the roads opening and the weather clearing to make some real improvements to the living conditions. And if people can just hold the line and keep calm until we can affect that, that's really important. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, and I'll be very quick. Yesterday I spoke and I thanked a record number of police, 150 police that have been pre-positioned up here for this event, in preparation for the event and to respond to the event, and the hundreds of SES volunteers that we've been flying in to support. Today I specifically want to thank our local police, our local law enforcement, like the fireys here, who have been working around the clock. The inspector was telling me just before, I'm hoping to visit the police station shortly. There were 15 police there who have been sleeping on the floor. Some of them who started work last week in preparation for this event, who haven't been able to get home, are still wearing the same uniform they were wearing a week ago, and they're still working. But we are sending in, and we have been sending in relief. We're sending in about 10 to 12 extra officers who can't find accommodation here every day to support those. Similarly, at the fire station here, when the Premier and I arrived, it was hard to see the line over the sleeping bags. There's about 18 fireys from elsewhere come to support our local law enforcement and our fireys across this disaster. And I just want to let everyone know that we are here for the long haul. We will continue to send in extra police, extra fireys, extra SES, AMBOs, whatever is needed to support our local
first responding.
And that was Dan Purdy there, the State Minister for Emergency Services, along with Queensland Premier David Crisafulli, updating from Ingham. We also heard from Commonwealth Minister for Emergency Management, Jenny McAllister. They were saying that they remain in an emergency, and certainly the message is to stay safe, that the Herbert River remains at major level. The weather system is lingering and it's not over yet. The Premier praised and thanked emergency services and volunteers for their work, and was updated on water in Ingham, which was a major issue and was cut. That's been resolved. There are also further updates on power, schools and the broader impact to infrastructure, with the Premier saying we're going to be here for the long haul and we're going to get you back on your feet. The Commonwealth Minister, Jenny McAllister, says this is still an emergency situation. Safety remains our number one concern, and spoke to partnering on challenges, particularly where roads have been affected by the floods and closed, and the ability to get perishable food into that region as well. And the Minister, McAllister, announced financial supports are being expanded, with hardship payments kicking off at 2 p.m. in 2 minutes, and that disaster recovery allowance for those who have lost income and lost the ability to work from local government areas that have been affected. And the Minister, McAllister, thanked the political leadership in the communities, everyone that's worked on this defence, police and workers, and encouraged everyone to stay safe as well. And we've got time to recap our top stories on ABC News. US President Donald Trump has declared the United States will, quote, take over and own the Gaza Strip, and that the same people should not be in charge of rebuilding and occupying the land. Mr. Trump made the comments as he hosted Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Washington. Mr. Netanyahu described Donald Trump as the greatest friend Israel has ever had in the White House. The Swedish Prime Minister has called an attack on a school in the central city of Aruba the worst mass shooting in Sweden's history. Authorities have confirmed 11 people have died, including the gunman. Author Chris Dirksen says the attack was an act of brutal violence and that many questions remain unanswered. The government will spend an extra $1.7 billion funding public hospitals and health services nationally. The money will be used to cut ambulance ramping and emergency department wait times, which are an ongoing issue. The Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, says the funding boosts the Commonwealth's contribution to public hospitals by 12%. And we're taking you now live to the House of Representatives in Canberra, where question time is getting underway.
Left sitting there by the Liberals. As of the end of last year, the DVA estimates that 97.7% of those claims have been cleared under Labor's watch. How do we do that? We backed our public service. We gave the department the staffing and resources they needed to get those claims done, because our veterans need those entitlements. And we did that because the Royal Commission into Defence of Veteran Suicide made abundantly clear the results of the DVA doesn't work. We know that, the opposition leader knows that too. So for him to threaten to bulldoze our public service just to put his image ahead of veterans and every other day Aussies is absolutely disgraceful. It's a policy that only leads to cuts, job losses and long lunches for the bosses.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, time for member statements has concluded. With a call to the Honourable the Prime Minister.
Speaker, I move that the House record its deep regret at the death on the 11th of October 2024 of the Honourable Anthony John Messner AM, a former Minister and Senator for South Australia from 1975 to 1990, place on record its appreciation of his meritorious public service and tender its sympathy to his family in their bereavement.
Call the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the moment he was elected as a Senator for South Australia in the double dissolution election of 1975, Tony Messner was regarded as a person of conviction. In the words of one biographer, he was someone who ran for Parliament because they held a set of beliefs, not because they were about appeasing interest groups or devising policies with the aid of opinion polls. This is why Tony Messner was respected by all in the House and Senate, including by his Labor opponents, and is one of the many reasons he was cherished by his Liberal colleagues. From those who he served alongside, especially his Canberra flatmate and friend John Howard, to those he mentored, including former Premier of New South Wales, Barry O'Farrell. Indeed, Barry would later pay Tony that great compliment unique to politics, saying, "He taught me how to count." In 1980, Malcolm Fraser promoted Tony to Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Veterans Affairs. Having begun his working life in banking, then training as a chartered accountant, Tony Messner was known as someone with a passion for economic policy, tax reform and small business. But it was in the Veterans Affairs portfolio that he faced his most significant challenges and arguably made his most important contribution. He created a national network of counselling centres with a particular focus on supporting the generation of veterans who had returned from Vietnam. And he also drove significant change to repatriation legislation, including recognising the war service of Australia's merchant mariners. And he expanded eligibility for those who served in peacekeeping missions. Tony said, and these words still ring with truth, there is an historical tradition to compensate those who have served. The philosophy is no less valid now than when it was born during the First World War. It is a philosophy which reflects the very best of the Australian character, that is, helping those in need, standing together in times of need, and making sure that useful people are not thrown on the scrap heap before their time. A former prop for the Western Australian under-19s rugby team, Tony Messner's burly frame once saw him described by Canberra Times journalist Ian Warden as the Mal Meninga of the centre. I should emphasise that this was the year that Mal was leading the Raiders to their first grand final, so there's probably no finer tribute that any Canberran could offer. When Tony Messner's time in the front row of political contests came to an end in 1990, he continued to serve Australia. He was, of course, the Administrator of Norfolk Island from 1997 to 2003, a role that he performed with enthusiasm and distinction. We honour his contribution to our Parliament and to our nation, and we offer our sympathies to his loved ones, friends and colleagues. May he rest in peace.
Talk to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for his kind words, and I honour him in honouring the life of Anthony John Messner, AM. Tony was born to South Australian parents, but as a child, teenager and young man, Tony lived in Melbourne, Adelaide, Brisbane and Perth. His father's job as a bank officer meant the Messner family was constantly on the move. It's one reason why Tony, contrary to his South Australian roots, took a shining to rugby union. The other reason was the young man was gifted with the well-built frame of the front row. Indeed, his talent saw him play, as the Prime Minister pointed out, at the highest level and represent Western Australia. Following in his father's footsteps, he took up a career in banking. Banking brought him back to Adelaide before he moved to Mount Gambier. There he worked as a chartered accountant and was secretary of the local Chamber of Commerce. Having settled in SA, Tony married Louise Arendt in 1963, with whom he had 2 sons. He later married Robin Brooke in 1983, and it was in Mount Gambier that Tony began his political career. Between 64 and 75, he rose through the ranks from young Liberal Vice President to serving as a member of the State Council and State Executive. Tony was driven by what he saw as the basic truth of Liberal philosophy, to maintain freedom and to provide equal opportunity for all. Like many seeking political office, Tony was initially unsuccessful, and in 1972 he lost out in pre-selection to contest the lower house of Davenport in South Australia. In 1974 he missed out on an upper house seat in Canberra, being 5th on the ticket, but after the dismissal of the Whitlam government in 1975, and Malcolm Fraser's largest majority government victory in Australian history, Tony won a South Australian Senate seat. For the next 3 elections that he contested, he was top of the SA ticket, serving the state he loved for 14 years. Characteristic of many maiden speeches of past time, Tony avoided delving into his personal background. Instead, he devoted almost all of his words to discussing the issues that he was most passionate about, and none more so than small business. It was typical of a man who, as one journalist later described, was willing to make the most of it in a quiet way. Not only did the former banker and chartered accountant understand small business, but the new senator saw it as his duty to champion small business. Indeed, Tony's small business had an indefatigable champion. Tony was a person who said of small business that it's the start of new ideas and a breeding ground for new industries, which creates more jobs and more wealth. For these reasons, he said small business is big business in Australia. He delved into several issues facing the sector, such as creating credit, financing, asset depreciation, and an inadequate taxation system. And he proposed that small businesses would be better served by the establishment of an independent statutory watchdog in place of the then government-run advisory bureau. In his maiden speech of 76, he said that small business was the key to economic success, and he was dead right. During his first years as a senator, he was outspoken on economic issues, and to read his views today, be it on inflation, spending, taxation, and industrial relations, is to have a back to the future moment. With his economic acumen, Tony was appointed in 1980 as the Minister assisting the Treasurer, where he passed important legislation to deal with tax avoidance. Tony Mesner shared more than a portfolio with his Treasurer, the young John Howard. During sitting weeks in Canberra, they shared a flat together with political life and lodging, leading to a lifelong friendship. In 1980, Malcolm Fraser also made Tony his Minister for Veterans Affairs. It was a tough time to oversee that portfolio, with many veterans of the Vietnam War beset by physical and psychological trauma for the rest of their lives from that service. Agent Orange was also a major public issue. Commendably, Tony established counselling centres for veterans in capital cities in every state and in the Northern Territory. Moreover, he also undertook a review of repatriation laws, and thanks to the legislative amendments that he introduced, Tony brought about an end to the discriminatory way in which veterans of different conflicts received different benefits. With the defeat of the Fraser government in 1983, Tony spent the next 6 years in various shadow portfolios under opposition leaders Andrew Peacock and John Howard. Among those appointments, Tony was given responsibility for social and community services, and he took the fight up to the Hawke government for its introduction of an assets test, which was detrimental to aged pensioners. Promoted to shadow cabinet as spokesman on finance and taxation, Tony campaigned vigorously against the government's fringe benefits and capital gains taxes, and he kept up his energy on the debate, undeterred by leaks from his own side to the ABC. Indeed, Tony's ideas about a tax system that sought to encourage self-reliance over dependence and which promoted freedom of choice for families became hallmarks of the Howard government for more than a decade later. Tony believed government ought to be out of people's pockets and as much as possible not in them. As Shadow Minister for Public Administration, he sought to bring around changes in the public service to address waste and inefficiency. Upon his retirement, Tony may have hoped for more time to indulge in his diverse interests ranging from risk management to the American Civil War. But his post-political life saw him on the move once again. In 1997, he was appointed as Administrator of Norfolk Island, and there holidaying John and Jeanette Howard visited Tony and Robin Mesner. And there we can imagine friends and former flatmates reflected on their political fates. On behalf of the Coalition, I offer my heartfelt condolences to Tony's wife Robin and the Mesner family. May Tony Mesner rest in peace.
And as a mark of respect to the memory of the Honourable Tony Mesner, I ask all present to rise at their places. I thank the House. Call to the Leader of the House. I move the debate be adjourned. The question is the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those that did say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Call the Leader of the House.
Speaker, I declare that the resumption of debate on the Prime Minister's motion of condolence in connection with the death of the Honourable Anthony Tony John Mesner is referred to the Federation Chamber.
Call to the Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just a brief update on the Queensland floods that continue to have an impact. I want to, on behalf of the House, express our sincere condolences at the second loss of life that we've seen in this flood. It's an 82-year-old woman who was found outside Ingham, and we express our condolences to her family and her friends in their bereavement. The ADF now has the 4 additional choppers available there providing assistance. and that goes with the other emergency services personnel who are working closely with the Queensland Government. Senator McAllister remains there as the Minister for Emergency Management, and we continue to provide whatever support is requested to Queensland. But once again, we are saying at the worst of times, the best of the Australian character, and I pay tribute to all those who are providing this assistance on the ground at what is a very difficult time.
And on indulgence, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister for his update to the House. On behalf of the Coalition, I extend our condolences to family and friends of a lady who has passed away, lost her life in this tragedy. It compounds the grief, of course, for the Ingham community, and I thank the Prime Minister for the advice in relation to the assets deployed by the Australian Defence Force and the comfort that comes from seeing those uniforms on the ground in a time of natural disaster will be some comfort to people in the Townsville and greater region that's been affected by the flood, and we hope that waters recede and people can get back into a normal way of life at some point. But for many families, that will take many years, and there's a lot of heartache ahead. I praise the Premier of Queensland, David Crisafulli, for the swift response and the work that the government there have done, along with the Police Minister Dan Purdy, in providing that support and helping those in their darkest hour.
And I call upon us.
I inform the House that the Minister for Housing and Minister for Homelessness will be absent from question time today, and the Treasurer will answer questions on her behalf.
We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? I give the call to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, when did the Prime Minister first become aware of the planned mass casualty terror attack against Sydney's Jewish community?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you. I thank the member for his question. I've said that the government has two priorities. The first is keeping Australians safe. The second is making sure that the ongoing investigation, which is ongoing, prioritises not just capturing those people who have been involved, and there are, of course, at least two people who are in custody publicly, but in order to ascertain who is behind this, it is absolutely critical that the AFP, that the state police agencies, the ASIO and the intelligence agencies be allowed to do their work. And the federal government will provide every support for them.
The Prime Minister concluded his answer. The call to the member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Prime Minister. What work has the Albanese Labor government done to strengthen healthcare in Australia after a decade of cuts to Medicare? Are there any other approaches to healthcare that would leave Australians worse off?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Gilmore for her question. Indeed, my government is building Australia's future by strengthening Medicare, by prioritising support for people to get the health care they need, when they need it, where they need it, and just needing their Medicare card in order to get it. That's our priority, and government is about making decisions about priorities of expenditure. And that's why $1.7 billion of additional funding for public hospitals just in the next year will make an enormous difference. That's our priority, not long lunches, helping people with the health care they need. This funding will help to cut waiting lists. It will reduce waiting times in emergency rooms, and it will manage ramping. This will save lives. And all of the states and territories that we've engaged with over recent days have welcomed this announcement. And I congratulate the Health Minister on the work that he has done to deliver this. This is just part of our plan. Better support for our public hospitals, but also support for primary health care so that the pressure is taken off those emergency departments. That's why the tripling of the bulk billing incentive was so important. That's why 87 Medicare urgent care clinics providing the care that people need for free to over 1 million Australians who have visited those urgent care clinics when they've needed it, 1/3 of whom are under the age of 15. And they're right across the board. These haven't got a colour-coded spreadsheet to decide where they are. What they have been provided is in regional Australia, in our suburbs, in our towns, right throughout the entire country. That has delivered. That has delivered over 1 million free doctors' appointments. Now, this new agreement increases the Commonwealth contribution to state-run hospitals over the next year by 12% to a record almost $34 billion. That stands in stark contrast. I've asked about alternatives. The last time the coalition got into government, they tried to rip $50 billion from public hospitals. They wanted a GP tax every time people visited a doctor, and they wanted a payment to be made when people visited the emergency department of public hospitals as well. Well, on Sunday, the Leader of the Opposition made clear that the cuts are coming. He won't tell you where they're coming till after the election, but we know that he's had help in his sights before, and we know it will be in his sights again.
Give the call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. When was the Prime Minister first informed of the planned mass casualty terror attack against Sydney's Jewish community?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for her question. I refer to my previous answer. I note the characterisation of the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. I'm happy to provide a brief through the security agencies if requested by the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. The Leader of the Opposition hasn't got one, but we're happy to provide that. And then the Shadow Minister might be better informed. The priority here is not the playing of political games. The priority.
The member for Bendigo will cease to attend then. The manager on a point of order.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker. The point of order is on relevance. The Prime Minister is studiously avoiding answering the question. If he doesn't want to be relevant to the question, he can sit down.
Yeah, we're just going to deal with this issue. We're going to deal with this issue of relevance just really quickly. The Prime Minister, I think anyone who's listening would understand that. I know the Deputy would like a date, a time. I just want to bring her to the page of practice of 567 about the interpretation of relevance, which has been, by all speakers, very wide. Now, this was a short question. It was a specific question, but the standing orders provides the Prime Minister to speak on a policy topic. If he was to start talking about, for example, climate change or another topic, I would bring him back to order. But when he is giving specific information advice, and I know it's not the answer that you want, but I do not have the powers under the standing order to direct the Prime Minister to give you the answer you wish. On a point of order,
well, Mr. Speaker, thank you for your advice to the Chamber. I think it's an important point you make.
The Attorney General is warned.
Mr. Speaker, if your interpretation of the standing orders, as you say, is to be applied, and I respect the judgment that you've given to the Chamber, if the Prime Minister cannot be directed to provide the date, which is what we're seeking in relation to this matter, is it in order for the Prime Minister then to try and sway, to stray into other areas, even in relation to the same issue? So when he goes beyond giving the date, which is what we've asked, you say that they can't be done. We take your advice in relation to that. How is it possible for him then to be broad-ranging, even on this topic, without you bringing him into line?
The member is correct. He can't stray into other topic areas. But as the Prime Minister was speaking when he was, the manager took the point of order, he was talking about security agencies, a briefing, and involvement around the issue. So that understanding orders makes his answer directly relevant. So if you, as I said before you interrupted me, if there was another topic that he was entering into, cost of living, for example, you can get my assurance that I will make sure the Prime Minister is being directly relevant. But on any objective ruling for any previous speaker, he's talking about the topic, and under the standing orders, as long as he is remaining directly relevant to the topic, he's in order. Prime Minister has the call. Order. The leader of the opposition was treated with respect when I dealt with his question. I'm asking him to show the same respect to everyone else in the chamber. Prime Minister has the call.
He's only happy when he's angry.
The Prime Minister will return to the question.
Mr. Speaker, the response that brought an objection from the Managing Opposition Business was to offer a briefing. I wouldn't have thought that that was provocative. I would have thought that on this issue, it's pretty handy to find out the facts. It's pretty handy to get a response, because the issue here, you know what the Australian people want to know? They want to know who's behind this. They want to know who is engaged in anti-Semitic attacks. They want to know who, if people have been paid, they want to know where that trail leads. And they want intelligence agencies to be able to do that work without political interference and without political gain. That is what they want here. But the priority of those opposite is to pay political gain. I met with...
Order. Members on my left.
And I engage regularly with leaders in the Jewish community, and what they are interested in is keeping their community safe. And you know what? That's what my priority is too. And the way you keep them safe is by having confidence in our national security agencies, making sure that they can engage in the sort of intelligence. If you look at the people who have been in custody, if you then look for what is behind that, and surely the idea that that's where it stops is quite frankly not the case. And the police have continued to be responsible for what is made public, and I will leave them to do their job. And you know what? I'll back them doing it, unlike those opposite who just want to play politics.
I'll call the member for Lingiari. The member for Baton Rouge 8 times in 2 questions. He'll leave the chamber under 94A. For the House, comes to order. The member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. Minister, how will the Albanese Labor government's new health funding agreements with all states and territories help to protect our public hospital system, strengthen Medicare and build Australia's future? And Minister, are there approaches that will leave Australians worse off?
Put to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thanks, Speaker. And I thank the member for Lingiari, not just for her question, but for organising our visit to the Alice Springs Hospital in December, where I had the pleasure of meeting the extraordinary team that works in the emergency department there, one of the outstanding EDs that I've visited in my time. The Alice is one of 700 public hospitals in Australia that employs about 500,000 hard-working doctors, nurses, health professionals and support staff. And for 41 years, because Saturday was the 41st birthday of Medicare, for 41 years, a core Medicare principle has been the assurance that every Australian can access high-quality care in a public hospital completely free of charge. You simply can't have a strong Medicare without strong public hospitals. Now, we have a terrific public hospital system in Australia, staffed by probably the best trained health workforce on the planet. But the truth is, Mr. Speaker, it's a system under very serious pressure. We're getting older as a population. We have more complex chronic disease. We have a serious legacy from the COVID pandemic. And frankly, more broadly in the healthcare system, we're dealing with a decade of cuts from those opposite when they are in government. The existing public hospital funding arrangements simply are not fit for purpose. That's why we've been investing in urgent care clinics. That's why we've invested in state government initiatives to move longer stay older patients out of the hospital system. But in terms of public hospital funding, wage and activity pressure for hospitals means that right now the Commonwealth share of hospital budgets is declining. It's going to fall well below 40% if we don't do something. Well, we are determined to be a reliable partner, and that's why the Prime Minister today announced a $1.7 billion additional funding commitment by this government for the next financial year for every state and territory, and that we would keep negotiating a longer-term 5-year funding agreement with them. This will be especially good for the NT, because for over a decade, the NT has been chronically underfunded by the Commonwealth, and this government will be the first government determined to fix that. The NT's funding from the Commonwealth will increase next year by 30%. And the member for Solomon and the member for Lingiari have been arguing strongly for that for some considerable time. But I'm asked whether there are any approaches that would leave Australians worse off. Well, perhaps the approach of the Leader of the Opposition when he was Health Minister might be instructive, because although he promised there'd be no cuts to health in 2013, in 2014 he tried to rip $50 billion out of our public hospital system. His approach this year is a little different. He admits there'll be cuts, he just won't tell people what they'll be. Well, we know what they'll be, because this man favours long lunches over public hospitals, and he needs to find $600 billion for nuclear power stations. He'll come after Medicare.
CEO Kristen Desmond from the West Tamar Council and the member for Bass's electorate, Mayor Ben Blaine from the Warrnambool City Council and the member for Wannan's electorate, and Mayor Albert Jacob together with Councillor Phillip Vinchulo from the City of Joondalup and the electorate of Moore. I'm also pleased to inform the House that present at the gallery today are representatives from Eating Disorders Families in Australia, led by Jane Rowan, and joined by former Australian of the Year, Tara Brumfitt. They are at Parliament House today to launch their Nourish, Nurture and Notice program. Welcome to you all. Call to number 4, Indal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. Before the 3G shutdown, regional communities in my electorate were told that no one would be worse off. But since the final shutdown, my constituents have experienced worse connectivity, completely losing the ability to make calls in some areas, and have been told to spend their own money on aftermarket antennas. Does the Minister recognise that some people are worse off after the 3G shutdown, and what will the government do to fix it?
Call to the Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Indi for her question, and I know how seriously she takes these issues of connectivity in her community. I also want to take the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to extend my appreciation to the members across the chamber, particularly in regional areas right across the aisle, who prior to the 3G switchover assisted in disseminating important information about that to their local communities, which is very important. Just for context, Mr. Speaker, the spectrum is what we call a scarce resource. It's used but not consumed, it's valuable, it can be redeployed in other ways. And from the evolution of the various forms of mobile technology, from CDMA to 2G and now the 3G network being switched over, it enables the refarming of that spectrum to ensure that it's capable of doing more, so actually delivering technical benefits. But you are very right that those technical benefits won't be realised if people don't actually have coverage under that new technology. This was also the first switchover to occur during what we call the Internet of Things, where there's so many connected devices and so many people are reliant on it. So I completely acknowledge the member's concern. It is very real. And on the 17th of December, I convened industry, regulators, the mobile carriers, consumer groups to look at the lessons learnt from this 3G switchover. And I can give her some insights into what we're doing following that. So the government has stressed to the carriers that the benefits of the 3G switchover really need to be demonstrated. And whilst it is a fact of physics that the switchover is completed, there needs to be a focus now on the consumer welfare. And the member is right. It is very true that there are multiple complaints from customers, particularly in regional areas, who've seen fortuitous coverage diminish and who have seen their services overall being challenged. The question is, how can that be improved? So I'm happy to inform the member that whilst obviously it is concerning to hear those reports happening in regional areas, I am monitoring this very closely. I've made it clear to service providers the expectation that the 3G switchover will deliver on these benefits. The ACMA and the ACCC have both been, they have been highlighted in this, not only in terms of the technical requirements, but also the representations that have been made to customers about coverage pre and post switchover, because as many consumers will know, those coverage maps don't always match what they actually receive. I'll take this opportunity too to highlight that Telstra has now established a dedicated 3G helpline. The number is 1800 990 853, and I have formally requested weekly reports from the carriers so I can continue to monitor this. I encourage members, if they do have particular concerns, my door is open. I'll be happy to meet with the member after this. We can go through that, but that's open to all members in this place, Mr. Speaker.
The call to the honourable member for Reid.
My question is to the Treasurer. How is the Albanese Labor government helping Australians with cost of living? What approaches would leave people worse off?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Speaker. The member for Reid's terrific, and that's a really important question. And when that side of the House is focused on long lunches and cuts and conflict and culture wars, this side of the House has maintained a focus on the cost of living. And because of that focus, inflation is down, wages are up, and unemployment is low. We've delivered 2 surpluses and we're rolling out cost of living help. And we're making substantial and now sustained progress in the fight against inflation, but we know that people are still under pressure, and that's why there is still more to do. Now, we also know that the same Australians would be thousands of dollars worse off today if the opposition leader had his way on the tax cuts, on wages, on energy rebates, and on cost of living help. And we also know they'd be worse off still if he wins the election, goes after Medicare again, goes after wages again, and pushes up electricity prices with his nuclear madness. And that's why there were 2 revelations in the last few days which were very, very important. The first one is that the long lunches policy would cost Australian workers more than $10 billion a year to subsidise long lunches and entertainment if every business claimed what they were entitled to. He wants lower wages for workers and longer lunches for bosses, and he wants taxpayers to foot the bill. Now, the second revelation is that he's got big cuts in mind, but he won't tell Australians what they are until after the election. We know that from the Insider's interview. Now, his secret cuts and his warped priorities should send a shiver up the spine of every worker, of every student, every family, every pensioner.
The member for Moreton is warned. The manager on a point of order.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Point of order is relevance. You've previously ruled that even with questions that do invite a compare and contrast, that it can't be the entire answer. And I think the Treasurer spent about 15 or 20 seconds on the first part, and presumably is going to spend the balance of the question speaking about the opposition. That cannot be directly relevant to the question, even with that invitation to compare and contrast based on your previous rule.
Order. The Leader of the House on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, there is no standing order and no section of practice that refers to dividing a question into fractions and then applying a proportion of the 3 minutes for how much in each section. This question goes specifically to what approaches would leave people worse off. There is no way the Treasurer is doing anything other than relevant to that question.
Order. Order on the point. Order. The Minister for Education is warned. The manager on a further point of order.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. The point of order is on relevance, and the question does have to be directly relevant. And previous speakers, not just yourself, have ruled that in doing so, an invitation to compare and contrast is not free rein to spend the entire answer on the contrast. Now, that is the practice that has been adopted by previous speakers.
Order. The Leader of the House. We'll do this orderly, yet we'll do it respectfully. The Leader of the House.
The compare and contrast rule, which has often been referred to as previous speakers as it's there, is when there is not a specific alternative approach as part of the question, that there's still a right to be able to compare and contrast, but it's viewed as being very restricted in those circumstances.
You're both right. Which will make me unpopular with everyone. Under the standing orders, the Treasurer is being directly relevant, but you can't have a question simply asked about the opposition, so the manager is correct. To talk about the approaches, you've got to talk about what the government is doing as well. So just going to make sure for the remainder of his answer, if he is doing approaches about what would leave Australia's worth, he's got to explain that in the context of the government policy as well. Order. The Treasurer has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. That's why I began by saying under this government, inflation's down, wages are up, and unemployment's low. And that's been deliberate. And there is an alternative over there, Mr. Speaker. And those opposite think there's $315 billion in cuts right for the picking in the budget. And Australians should know that that $350 billion includes pension indexation, natural disaster funding, hospitals and bulk billing, housing, TAFE, and support for veterans. Now, they are coming after all of that, Mr. Speaker, but they'll tell you about it later. They won't come clean on costs or cuts, and that puts every Australian at risk. Now, Mr. Speaker, another reason why this matters and the contrast is so important is he needs to find $600 billion for this nuclear insanity. He's got to find it somewhere, and last time he went after Medicare, Mr. Speaker. So a stark choice at the election this year. A coalition of cuts and conflict and culture wars, making Australians worse off and taking the country backwards, or this Prime Minister and this Labor government getting inflation down, helping with the cost of living and building Australia's future.
Didn't want to interrupt, but I want to give them a little back.
During that answer, the member here made an unparliamentary remark which I withdraw.
Just get the member to quickly withdraw. I'll withdraw. Thank the Chairman. We'll move to the next question. Yeah. Member for Robertson. Order. The Leader of the Opposition has the call.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. My question to the Prime Minister. Premier Minns was open and honest with the people of New South Wales when he briefed and provided confidence to the public in declaring what date he'd been advised of the planned terrorist attack by this unknown organisation or people or individuals. The Prime Minister has been embarrassed because he wasn't advised by the police because they were worried about him leaking the information ahead of any action by the police. Mr. Speaker.
Members on my...
Can I ask my question?
Yeah, members on my right.
I'm asking my question.
Yeah. Reflecting directly on the members we discussed late yesterday in question time.
Reflection, Mr. Speaker, it's a fact. Let the Prime Minister dispute it. Let the Prime Minister dispute it.
All right.
Let him dispute it. I'm stating a fact.
Just whilst we're dealing with this, resume your seat. The Leader of the House has risen on a point of order during the question, but it's an important point that I want to hear from.
Mr. Speaker, that reflection that was contained within the question cannot understand the orders of the part of the question. And either if the Leader of the Opposition insists on saying that then the whole question should be ruled out of order, or he should simply frame the question without the part that's disorderly.
Yeah, on the point of order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, on the point of order, if the Prime Minister claims still being misrepresented, there are avenues for him at the end of question time to make that point. And the statement I made is a statement of fact, Mr. Speaker. It's a statement of fact that it's the reason the Prime Minister keeps digging. So, look, I'm happy to...
Yeah, look, I think to get through this, just as we dealt with yesterday, the last part of question time, where the Leader of the Opposition took offence at the reflection that was directed towards him, to assist the House, to assist question time so we don't get bogged down. I'm just going to ask the leader to rephrase that part of the question so that we can deal with this and he can have the right to ask his question.
Happy to assist, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, Premier Minns was open and honest and transparent with the people of New South Wales when he declared that on the 20th of January he was advised by New South Wales Police about the planned terrorist attack. The Prime Minister has been asked on multiple occasions to be honest, open and straightforward with the Australian public as to why he wasn't notified. The Prime Minister has previously advised dates in which he's been notified of serious events by the Australian Federal Police. Why can't the Prime Minister just be honest with the Australian people?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been instances of people releasing or referencing classified material in the past, and indeed there was a rebuke by Senator James Paterson of the Leader of the Opposition for him referencing classified information in this Parliament.
The question contained a range of issues about no, Manager resume your seat. I'm not taking the point of order. Resume your seat. We're not having this. The Prime Minister was asked a question about former issues. It was a broad question. It wasn't about the one specific issue. Other material was in the question. It was a long preamble. I'm not taking points of order because you don't like the answer. Order. Members on my right, I don't need commentary. Questions within order. You dealt with the invitation. Prime Minister is giving information to the House about the other issues that he was asked about in the question. It's different from the one that was specific about this issue. There was other issues and content in the question. He is being directly relevant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition, quote him, referred prior to the last election when he was a Cabinet Minister with access to information. He referred to both open source and other intelligence IC. He referred to that and he was rebuked by Senator Paterson as chair of the PJCIS. Also, that was in 2022. It's not the first time, because in 2020, the Office of Home, to quote an article, the Office of Home Affairs Minister Peter Dutton was suspected of leaking information it was told was classified about the cost of medically evacuating refugees.
Order. Yep. We're 1 minute 30 in, so I'll hear from the manager.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. The point of order is relevance, and out of respect to you and your comments, I refrained from speaking earlier and listened further to the answer from the Prime Minister. There is absolutely no way that the Prime Minister's comments now can in any way be relevant to this question. We are asking questions that the Australian people want answers to, that Premier Minns has provided publicly, and the Prime Minister, if he doesn't want to answer, should sit down.
Well, the Prime Minister is being relevant because it was a broader question, but he's going to have to come back to the substance of the question he was asked about. I'm going to draw him back to the question. Yes, the call.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. There are two choices you can make here. One is to prioritise getting to the bottom of what is happening here, supporting the police and intelligence agencies, or you can choose to play politics and play these games. And that is precisely what you are doing. No asking for a briefing of the security agencies. When I offer a briefing of the security agencies to others, no taking up of that, indeed an objection to a point of order to that as well. AFP, Operation Avalite, have successfully made one arrest. They have joint counter-terrorism teams operating. There have been 180 arrests in New South Wales. 12 people have been charged in Queensland. 13 in South Australia, and today 2 in Western Australia. That is the hard work that is being conducted by our police and security and intelligence services. The idea that that is not the priority and that should be not my focus is quite frankly absurd. Absurd and irresponsible. And there are others on that side who know how irresponsible it is.
Call to the honourable member for Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question is to the Minister for Early Childhood Education. How is the Albanese Labor government providing cost of living relief for families accessing early childhood education? Is there anything that could put this at risk and leave families worse off?
Call to the Minister for Early Childhood Education, the Minister for Youth and the Minister assisting the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the wonderful member for Robertson for their question. The member for Robertson understands, as do we on this side of the House, that when we talk about early childhood education and care, we're talking about an essential service, a service that families rely on to study, to work, to pay the household bills. And that's why the Albanese Labor government is undertaking reform of the sector based on 3 key pillars: affordable early learning, a strong early childhood education and care workforce, and a system that's accessible. Now, so far, our reforms have delivered real cost of living relief for Australian families. In fact, more than 1 million families have benefited from our cheaper childcare reforms, a commitment that we made before we came into government. A family earning $120,000 a year, accessing 30 hours of early learning a week, has saved around $2,768 since September 2023. But, Mr. Speaker, we know that there is more to do. And today I introduce the Early Childhood Education and Care 3-Day Guarantee Bill. This bill will guarantee families at least 72 hours of subsidised early learning a fortnight. And for First Nations families, this increases to 100 hours of subsidised early learning a fortnight. Our guarantee replaces the Liberals' activity test, which locked out families and did nothing to increase workforce participation. Because, Mr. Speaker, only an Albanese Labor government understands that quality early learning provides the opportunity to improve a child's lifelong trajectory. And we believe that there should be no barriers to opportunity. The 3-day guarantee will mean real cost of living relief for over 66,000 families, saving them an average of around $1,370 per year, and about half of those families earn less than $100,000. Lower income families get saved even more, an average of around $1,460 a year. It also means that over 100,000 families can get more subsidised hours of early childhood education and care if they want or need it. This bill will help parents get back into the workforce and give meaningful support to families struggling with the cost of living. But, Mr. Speaker, I am asked about risks, and the risks are right there on the coalition benches. The Leader of the Opposition has confirmed he's going to make huge cuts, but Australians won't know what those cuts are until after the election. We're taking action to deliver cost of living relief for families. The Leader of the Opposition wants to gift his business mates.
Call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister be honest with the Australian people and advise why he didn't receive a briefing for at least 7 days after the New South Wales Premier had been advised of the alleged planned terrorist attack in New South Wales?
Call to the Prime Minister.
There are a range of assertions in that question that the Leader of the Opposition chooses to raise, because that's the point, just to play politics, not to try to find and hunt down the perpetrators, not to make sure that the perpetrators are held to account, not to find out who is behind the front people, not to discuss or get a briefing of intelligence. Well, I stand with the AFP and ASIO and the ASD and all those who are working so hard to hold these people to account and to ensure that those, either perpetrators themselves or behind anti-Semitic attacks, are held to account, arrested, charged, and put in the clink. That is my priority. The opposition leader is showing what his priority is here today, and it is all wrong.
Call to the honourable member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to expand access to early education and care in the outer suburbs and regional Australia? What has been the response? And are there other approaches to spending taxpayers' money that would leave Australians worse off?
Call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank my friend, the cracking member for Corangamite, for her question. Mr. Speaker, under the Liberals, the cost of childcare went through the roof. It skyrocketed by 49%. We said when we were elected, Mr. Speaker, that we would cut the cost of childcare, and that's what we've done. We've cut the cost of childcare for more than 1 million Australian families. For the average family, they've saved more than $2,000 in the last 12 months. And this year, we'll help more kids who are currently missing out. Because this year, we'll roll out a $1 billion fund to build more childcare centres where they're needed, in the suburbs, in the regions, and in the bush. Now, that got the backing this week of the National Farmers Federation. They said yesterday, and I quote, "We implore the coalition to match Labor's $1 billion Building Early Education Fund to build more than 160 new childcare centres." So the farmers get it, but the Nationals and the Liberals don't. They spent 2.5 years in this joint talking about childcare deserts. They spent a decade in government doing nothing about it. And now there's $1 billion fund on the table, and they're turning their back on the bush again. Instead, they've come up with something else they want to spend the money on. Instead of building childcare centres in the bush, they want to fund long lunches for inner city bosses. That's what they want to do. Forget kids in the childcare deserts. They want to fund long lunches and bosses' desserts. Not just that, as the Minister just mentioned, they're also opposed to the legislation that she introduced this morning that guarantees 3 days a week of early education to prepare Aussie children for school. Why? The Shadow Minister, the Shadow Treasurer told us why. He said Australia can't afford that. But apparently Australia can afford at least $1.6 billion a year for every boss to go out to lunch. That's the choice. That's the choice. That's the choice. Escargot for CEOs or early education for our kids. Helping our kids get a great start in life, or helping bosses get a great starter at half price. And I think I know which one parents are going to pick. They're going to pick their kids. They're going to pick education, not this cockamamie long lunch idea from a bunch of Scott Morrison leftovers. This doesn't belong in a budget. It belongs in the bin.
Go to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. When was the Prime Minister first informed of the planned mass casualty terror attack against Sydney's Jewish community?
Talk to the Prime Minister.
Thank the member for his question. As I've said before, sounds pretty similar to previous questions. As I've said, you can be for the Australian Federal Police, ASIO and our security intelligence agencies in keeping people safe, or you can be for playing politics.
Give the call to the order. The call.
Has the Prime Minister concluded his order? Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? Take the Leader of the Opposition on point of order. Order. The Leader of the Opposition is on his feet. He's going to be heard in silence. He's entitled to raise a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, this is the tightest of questions, and I seek your ruling as to whether or not the Prime Minister is relevant to the question asked.
The clock has indicated that the Prime Minister has been speaking for about 17 seconds. So I heard, because there was quite a lot of interjections, I heard the AFP, ASD, they were the only key takeaways I heard so far. So I would have to say he's being directly relevant, because I don't know if he's going to release the date that you wish to. So one point of order has been taken within 17 seconds of his question. So it'd be very hard for someone to get up and say, is the Prime Minister being relevant? Because we've executed that. So just going to assist the House, ask the Prime Minister to be directly relevant for the remainder of his 2 minutes and
Mr. Speaker,
42 seconds.
I was asked a question about the police and agencies, and I'm speaking about the police and agencies. Because I'm for them. And we on this side are for them. Simple as that.
Order.
We have confidence in them to do their work, and we will back them in doing their job. That is what we will do. Continuing to engage, information that is made public, they make decisions about. For example, on the day of the Maroubra childcare incident, the AFP made it clear that it was their view that people were being paid to engage in some of this anti-Semitic actions. If people are being paid who are criminals, maybe it's a good idea to use intelligence to find out who's paying them. Maybe that's the priority, not this political gameplay. But those opposite, on a day in which we've announced $1.7 billion of additional health funding, they of course can't ask any questions about health. They can't ask any questions about education or TAFE on a day in which the Parliament has passed free TAFE. They can't ask any questions about cost of living, even though they say that's the number one priority, because the only policy they have is free lunches. Free lunches. So that's why they're reduced to criticising and undermining the work of our police and our security agencies.
Prime Minister's completed his answer. Order. The member for Casey and the Prime Minister will cease objecting. Order. The member for Canning is warned. The member for Patterson has the call.
Thanks, Speaker. My question's to the Minister for Skills and Training. What steps has the Albanese Labor government taken to reduce the cost of training and ensure Australians can get the skills they want and need for the jobs they want and need? And are there any proposals for skills and training that would leave Australians worse off, Minister?
Call to the Minister for Skills and Training.
Thanks, Speaker, and I thank the member for Patterson, who is not only a champion of regional New South Wales, she's a champion for free TAFE. Yeah. She knows, she celebrates the fact that free TAFE has delivered enrolments for nearly 600,000 Australians. She knows that we are removing financial barriers to TAFE as part of our action on cost of living, to get inflation down, wages up, and to create new jobs. She knows that this is making a difference. And we've heard this through the free TAFE Senate inquiry, through dozens of submissions which have highlighted the positive impact of free TAFE. TAFE directors of Australia have shared the story of Bradley Edwards. Now, Bradley's a young father who studied for a Cert 3 in early childhood education and care at TAFE SA. Bradley says this: free TAFE has helped me by allowing me to study and pursue this career without the concern of whether or not I can even afford to study and change careers years after leaving high school. We also know, and the member for Patterson knows this very well, that more than a third of all the enrolments in free TAFE have been in regional and rural areas. And that's why the Central Queensland University submission goes on to say, regional students face the extra costs of time, transport, distance, childcare, time away from work and other expenses. In such circumstances, education often becomes a discretionary expense. Free TAFE has helped to alleviate this burden, enabling students to pursue their studies without having to choose between education and financial stability. So let's look at how much students save. A student like Bradley studying a Cert 3 in ECEC in South Australia could save around $4,400. In the NT, a student doing a Cert 3 in community services, around $8,800. Real savings for people getting the skills that they want in areas we need. But of course, Speaker, there is more to do to support Australians. And that's why we are making free TAFE permanent. But the Liberals continue to call it wasteful spending. The Leader of the Opposition says he's going to cut wasteful spending.
Order.
And last time they were in government, the Coalition left
acting.
Australians with the second worst skill shortage in the OECD. They cut $3 billion from TAFE and training. They failed to land a national skills agreement with the states and territories in nearly a decade. And they haven't changed. Before they all voted against the bill today, the Deputy Opposition Leader said, it's a key principle and tenet of the Liberal Party that if you don't pay for something, you don't value it. And we know it's not just free TAFE they don't value, all public education, Medicare, the NDIS and public hospitals. But Australians value all of these and they know they'll be worse off under the Liberal Party and a government led by this Leader of the Opposition.
Call to the honourable member for Ryan.
Thank you, Speaker. Question to the Minister for Communications. Gambling reform is unfinished business in this parliament and parents are angry that their kids are bombarded with gambling ads online and when they watch sports and other shows. After 3 years, your government has still refused to ban gambling ads. So will you at least accept the Greens' compromise to ban gambling ads online that target our kids and during sport when families are watching?
Call to the Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question, which goes to a number of matters, including gambling advertising, including the issue of time, and as I see it, and as I've seen reported from her colleague Senator Hanson-Young, including questions around the interests of the community and the interests of members of parliament. I think it's important to firstly point out, considering it's so contemporaneous, Mr. Speaker, that Senator Hanson-Young was out there today basically talking about, saying about prioritising, this is what she accuses, prioritising the interests of the community over the interests of the gambling lobby and those making money off this parasitic and dangerous industry. And I find it interesting that the honourable member, who's a member of the Greens political party from Queensland, should ask this, when the Queensland Greens have accepted over nearly $500,000 in donations from a high-rolling gambler, despite pushing for a ban on political donations from the gambling industry. What's even more interesting about this, Mr. Speaker, is, you know, the honourable member is one of 3 members from Queensland who has benefited from this, and we have the spokesperson for the Greens saying our campaigns are entirely funded by people who believe in our vision and platform, So, of course, in the seats of Brisbane, Griffith and Ryan, constituents in those electorates should be well aware of where that money is coming from to fund the honourable member's campaign. It gets better, Mr. Speaker, because as was only reported in the last few days, the Greens' largest individual donor, this is as recent as a couple of days, was Gold Coast gambler and mathematician Duncan Turpie, who donated around $275,000. In early 2024, the Brisbane Times reported that Turpie had donated $472,088.
Order. No, far too much noise. The Minister
Members on my right will cease interjecting. The members on my left will cease interjecting. No, the member for Griffith, like any other member, is entitled to raise a point of order. Everyone gets to be heard in silence while they raise, including the member for Griffith. He has the call.
Thanks, Speaker. On relevance, this is a serious question with rent to gambling reform and actions on reform and cracking down on gambling advertising. The Minister is making light of a serious issue that impacts people's lives. And I think the people of Australia should expect a reasonable answer.
Order. No, everyone can just take the temperature down. Member for Griffith is entitled to raise a point of order. The Minister needs to make sure her answer is being directly relevant. She just can't talk about alternative policies, so I'm just going to ask her for the remaining 40 seconds to make sure if she's got further information to the House. I don't know if she's got further quotes to read, but she's entitled to do that just as long as it's relevant to the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Greens political party has had so many positions on this issue now, probably 3 positions in as many days. It's a party that has been vehemently opposed to the consultation process that this government has been doing. And I acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, this is taking longer than we would have liked to get done. And the reason for that is the complexity. Whereas under the leader of the opposition, when he was a member of a cabinet for 9 years, initiated changes that resulted in a 50% increase in gambling advertising and an even bigger increase in regional areas. We will get this right because we know how important it is.
The call to the member for Pearce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government working to make families better off, including with the energy bills? What energy policies would leave Australians worse off?
The call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. The member for New England is warned. Will not interject during this answer, or he will leave the chamber. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy has the floor.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. The member for Pearce is a great member of a strong Western Australian Labor delegation, and I thank her for the question and her strong leadership in Western Australia. Now, Mr. Speaker, of course, the Albanese government is delivering $300 in bill relief to every single Australian household. And by their reaction, the opposition shows what they think about our support for Australian households. They've shown that they've got, to be fair, different priorities, which I'll get to momentarily, Mr. Speaker. But we believe direct support for Australian households is an appropriate priority for the government of Australia. And of course we know that also there's a lot more to do. And that's why we know we need more electricity generation. And as I said to the House yesterday, it's a good thing that while in the decade of coalition government, 4 gigawatts of dispatchable energy left our grid, in the 3 years of the Albanese government, 4 gigawatts of dispatchable energy has entered the grid. That's the contrast of approach. And of course, in addition to that, we've added 15 gigawatts of renewables. That's in addition to the 4 gigawatts. Now, the interesting thing about the 15 gigawatts, Mr. Speaker, of new renewable energy that's been added in the last 3 years, that's more than the opposition would add in nuclear power by 2050. So we've added more in 3 years than they would need the next 25 to deliver. And the other thing about those gigawatts that we've added, Mr. Speaker, over the last 3 years is the vast bulk of that investment has come from the private sector. The vast bulk has come from private companies, facilitated by government policy, but funded by the private sector. Because on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we have to do the Prime Minister, the Treasurer and I, if the private sector can do something, they should do it on the taxpayer. That's what we think on this side of the House. On the other side of the House, they have a different view, because the opposition's own policy, and the member asked me what would make Australians worse off. Well, what would make Australians worse off is unnecessary taxpayer expenditure. And under the opposition's own policy, they would spend every dollar of their nuclear policy from the taxpayer. Now, when the taxpayer pays for something the private sector could pay for, that means the taxpayer is worse off, and it's got to be paid for by cuts to government expenditure. So we know they have $350 billion of cuts, and then they've got to pay for the nuclear policy, and then they've got to pay for the lunch policy, because we also believe that the private sector should pay for bosses' lunches. They're against support for households but they're for taxpayer-funded barramundi for bosses, Mr. Speaker. That's the priority made, the decisions made by the Leader of the Opposition. That's why he is such a risk to the taxpayer. That's why he's such a risk to Australia, because he doesn't think through his policies. He's always happy to throw taxpayer money at his mates. He's happy to throw taxpayer money at nuclear energy, taxpayer money at lunch for bosses, when we believe in the private sector. That's why the opposition is so risky for Australia. Have a word to Michael. Have a word. Have a word. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper, and I look forward to the major press conference I'm about to have with probably future budding journalists with Behind the News, and I invite Dennis and the team up there to come and see some young future journos in the courtyard. It'll be commencing soon. Hopefully it'll be broadcast live. It could be one of the best cracking ones I've ever done.
Okay, and that's where we will pick it up from question time today. That is day 2 of 3 question times we're expecting this week. There'll be more next week. Distinct change of tactic by the coalition today compared to yesterday, when they took the somewhat unusual approach of asking the government essentially about their own policy. This is the lunch policy, the discounted the tax treatment for business expenses related to lunch. Labor's been having a field day with that proposal, today calling it barramundi for business and other such tags. So rather than getting caught up in all of that, which was what was happening yesterday, the opposition really hammering the Prime Minister for details about when he knew about this caravan that was discovered last month in New South Wales, full of explosives, with it being destined apparently against some sort of an attack on the Jewish community. This is a deeply concerning issue. The Prime Minister not giving a date as to when he found out about it, but pushing back against the opposition, saying they were seeking to politicise what is a delicate police investigation. The Prime Minister said that the AFP has suggested that people were being paid to do this, and that the priority should be on trying to uncover the full case and the full plot. So very much an active change in tactic by the opposition to really focus on that issue, because they feel that's one of the Prime Minister's weaknesses, the speed with which he's responded to these issues over the last few months. Dan, that's where we'll leave you here in Canberra, and we'll hand you back to Dan in our Sydney studio for all the latest headlines.
A very good Jacob Gruber there from Parliament House. And coming up on afternoon briefing, Patricia Karvelas will be joined by Health Minister Mark Butler to discuss today's $1.7 billion health funding announcement. That's coming up right here at 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time on the News Channel. US President Donald Trump has declared the United States will take over the Gaza Strip and called for Palestinians to be permanently relocated from the territory in an extraordinary media conference alongside the Israeli Prime Minister. Benjamin Netanyahu was the first foreign leader to visit President Trump in his second term, and their meeting comes at a critical time for the Gaza ceasefire. Mr. Trump has doubled down on his comments describing Gaza as a demolition site, and he's demanding neighbouring countries take in displaced Palestinians.
The only reason the Palestinians want to go back to Gaza is they have no alternative. It's right now a demolition site. This is just a demolition site. Virtually every building is down. They're living under fallen concrete that's very dangerous and very precarious. They instead can occupy all of a beautiful area with homes and safety, and they can live out their lives in peace and harmony instead of having to go back and do it again. The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area.
Arab nations, including Jordan and Egypt, as well as Palestinian leaders, have rejected the forced displacement of Gaza residents. For his part, Benjamin Netanyahu has described President Trump as the greatest friend Israel has had in the White House. He reiterated Israel's aims in Gaza.
Israel will end the war by winning the war. Israel's victory will be America's victory. We will not only win the war, working together, we will win the peace. In Gaza, Israel has three goals: destroy Hamas's military and governing capabilities, secure the release of all of our hostages, and ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel.
He is North America correspondent Carrington Clark, who was at the White House press conference.
It's hard to find an adjective strong enough to describe what we just heard from the American president. It was shocking. It was extraordinary. It would be an unprecedented move by the world's superpower. What he is describing is an American occupation of the Gaza Strip, a part of what most countries recognize as the Palestinian territories, the occupied Palestinian territories currently occupied by Israel. And he is suggesting an American takeover, the displacement of the Palestinians who are currently living in the Gaza Strip, America then demolishing what's left, and then building some sort of new international city is the way he seemed to be describing it, allowing people from all over the world to move in. Now, this is an extraordinary statement. It's a doubling down on everything we've heard from Donald Trump coming into this meeting when he did suggest cleaning out. Instead of backing away from those statements and putting himself back in line with what has been American policy for decades, he does seem intent on completely reshaping how the region is run. Now, it's important to try to put this in context, though. First of all, does Donald Trump even have the power to order such a thing? He is the commander-in-chief of the American military, and he did suggest that perhaps the military could be deployed. But a question was put to him, will he need to get congressional approval? But then, of course, the bigger question about how the region would react, how would the Palestinians react from being forcibly removed from a place that they consider to be their homeland. Donald Trump has shown already in this second term a fixation on broadening the boundaries of America, this fixation on purchasing Greenland, potentially Canada becoming the 51st state, potentially taking back the Panama Canal. It's hard to know exactly which parts of these plans he realistically thinks he can achieve and which are, in fact, ambit claims where he's trying to find a negotiating position. Excuse me, but given the complexities, the geopolitical complexities of the Middle East, this is quite an extraordinary intervention. It will understandably be rattling both the Palestinians, who would be obviously directly affected, but also Israel, also Jordan, also Egypt. This is an extraordinary move. It's probably the best word we can use for it at this point, what we've heard from Donald Trump. And now the world will need to digest whether or not this is a fully formed plan, or once again, whether or not Donald Trump is trying for some leverage in some direction.
Carrington Clark reporting from Washington, D.C. And here's Global Affairs Editor John Lyons with more analysis on what we've heard from the White House and the impact it may have on Israel's neighbours.
After a year of hot wars, of Israel fighting on several fronts, of Iran, Israel having their first direct military combat, this is now a political earthquake that will rock the Middle East, will rock the Arab world. Also, not just the Arab world, but I think a lot of the institutions in the United States that Donald Trump is clearly contemptuous of, the State Department, the CIA, they will all be looking at this and their heads will be spinning, because what seems to have happened is Donald Trump has unilaterally announced that the United States, not just Israel has been occupying the occupied Palestinian territories, but the United States will swoop in and essentially a destroyed Gaza will become one of the world's largest and most unlikely real estate developments. In a way, Donald Trump's going back to his roots as a real estate developer. The way he talked about, we can turn it into the Riviera of the Mediterranean. I mean, these people already, the Palestinians, are several times refugees, many of them. Yes, it is demolished, but they were demolished with American bombs, Gaza, dropped by Israeli planes. And so the imagery to the moderates in America or to the Arab world is that these two men have now got together to come up with one of the most radical plans in history. When I lived in Israel for 6 years, sometimes Israelis said to me, oh, look, we think the plan of our government is they want to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians. And I never thought it was realistic. And they said, oh, look, when something big happens, they'll be taken away in trucks. I found it hard to accept that imagery. Now it's not even Israel saying it. It's Donald Trump is saying today, he said a short time ago, to as many as 12 different locations they might go. Where do these people go? He says they'll make them beautiful homes with sunshine. This appears to be cloud cuckoo stuff, but it's dangerous cloud cuckoo stuff.
It's simply amazing to watch this in real time unfolding, and the ramifications will be lasting. You touched there on those concerns around ethnic cleansing that are raised regularly. There was something that the president said where he said we should just, quote, clean out Gaza. That's loaded language, isn't it?
Yeah, when he said that, I think that across many parts of the world, the Arab world, the Muslim world, and some people might say, oh, why do they matter? It's up to Israel. It's Israel's neighbourhood. It matters because it's the Middle East. Israel's part of the Middle East community, as tough and hostile as many of their neighbours are, Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas, the Houthis, Yemen. It's a tough neighbourhood. But is the solution scorched earth? Basically, the American president saying, he said, oh, maybe they'll be sent to one location or maybe numerous, maybe as many as 12. One of the journalists who accredited the press conference said so America will take over sovereign territory, and he didn't rule out sending troops in there to Gaza. So American troops have got a bad history in the Middle East. Look at Iraq. Look at the thousands of people lost there. Are they going to do this again?
And to that question of why does it matter, there would be many who would say this is humanity. This is about people.
And this is the home of the Palestinians as well as the Jewish people. 1947-48, the United Nations, pushed by Australia. Doc Everett, the External Affairs Minister, was a leader. And he helped bring the United Nations, because the historic Palestine, when it was divided up, into two separate states, a Jewish state alongside an Arab state, which would be Palestine, the Israelis signed off on that. They agreed to that. And yet now, standing next to Donald Trump, I mean, when Donald Trump was talking about the explosives there, it's unlivable. It's a complete wreck. At no point did he turn to Benjamin Netanyahu and say, and I think that your bombing of Gaza was disproportionate. Of course, what Hamas did on October 7 was catastrophic and barbaric, and I think any country would have to respond. The question is, the 15 months, was it disproportionate or proportionate response? And now, it's almost like the Palestinians are being punished by being moved out of their home. And people might say, well, Donald Trump says, well, look at their homes. It's nothing. It's a wreck. It's a demolition site. It's their home. And that's what he's not accepting in this. And so I think that it'll be fascinating to see what happens. The Jordanians will resist it strongly. The Egyptians, I think, will play footsie with Donald Trump because they're the major recipient of military aid next to Israel. But I think the Saudi Arabians will say no normalisation with Israel if this goes ahead.
So this is going to have major ramifications. Immediately, John, what does this say about the ceasefire?
Look, the ceasefire, bizarrely, while this sort of cyclone Trump hits the Middle East and sort of goes on, the ceasefire is at a lower level. Both sides want the ceasefire to happen. The Israelis want to get back their hostages, and the Palestinians want to get their prisoners out of jail. There's an incentive for both of them to keep that going. So I think in all of this madness, I think the ceasefire deal will continue.
Well, we will be seeking more observations from you, Global Affairs Editor John Lyons. Appreciate your insights.
Thank you.
More than 10 people have been killed in Sweden's worst ever mass shooting. The attack happened in an adult education centre in the city of Aruba. The gunman is believed to be among the dead, but his motive is unclear. Your correspondent Catherine Diss reports.
As students left school after exams, they were confronted with horror. A guy next to me was shot in the shoulder. He was bleeding a lot. When I looked behind me, I saw 3 other people on the floor bleeding. Students barricade themselves in classrooms, sheltering under desks.
Okay, when I was in the schoolyard, I heard a shot close by, but I and others with me just yelled, "Run, run," and we ran for our lives.
Police spent hours searching the campus for victims, initially unsure how many were killed because the crime scene was so large. Authorities don't believe it was terrorism related at this stage, but no motive has been established.
He is not known to the police from before and has no gang affiliations. What we believe is that it was a lone perpetrator.
The shooter targeted a training centre for adults who haven't completed high school. The classrooms for children are also on campus.
It is difficult to take in the magnitude of what has happened, the darkness that is now falling over Sweden tonight.
The Prime Minister described it as the worst mass shooting in Swedish history. For those affected and their relatives, the shock is still setting in.
It was very moving and difficult at the beginning, and easy to cry for the first hour and a half maybe. But now I feel calmer and hope and believe that this will end.
Authorities are trying to calm anxious residents, reassuring students it's safe to return to school. They're asking for patience as they try to piece together how this tragedy unfolded. Catherine Diss, ABC News.
A watch and act warning is in place for a bushfire at Bandy Creek in Castletown in Esperance on Western Australia's south coast. The warning area continues to be for people bounded by Door Drive, Lion Parade, Burton Road, Wiseman Street and West McCott Street. The bushfire is moving in a westerly direction. It's not controlled or contained, however, fire activity has now decreased. If you've left the area, it is unsafe to return. And if you've remained in the area, stay alert and monitor your surroundings. Ormond Street and Goldfield roads have been closed and motorists have been asked to avoid the area. For more information, tune into ABC Local Radio. One of Tasmania's most popular bushwalking tracks has been evacuated as fire crews battle to contain an uncontrolled bushfire in the state's northwest. Tasmania's fire service expects the iconic overland track to be closed for 3 days, but insists the 150 or so walkers currently on the track have all been accounted for. Adam Langenberg joins us now. Adam, what's the latest?
Dan, we've just had a briefing on a series of fires burning in remote Tasmania at the moment, but the one most of concern is that watch and act alert that's in place for a fire near the overland track in the state's northwest. It started with dry lightning strikes on Monday. Fire crews thought they had it relatively under control yesterday morning with water bombing aircraft, but it then kicked up with some wind late in the afternoon and grew significantly overnight. It's now burnt more than 490,000 hectares and it's about 5 kilometres southwest of the overland track at Canning Peak. Now, it's peak season on the overland track at the moment. Getting on there at the moment is pretty difficult, but you need to have booked well in advance. And so it means that this decision to evacuate the overland track, which Parks and Wildlife Service have done, is a really unprecedented one. They hope they're able to control the bushfire inside 3 days, but at the moment you're not allowed to leave for the walk and everyone on it has been evacuated. Here's what Parks and Wildlife had to say.
Since the 1st of February, we've had 154 people depart on the overland track for the walk. We get on average about 30 people a day. Some of those have turned around from Windermere Hut and returned back to Cradle Mountain. Others have walked through. Everybody is out of harm's way. We are flying the track regularly to ensure that that is the case, but we have confirmed that everyone is out of harm's way.
Now, Adam, what's happening with the other fires?
Yeah, Dan, they're all out of control at the moment. Nothing on the west coast, and there's 7 uncontrolled bushfires
that have all been started by those same dry lightning strikes on Monday. Nothing is under control. The fire service is hopeful that it can start to get some of those under control in coming days. But as far as the weather goes, the Bureau of Meteorology says there's not significant rain expected until the middle of next week. So fingers crossed that conditions abate a little bit in terms of the heat that has struck the state in the last couple of days, and then fire crews are able to slowly bring these fires under control.
Adam Langenberg reporting. This is ABC News, and these are our top stories. US President Donald Trump has declared the United States will take over and own the Gaza Strip, and that the same people should not be in charge of rebuilding and occupying the land. Mr. Trump made the comments as he hosted Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Washington. Mr. Netanyahu described Donald Trump as the greatest friend Israel has ever had in the White House. The Swedish Prime Minister has called an attack on a school in the central city of Aruba the worst mass shooting in Sweden's history. Authorities have confirmed 11 people are dead, including the gunman. Ulf Kristersson says the attack was an act of brutal violence and that many questions remain unanswered. The Queensland State Emergency Service says the deaths of 2 women in floodwaters at Ingham, North Queensland, cuts deeply. The 63-year-old woman died when an SES boat flipped during a rescue on Sunday. The body of an 82-year-old woman was found in a field yesterday. The Weather Bureau is forecasting more than 200 millimetres could fall on the area in the next few days. The government will spend an extra $1.7 billion funding public hospitals and health services nationally. The money will be used to cut ambulance ramping and emergency department wait times, which are an ongoing issue. The Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, says the funding boosts the Commonwealth contribution to public hospitals by 12%. The fragile 6-week ceasefire in Gaza is allowing Middle Eastern countries to take desperately needed aid into the war-ravaged Strip. The ABC has briefly gained access to Gaza, the first Australian media outlet to do so since the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas came into force 2.5 weeks ago. Middle East correspondent Matthew Dorer joined the Royal Jordanian Air Force on one of its mercy missions.
Through the dust and the haze, the ruins of Gaza emerge in the distance. This is the view from one of the Jordanian Black Hawk helicopters on its final approach. Our journey starts almost 200 kilometres away at a military base just outside the Jordanian capital, Amman, where tons of aid from Jordan and further afield is carefully loaded on board.
Like medicine, some medical equipment, some food items for the baby milk. So we started this operation from Jordan as a Jordan aid, and with the support of some countries like Malaysia, like Qatar today.
These helicopters are operating in pairs. 2 return and other 2 are sent out. And while they're on the ground, they are restocked with those vital supplies. It is very busy here at the airbase. You can see another bunch of choppers about to take off. The Jordanians have spent months trying to negotiate this access with Israeli authorities. Off goes another chopper again, making that journey towards Gaza. This is a very narrow window of opportunity, and the Jordanians want to make every possible chance they can get to get these vital supplies where they're needed the most. With limited spots per day, we rush to board the first available flight. You can see just how tightly packed these choppers are. They obviously can't carry as much as a plane, but the high-value items on board require special treatment. The trip takes just under an hour and a half, heading first to southern Jordan, the weight of the cargo meaning a refueling stop is needed. Before the team cross the Dead Sea and into Israeli airspace, heading west to Gaza. The crew anxious to see what's there, having watched this war from over the border for more than 15 months. Then, touchdown. landed here on the edge of Gaza in the Israeli-controlled buffer zone, one of the few areas the IDF is still maintaining a presence. Over there is the kibbutz of Kisufim and the Kisufim land crossing in Israel. Over this side is Gaza. We can see that as quickly as these choppers were loaded over in Jordan, they are being unloaded very quickly as well. That's because this helipad that we've landed at can only accommodate 2 choppers at a time. You can see the other one just behind us there. These guys are working as quickly as possible to unload all of the equipment and supplies on these choppers so they can get back up in the air, as there is another pair of choppers not that far behind us which will need to land here as well. The Jordanians had hoped that this would be a bigger operation, that they'd be given more space to land, but this is all that the Israelis have offered them. And for us, this is as far as we can go into Gaza. Israel still controlling all access in and out of the territory, even though this ceasefire is now in place. In just 5 minutes, it's back on the chopper and back to base. The relay is reaching the end of its 8-day stretch. The Jordanians are hoping they can continue for as long as they're allowed.
The flood emergency is continuing in North Queensland with the risk of further flash flooding today. The community of Ingham remains cut off. Flooding has caused major issues for the town's water supply. Lily Nothling reports. In fact, we're going to come back to that first, but we're going to go to this story that we've heard about this morning. Neighbours have laid floral tributes near where a 1-year-old girl died inside a car in Sydney's inner west. The toddler was found unresponsive inside the vehicle in a street in Earlwood late yesterday. Reporter Danuka Kazaki joins us now here in the studio. Danuka, where's the investigation going?
So police are looking into what happened yesterday. This morning, detectives arrived at the childcare centre and were talking to parents and to workers. It's believed that the father was believed he dropped off the child yesterday and then went to another location with the child still inside the car, and then came back to the centre to pick up the child and then discovered that the child had been all the time in the car during a very hot Sydney day. So police are looking into the timeline of what happened. They're talking to local residents, and they're basically saying it's very early days as the father was treated in hospital for shock, as you can imagine, and has not given a formal statement to police yet.
Yeah, it's just horrible. What about the local community? How have they reacted?
I was there this morning and they're shocked. So they were devastated by the news, and they were saying that it's a very quiet, tight-knit neighbourhood. And one particular woman I was speaking to, Cheryl, she was talking just what it meant to the locals.
Absolute anguish. And I didn't know what was going on, so I came out and you could just hear the noise and the screaming that was happening. And our neighbour across the road, he actually did some resuscitation on the baby. Devastated, absolutely devastated, so sad. It's a very close-knit community here, and everybody is just, can't comprehend how it could happen. That's the thing that's affected us so much, and what the little one would have gone through. And also the family, what they've gone through as well. It's, sometimes you can't imagine how things like this can happen to a family.
And it was interesting talking to Cheryl because she also made the suggestion that while high school students, you get a text if they don't turn up to school, what about if children don't turn up to childcare? She said that while maybe it wouldn't have helped in this case, at least there might be a bit more knowledge about who was attending childcare and why they weren't attending.
Yeah, Danuta Kazaki reporting. Returning to that report earlier, the flood emergency is continuing in North Queensland with the risk of further flash flooding today. The community of Ingham remains cut off, and flooding has caused major issues for the town's water supply. Here's Lily Nothling.
While life is getting back to normal here in Townsville, the situation about an hour and a half north of Ingham is still dire. Floodwaters have devastated the town and isolated it from the rest of North Queensland. The Herbert River remains stubbornly high, but authorities say help has started to arrive. Army helicopters have been delivering resources, including food and generators. Water supply has been re-established after it was cut off this morning. Power remains a major issue in Ingham after the local substation was inundated. Urgent assessments are underway to determine how quickly it can be brought back online. Hinchinbrook Mayor Raymond Jayo says the level of inundation has made it challenging for local authorities to act until now.
We haven't been able to do anything. If there's any criticism out there that we've reacted slowly, I'm here to tell you that we couldn't. We've got no access, we've got floods. Water has not receded. We've got no power. We've got no food. We've got no nothing until today.
We are here. We have lots to do. We are not going anywhere until it's done. Power, water, phone, cleanliness, getting you back on your feet.
The federal government says the Defence Force will help to build a temporary crossing over the next 2 weeks at Olera Creek on the Bruce Highway. That's a crucial road link between Townsville and Ingham that was washed away earlier this week. The Commonwealth has also announced extra financial assistance for residents who've lost income during this flood crisis. So there's been some good news today for residents, but there's still a long way to go and a lot of work to do in these hardest hit communities.
Lily Knopfling reporting there, and 6 teenagers have been arrested in relation to a fatal stabbing in Western Sydney. The 58-year-old man was found with a stab wound to his chest outside his takeaway business at Kingswood. He was taken to hospital where he later died. 4 boys and 2 girls aged between 14 and 19 are in custody and are being questioned by police. Lawyers for the ABC have opened their case in the unlawful termination matter brought by journalist Antoinette Lattouf, who was taken off air partway through a casual radio presenting contract in 2023. They've told the federal court that broadcasters' executives were focused on managing risk to the ABC's obligation of impartiality and had no antipathy to opinions the journalist may have had on the Israel-Gaza war. Court reporter Jamie McKinnell has more from Sydney.
Antoinette Lattouf was taken off air in December 2023 when there were still 2 days left on a 5-day contract presenting a morning radio program on the ABC in Sydney. Now that came after she shared on Instagram a post from Human Rights Watch which said starvation was being used as a tool of war in Gaza. Her legal team is alleging this was an unlawful termination due to her political opinions and/or her race. Now, already the court has heard that at the beginning of her time on radio, the ABC started receiving complaints from pro-Israeli lobbyists about her presence on air. And those complaints were sent to senior figures, including former chair Ida Buttrose and managing director David Anderson. But today, Ian Neil SC, counsel for the ABC, said those complaints have no statutory significance to the question for the court to decide in this case. In the ABC's opening statements, the barrister said Chris Oliver Taylor, the chief content officer, was the decision maker. And even though the court has seen emails between people like Ms. Buttrose and Mr. Anderson, where the response to Antoinette Lattouf's prior social media activity was discussed, Mr. Neil said the evidence shows the focus of the senior executives was the perception of partiality the social media activity may have created. The senior executives, he said, were concerned and focused on the ABC's obligation of impartiality and the potential risks to it. Mr. Neil has spent most of today laying out 4 key phases of the discussions after Ms. Lattouf's prior social media activity was discovered. He's taken the court through a series of emails from key figures, which he says show that the approach early in the week was that there could be blowback if Ms. Lattouf was removed from air and that she should see out the rest of the contract. Earlier in these hearings, Ms. Lattouf has told the court that she remembers a conversation with her direct manager, Elizabeth Green, where her social media activity was discussed. And she's told the court that the advice was to keep a low profile on social media. She's insisted that it wasn't a directive to not post at all, and that both of them mutually agreed that reputable sources would be okay. This is only day 3 of this hearing, and among the witnesses we're still expected to hear from are the Managing Director, David Anderson.
2 27-year-old men are facing a total of 9 charges in relation to an anti-Semitic graffiti incident in Perth's western suburbs. A wall outside a home in Dalkeith was sprayed with a Nazi swastika and anti-Semitic words at the weekend. Western Australia's Premier Roger Cook says they are vile incidents which the government condemns. The state's police commissioner is expected to hold a news conference with more detail on the charges. The West Australian election campaign will officially get underway today, with the Governor issuing the writs for the poll. State political reporter Ken Burke reports from the campaign trail.
Well, it's a big day in WA on lots of fronts. Lots of kids back at school for the first time this year. Big day for the pollies as well, because it is the official start of the WA election campaign. The Premier spent the morning here in Treaty in Perth South, promising hundreds of millions of dollars for the state's education system, new schools, upgrades to existing schools, all if WA Labor is elected at the election. But the big moment comes later on when he'll visit the Governor, who will officially issue the writs for the election. That's the official start of the election campaign period, just over 30 days of frantic campaigning right across the state. The key question isn't really who's going to win the election. It will almost certainly be Labor, given their absolute dominance here after the 2021 election and that Mark McGowan landslide. The big question is how much the Liberals can win back, and in particular which seats they win back, because that'll give us a bit of a steer for how the federal election might play out. WA was crucial to delivering Anthony Albanese the keys to the lodge back in 2022. He needs to hang on to lots of seats here if he wants to stay in government. The Liberals need to pick up some of those seats if they want to be in striking distance. So there are lots of reasons to be paying attention to WA and to this campaign, even if we probably already know the result of the election.
It's been a record-breaking summer as a world-famous turtle greeted Queensland with the biggest influx of endangered loggerhead turtles nesting at the beach. Reporter Johanna Marie is there.
It's been an exciting turtle season here at Monrepo, with a record number of endangered loggerhead turtles nesting on the beach. More than 500 females have already made their way up the sand dunes since November and have laid about 260,000 eggs. Rangers say it's the best numbers they've seen since the 1970s.
We've probably got around about 260,000 eggs incubating along the Woongarra coast at the moment, so lots of hatchling action over the next couple of months. Some turtles come back to the exact same beach they left as a hatchling through research studies that we've done, but we know that they come back to that general area. So the hatchlings we see crossing the beach, they're getting that orientation to the Earth's magnetic field, and that's what they use to find their way back.
Monrepo has the largest concentration of nesting turtles in Australia and the South Pacific, with loggerheads, flatbacks and green turtles making their way to the protected beach. The nightly tours have been a big draw card for tourists learning about conservation and marine life.
We got to feel some little baby turtles on our hands, and we get to see them all break out of their eggs. And they're also cute, and at least basically heaps of them.
The boom in nesting turtles has led to a busy start to the hatchling season, with hundreds of baby turtles emerging from their nests every single night. And it's not too late for visitors to catch a glimpse of these beautiful creatures. The turtle season runs right through until the end of March.
And what a great story that is. Let's check out all the sports news. Here's Chloe Hart.
It's a busy period coming up for Australia's women's soccer team. The Matildas head to the USA later this month to play in a Four Nations tournament, and today announced 2 matches against South Korea to be played on home soil in April. ABC Sports' Vinnie Bryce has more.
They're going to be taking on South Korea, one of the heavyweights of Asia, in a 2-match series in April. One of the games is going to be held here at Stadium Australia, Sydney Olympic Park, a place of so many happy memories for the Matildas, and the other game is going to be held at Hunter Stadium in Newcastle. Now, this announcement comes as superstar captain Sam Kerr faces her trial over in the UK for alleged racial harassment of a UK police officer. Football Australia is declining to comment on some of the vision that they've seen at the moment, and they're going to be waiting until the trial ends before they make a decision about whether Sam Kerr should remain as captain of the Matildas.
Once we complete the trial, then we'll have a holistic view of what's happened. We'll have a fair view, and that's something that we'll consider once the trial is complete and once we have access to all the information that's available.
Sam Kerr is continuing her recovery from an ACL injury. It's been almost a year since she's played football.
From a physical perspective, right now I would say there's a decent chance that she'll be fit. But then, you know, you've got to look at, by that stage, she's not played for probably 15 months.
It's also unclear when these matches roll around if Sam is going to be included in those games, and also whether or not the Matildas will have a permanent head coach to take them through to the next Asian Cup and the next World Cup.
In cricket, Sam Constance has left Australia's tour of Sri Lanka to play in the Sheffield Shield for New South Wales. The 19-year-old batsman was dropped for the first test, with Travis Head brought in to open and Josh Inglis making his debut. After winning the first test by an innings and 242 runs, Australian selectors are expected to stay with the same lineup for the second test, which starts tomorrow, also in Galle. The Super Rugby Pacific season begins in just over a week. It will be a massive year for rugby union in Australia, with the British and Irish Lions set to tour at the end of June. National sport reporter David Mark caught up with one of the up-and-coming stars of Australian rugby.
Joseph, first question I have to ask you is, how is that knee? Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. I just had a little bit of a hiccup last week, so just a precautionary thing, and then I'm ready to go. We got trained today, so ready to go today. You've had such a whirlwind start to your rugby career. You played for the Wallabies before you played for the Waratahs, but we're about to start the Super Rugby Pacific season. How are you feeling about your Waratahs, David?
Yeah, no, honestly, I'm feeling great. I feel like just focused on, getting better every day.
And have you nailed down a position for Waratahs? Where are they going to play you?
No, I haven't nailed down a position, but I've been training that centre, wing, fullback, help different roles as well. So I feel like I'm really growing as a rugby player.
Well, it's going to be a massive year for Australian rugby. There are 15 tests, including that British and Irish Lions tour, 3 tests against the Lions. Like, that's a once in a 12-year opportunity. It doesn't come around very much. What would that mean to you if you obviously get selected to play for the Wallabies?
Yeah, I feel like, I was focusing on what I can do today, but, in the back of your head, every game that is going towards, for selection for that Lions tour. So, it happens every 12 years, and, it's a dream as a kid to, play in that Lions tour. So, I think you only get once in your career, but unless, James Slipper has a chance to play twice in his career. So, it's a great opportunity for all Australian players. Yeah.
What does the Waratahs debut mean to you, and how do you think you'll feel?
Yeah, no, I'm very excited. So play for the Waratahs. Going up, they won in 2014, I think, and ever since then, you kind of one day you want to put a Waratahs jersey on, and it's something that's always been in my goals and dreams as a kid. So I haven't put it on yet, but I'm very excited.
The career of West Coast Eagles Premiership player Dom Sheed is in jeopardy after he ruptured his ACL during training, likely ruling him out for the upcoming AFL season. The 29-year-old midfielder had scans on his right knee after what the club described as an innocuous incident. It's a significant blow to Sheed, who's just played 24 games in the last 3 years because of injury. In tennis, Australia's Alex de Minaur is through to the second round of the ATP Tour event in the Netherlands. The world number 8 will face the Czech Republic's Jakub Mensik in the round of 16 at the Rotterdam Open. That's after he breezed past Belgium's David Goffin in straight sets, 6-2, 6-4. Meanwhile, Alexei Popyrin is out. That's the latest in sports.
Let's take a look at the weather now. Here's Nate Bird.
Flooding continues in northeastern Queensland, and now the focus is shifting further inland with heavy rainfall from severe thunderstorms through the northern interior this morning, likely to continue through the day today. We've also got a lot of heat to watch around the country, particularly over in Western Australia, but for large parts of the south, and high fire danger is following, including for Western Victoria, where those dangerous fires are still burning. We're going to see that change that Victoria got yesterday moving up through New South Wales, and that could trigger some severe thunderstorms through the day today. Plenty of storm action across Queensland too, particularly for the north. Stay across those warnings, and not just today, but in the days ahead. This rain is going to be pretty unrelenting, and it's going to be a concern because any extra rainfall, especially through those flooded catchments, what's just going to add to river rises or at least stop them from receding. Plenty of storm action for New South Wales in the week ahead as well, and for northern parts of the country. Pretty active tropics right now. WA's South and South Australia, sadly no rainfall on for you. It also means no relief from the heat. We're going to see severe to extreme heat wave conditions continuing in the west, and then low intensity heat wave across the rest of the south, though. Bit of cool air for the southeast means that although it's going to warm up from time to time, you get a bit of relief here and there, so it doesn't quite qualify as heat wave conditions. But tomorrow we will see things starting to warm up. Melbourne's getting to 30 degrees, 25 degrees for Hobart. All of the southern capitals are staying fine. Actually, it's getting to 31 in Brisbane, 29 in Sydney, 32 in Canberra, 34 for Adelaide. In Perth, another warm one, 36 your top. Darwin, the only capital expecting some wet weather, showers, maybe a storm. You'll get to 32.
There's more on the ABC News app and on ABC iView. I'm Dan Walsh. Afternoon briefing news up next, right here on the ABC News channel. Do stay with us. Good afternoon.
What I'm about to tell you, you will not even read about.
We're on our way to see something few have ever seen. I charge getting people rich.
This is a crucial thing that the Prime Minister does have to address.
Why have you been saying they're trying to grab the money? Because it's a smear campaign.
I'm not regularly.
All my memories are here at the house.
When it floods again, the agony is bound to be repeated, and trying to make that as human as it really is.
7:30 tonight, ABC TV and ABC iView.
These are crime scenes.
What's the likely cause of death?
Could be some sort of contract.
He was murdered. That's what we think. Silent Witness, Friday on ABC.
Some people find a way to let love live alongside their fear. I'm still not good at it.
We're trying for a baby.
Are you having an affair?
So I choose to be so unkind.
Maybe things would be better if you saw somebody else.
It's what he does. He runs.
Love Me, Sunday 9:30, or stream from the start on ABC iView.
A life as dramatic as his music.
He is complicated, Mozart, and slightly crazy. You really feel the emotions from Mozart pour out into the music.
He is above and beyond normal watchers.
Mozart, Rise of a Genius, Monday. We explore the world.
No one comes here, and that's why it remains hidden.
Beyond breaking news, we're following a team of crime scene experts searching for the missing. We'll uncover the extraordinary. Living with so much wildlife comes at a cost to reveal the complexities.
How many people have you killed?
Just saying, it's their Me Too moment. Your window to the world. Foreign Correspondent returns to the new time of Tuesdays on ABC and ABC iView.
The US president announces a design for American occupation of the Gaza Strip, sending a shockwave through the Middle East and the world. I'm Patricia Carvelis, live from the lands of the Ngunnawal people in Canberra. Welcome to Afternoon Briefing. US President Donald Trump has suggested America will take over and own the Gaza Strip, calling it a demolition site nobody wants to live in. Is any part of this even possible? I'll speak to Middle East expert Aaron David Miller in a moment. A re-elected Labor government will provide $1.7 billion in new public hospital funding. So is this policy an election winner? In a moment you'll hear from the Health Minister Mark Butler. And the Chinese AI app DeepSeek has been banned from government phones following advice from security agencies. The move has support from both sides of politics, so should everyday Australians also avoid downloading it? I'll ask National Senate Leader Bridget McKenzie. The biggest story in the world again is US President Donald Trump and his declaration that America will occupy the Gaza Strip. The president made the extraordinary comments while Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visited the White House today. Let's take a listen.
The only reason
the Palestinians want to go back to Gaza is they have no alternative. It's right now a demolition site. This is just a demolition site. Virtually every building is down. They're living under fallen concrete that's very dangerous and very precarious. They instead can occupy all of a beautiful area with homes and safety, and they can live out their lives in peace and harmony instead of having to go back and do it again. The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too.
For some analysis on this and the seismic implications, I spoke to Aaron David Miller, an American Middle East analyst, author, and negotiator a little earlier. Aaron, thank you for joining us.
Pleasure to be here.
President Trump has said the US will take over the Gaza Strip and own it. This is an incredibly radical thing to say. Were you surprised?
He's been working up to this over the last several days. Whether or not he coordinated this with the Israelis, I don't know. But on one level, it's clear that he's given Prime Minister Netanyahu a lot of ammunition to use with his right wing. And if, maybe I'm giving Trump too much credit, I probably am, but if in fact he was interested in helping Netanyahu move through the first phase of this deal into the second, the fact that he basically has now said publicly that the Americans are going to take over Gaza, they're going to take care of Hamas, they're going to turn Gaza into the Riviera on the Mediterranean, or the Riviera, strikes me as, in some respects, typical Trump. Same thing he did with Canada and Mexico. Got them to the table, at least to give him something. It's also in line with his notion of, I'm going to take over Greenland and Panama. If you were President Xi or President Putin, you'd be thinking, this guy just gave me a green light to basically aspirationally declare, if I want territory X, I got the power, I could just take it. So on balance, I think it was an embarrassing performance. I think it hurts American credibility. It gives our adversaries an enormous propaganda win, and it hurts certainly hurts our Arab partners, Jordanians, Egyptians, and probably the Saudis.
Well, on that, Trump says he has spoken to other Middle East leaders about the US taking over Gaza, and they love the idea. What's he talking about?
I don't have a clue. I'm sure King Abdullah, who is due here on February 11th, is worried that the $1 billion a year of U.S. assistance to Jordan may now be a form of leverage, extortion, to basically push him to absorb Palestinians. The president thinks like an opportunistic real estate development. He doesn't understand that for Egypt and Jordan, geography and demography are destined here. For them, it's an existential issue. It's not a real estate deal. I mean, the prospect of absorbing Palestinians permanently, he said tonight, basically would mean that the Arab world, or two key Arab states, have accepted the fact that Palestinian problem has been solved. And that, I think, is a real blow to American credibility. Now, it's just possible that none of this is going to go anywhere, and that the media and analysts, including myself, tend to take this man seriously and literally at the same time. I think this has zero chance of moving forward along the lines that the president outlined.
Okay, tell me, I want to explore that with you as somebody who's worked deeply in this area. Why is it unlikely to be able to be executed? I mean, Trump is at the peak of his power. We know that. He has a Congress that he seems to have basically a lot of control over. Why do you think this is unlikely to get the sort of traction and actually be able to be executed?
Well, first of all, it involves a commitment of American resources. And now, he's now entertaining the possibility of putting Americans in harm's way. I mean, the whole notion of America first, which is Trump's mantra, the creed by which he lives, I think is fundamentally undermined by this sort of concept. I mean, it's not akin to invading Iraq and Afghanistan. It's not nation building because Trump wants to empty Gaza of Palestinians. There'll be no nation there. But I just think it's a silly idea. from a very unserious man. Now, but how could it become a reality? Well, you certainly need Israeli support. The Egyptians could easily decide to simply, since geography is destiny and they share a contiguous border with Israel and Gaza, they could decide essentially to block, which they have actually through Rafah, but they actually have any Palestinians out. So that raises the extraordinary prospect of what, putting Palestinians on buses and routing them through Israel? I mean, the Jordanians would close their borders, the Egyptians would close their borders. As a human rights, ethical, moral proposition, it's close to what you could call forced transfer, or what Palestinians already believe the Israelis are engaged in ethnic cleansing. It's just wrong for so many reasons.
Is he potentially trying to play a game of chicken with Arab leaders? Give me some analysis on what you think he's trying to do here. You mentioned Mexico, Canada. Is this about sort of threatening something that he may not be very serious about, but to get them on the negotiating table? And in that sense, what does he maybe want to achieve in the interim?
Right. I mean, I think there's something to that. He may want to somehow get the Egyptians and Jordanians more involved in the future of Gaza. I mean, but see, they're basically broke. If he wants Arab states that have money to pay for his project, let's remind ourselves of what his project is. His project, he used the number, I think, 1.7, 1.8 million Palestinians out of 2.3 million. If the objective is to empty them, someone's going to have to pay for the grand experiment of making, to use his words, Gaza beautiful. And I just think that that's, Egyptian Jordanians cannot contribute anything to that. Saudis could, but then again, the Saudis are politically exposed if they somehow participate in what I think would be the regional takeaway should this plan move forward. And that would be Donald Trump has determined that the Palestinian problem is going to be resolved by essentially displacing Palestinians from Gaza and making them somebody else's property. And you know, and to quote the president, when Caitlin Collins of CNN asked him, well, who's going to live there? I think he said, the world's people. And I guarantee you, if he emptied Gaza with Palestinians, there wouldn't only be the world's people there. There would be a lot of Israelis on the right who want to resettle Gaza, from which Ariel Sharon, with great wisdom, withdrew in 2005.
Aaron, it's always wonderful to get your insights of something that is just absolutely extraordinary, and we haven't quite seen anything quite like this. Thank you so much for your time.
Head exploding, I would describe it.
That's what happened to my head too. Thank you.
Okay, take care.
Public hospitals will be fully funded in a one-year deal, with Prime Minister Anthony Albanese today committing to an additional $1.7 billion to cut wait times and also ease pressure on emergency departments. The Health Minister is Mark Butler, and he's in the studio with me. Mark Butler, welcome.
Thank you, Patricia.
You say the blame game on funding infuriates Australians, and everyone watching is going to agree with that. When the states and the Commonwealth blame each other, it is infuriating, and that we need to deal with wait times. So what is the guarantee around what will happen over the next year with this funding? Do you have a guarantee on how much it will cut down emergency wait times?
Well, we know that hospitals are under really unprecedented pressure. Some of that really reflects trends in the population. We're getting older, we're getting sicker, we've got more complex chronic disease, but they're also dealing with a long tail of COVID legacies. People weren't able to get the care they needed during that time, so they're sicker than they otherwise would be. We've also got workforce pressures that in part reflects just the strain on the system during those 2 or 3 years. So we do have a hospital system like pretty much every other system around the world under enormous pressure, and the existing funding arrangements just aren't fit for purpose. The Commonwealth funding share is dropping well below 40% because of the growth caps in the agreement that Scott Morrison concluded. That's why we're putting more money into the system. We know they frankly just need it. It's a partnership, not particularly with states, but more with the doctors and the nurses and the health professionals who who are working as hard as they can to make this system
They
work.
clearly need it, but you also, if you're going to hand over that kind of money, need some guarantees that they will be able to implement shorter wait times so that emergency departments aren't the mess that they are.
Sure.
Do you have that agreement?
Well, there's a bigger negotiation underway between states, territories and the Commonwealth for a 5-year hospitals funding deal. That was part of the National Cabinet decision late in 2023 that effectively tied a longer term funding deal around hospitals to state and territory commitments to cooperate in NDIS reform. So there's a lot of work going on between jurisdictions to make sure the NDIS is sustainable, build a new system of foundational supports for people outside the NDIS, and do a genuine reform deal in hospitals that provides funding certainty for those jurisdictions that gets those sorts of reforms that you talk about, that give the community confidence the hospital system is working as well as it can. We just haven't been able to do the 5-year deal in time.
Okay, you mentioned in your press conference today that I was watching closely that was because WA has gone to the election. You've had actually lots of time. I'm sure they now are starting their election, but you've had the last 6 months to sort this out.
Yeah, I certainly wasn't attributing the failure of the 5-year deal to WA. It's just a factor. We can't do state-by-state deals, which we've been doing, for example, around schools. The federal legislation requires us to do an all-in deal with every single jurisdiction at once, to have everyone sign on at once. And also the Prime Minister made it clear, and was agreed by Premiers and Chief Ministers, that NDIS reform and hospitals were linked. So NDIS reform is just taking a little bit longer than hospital funding. And so we did pause that negotiation in agreement with the jurisdictions until NDIS reform was able to catch up. So we're getting there. We're confident we'll do a deal that's not only one that delivers funding certainty to states, but delivers that reform that people want from our hospital system.
Are the states resistant to some of the demands you're making around slowing down the growth of the NDIS and making them take on some of the responsibilities that had gone to the Commonwealth?
No, there's been really good cooperation between jurisdictions, between leaders at Premier and Treasurer level, but obviously disability ministers as well. It's a big job though. You know, there are a lot of rule changes that have been recommended by the NDIS review that ministers are working on. The timeframes that we're keen on seeing accomplished are, we think, within reach. And there's also a new system of foundational supports that we need to work up as well. So we're very happy with the progress. But it's just not going to allow the 5-year deal to be struck, as I said before, WA goes into caretaker, which they did today, and also before we have to have funding arrangements in place to kick in on the 1st of July. That's why we've delivered this one-off $1.7 billion top-up in funding that will really help state governments that are struggling with wage pressures, with activity increases on their hospitals, and achieve that central principle of Medicare. You can't have a strong Medicare without strong public hospitals.
In some of your language, you talked about Peter Dutton, his previous record as health minister, which you've been trying to make, a political point of. This kicks in after the election. Are you using this as a kind of election point? Is this your point that only if Labor is elected with this 1-year agreement continue? And what guarantee can you give beyond that 1 year if it's only just a quick rollover?
Well, negotiations are continuing, and I want to see that deal struck as soon as it possibly can be, but it would really have had to be struck by now in order to kick in.
So when do you start again? An election by May? What happens then?
Well, we'll have bureaucrats continuing to work through the next couple of months. Obviously, decisions can't be taken by government, but they'll continue to work on wording and costings and all those sorts of things. The point I made about Peter Dutton is that you need to look at his record to understand what he would do as a Prime Minister. When he last had his hands on Medicare, he tried to cut $50 billion from public hospitals. He tried to walk away from that reliable partnership that is central to the Medicare system, that the Commonwealth Government will help fund public hospitals to ensure that that principle, that every Australian has access to public hospital care completely free of charge, is assured, is delivered. So it's important that I point out what the clear choice at the next election is on health. But in terms of the status of this deal, it's been agreed by all premiers and by treasurers and heads of treasury. It will kick in on the 1st of July unless there was a decision of a new government to take the money off the table when, frankly, given Peter Dutton's form, that's a risk. But you know what I want the Australian community to understand, and those hardworking doctors and nurses in our public hospital system, there's about 500,000 of them, is that in a Labor government in Canberra, they have a reliable partner that's still committed to that Medicare principle that's more than 41 years old.
You've talked about the growth cap being not fit for purpose. I think it's constrained at about 6.5% at the moment. What do you think it should rise to?
Well, there are growth caps on the table in the longer term agreements. They are 13% in the first year, so a very big one-off increase to allow some of that catch up.
But 13 wouldn't become the new normal?
No, it then drops into something but higher than 6.5%, but lower than 13%. We think that's about right, but every jurisdiction's going to bust through their 6.5% growth cap in 25-26. That's why it's been so important that we come to the table as a reliable partner and ensure that the public hospital system is serving the needs of the community. And they'll bust through that growth cap partly because of wages pressure in the system, nurse wages, doctor wages and the like, but also because more people are presenting to public hospitals, that we're an ageing population, we've got more complex chronic disease, there is still the long tail of the COVID legacy, and other parts of the health system aren't working as well as they should because of a decade of cuts and neglect that Peter Dutton kicked off.
Okay, I've got another health question on another issue, and then I'd like to ask you about some other issues. On the review you announced, I think it was at the end of last week, in relation to trans and gender diverse children and their access to gender affirming care as it's known, so that's, you know, puberty blockers and hormones, just for those who are not across this very complex issue. You've announced a review, but you demanded of the Queensland government that it halts its review. Will they?
Well, I wouldn't say I demanded it of them. I had a conversation. I asked them. Ultimately, it's a matter for them. These services are delivered by state governments through clinicians employed by state governments. And, you know, I'm respectful of the role of state governments, whether they're Liberal or Labor, in operating their health systems. I did say to Minister Nichols that I thought that given that the National Health and Medical Research Council has a statutory charter, which it does under Commonwealth legislation, to put in place these clinical guidelines, and that they would operate consistently across the country, that the proper thing would be maybe to park their evidence review and let the NHMRC do a national job. But ultimately, that's a matter for them. I understand they intend to continue to push through with that, but ultimately, when the NHMRC has done its work, it will be the authoritative work for the country.
So you're saying that whatever this other review finds will not be authoritative and should not be relied upon?
Well, I don't know what the Queensland government has in mind, who's going to do it, what the terms of reference are going to be, what the authority will be. What I do say is there is no question anywhere in the health sector, I don't think, that the National Health and Medical Research Council is the authoritative body to develop and promulgate clinical guidelines. They've been doing it for decades. They have a statutory charter that they've had through Liberal and Labor governments alike, and they are one of the most highly respected organs in the world for this sort of work.
Mark Butler, we have to talk about the United States. Donald Trump, well, actually Gaza. I mean, the US president says that the US wants the Gaza Strip, it wants to redevelop it. Surely you can just say that you don't think that's acceptable.
Well, the Prime Minister's responded to this question in the last few hours, and he's made it clear again he's not going to provide a running commentary.
But it's not a running commentary. It's a really controversial thing to say. Many of our viewers, I know, are concerned about this issue. We're talking about people of Middle Eastern backgrounds who think, what? They want to hear what the Australian government's position is. Is it acceptable?
Well, the Prime Minister's made it clear he's not going to provide a running commentary. Our position is clear and has been consistently articulated by the PM and also by the Foreign Minister. We remain committed to the long-standing position of Australian governments of both political persuasions to pursue a two-state solution with Palestinians and Israelis living in peace alongside each other. And to that end, a ceasefire that is, we're glad to see, underway right now. So the PM's not going to do a commentary. The Health Minister certainly is not going to do a commentary.
What you're saying, I'm trying to work it out, is if you believe in a two-state solution, this idea can't possibly be part of that.
Well, look, this is not a matter for the Health Minister on the day the US President has made this announcement. I'm just going to go back and reflect.
What do you say to people watching who are concerned about this and want to hear some differentiation from the Australian government?
Well, our position is clear. The job of the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister is to articulate Australia's national position. That has been clearly consistent, going back to John Howard and before, to pursue a two-state solution.
Which
now, that is
doesn't involve the US controlling Gaza?
That is difficult in this environment. The PM's made it clear he's not going to run a daily commentary on what the US president or other national leaders do. We're going to continue to articulate our position. And as I said, you're not going to get the health minister to step in and do something.
You are not the Prime Minister, but who knows, maybe you want to be. Isn't it, though, the role of the Australian government to be really clear that we don't think these sorts of ideas are okay?
The job of the Australian government is to articulate our position. And our position has been consistent. It's articulated in accordance with what we think are Australian values. It's been a bipartisan
It's not Australian values
for a
to
long
have
time.
the US develop Gaza?
Our job is not to provide a running commentary on what another administration or government does. Our job is to articulate our government's position and to try and progress that on the global stage.
Mark Butler, it's been enjoyable to talk to you. Thank you for coming in. Donald Trump's comments on Gaza have caused a political earthquake, and all sides of politics are scrambling to come up with a response. You can hear some diplomacy in the way that everyone's approaching this. The Prime Minister did not want to bite, other than to reiterate, as did the Health Minister, the government's long-standing support for the two-state solution.
Australia's position is the same as it was this morning, as it was last year, and it was 10 years ago, and it was under the Howard government. The Australian government support and a bipartisan basis a two-state solution in the Middle East.
Liberal Senator Dave Sharma says the coalition would need more detail to form a position on Donald Trump's suggestion.
What he said about US ownership or control of Gaza, I would, at the moment, I think we would need to see more details about what he has in mind. But something Trump's own team often says about him is take him seriously, but don't necessarily take him literally, and that would be the sort of mantra I would top tier.
For more on this, let's bring in the Nationals Senate Leader, Bridget McKenzie. Bridget McKenzie, welcome.
Fantastic to be here. Congrats.
Thank you. It's great to have you as a regular guest too. I appreciate it. Look, the President says the US, the US President, of course, could develop Gaza into the Riviera of the Middle East. Does that sound like a constructive idea?
Well, I think what you've seen the President of the United States do is bring a deal maker's playbook to the crisis in the Middle East. You can see that he's very much standing with the State of Israel in their hour of need, but he's also articulated his concern about the 2 million people that live in Gaza who've been under the rule of Hamas since 2007, and he wants to see that change. And I think he's put an idea out there on the table, which I think, people are going to have to consider.
Do you think it really should be considered? Pretty radical.
It is radical. This is a radical idea for a situation that has caused so much pain for so many people of that region over so many generations. I mean, this is not the first war in this place on earth. It won't be the last unless something radical is done. And I think, as I said, putting that sort of deal maker's perspective on the table, I think it will give something for the whole region to think about, Egypt, Jordan, and indeed Iran.
Do you think it's a good outcome to have those countries take the Gazans and allow Donald Trump to develop the place?
Well, I think the coalition's been very, very clear that we want to see a two-state solution.
That would really hurt a two-state solution, wouldn't it?
Well, I think the President was very clear in his commentary and his statement that this wasn't about a one-state, two-state solution, as he said. It was actually about, life for people living in Gaza. The 2 million people that do live in Gaza have been held for a long time. That was his statement. So to sort of say he's ruling in or out two-state solutions, I think, is premature.
Okay.
Given his own statement.
Driving those people out, so they wouldn't be enjoying the Riviera.
Well, PK, I can only state what the coalition's position is, and I heard, the Prime Minister's commentary prior to question time. I heard the Health Minister's commentary just early. They blew John Howard's bipartisan approach out of the water on the floor of the UN last year when they sought to recognise the state of Palestine ahead of a ceasefire, ahead of the return of hostages, and ahead of Hamas being driven out of Gaza and out of control of that particular place on earth. So for them to now say that they back John Howard's bipartisan two-state solution, that is absolutely not correct, because the motions they supported on the floor of the UN last year were in direct contrast. We made that point at the time,
and now they're pretty clear that they don't support Hamas running Gaza. That's always been very
PK, they supported the recognition of a Palestinian state ahead of a ceasefire, ahead of the return of the hostages, ahead of the end of the war and the surrender of Hamas. That is a fact. And to now rewrite their position today that somehow they back John Howard's two-state solution proposition, it's all kumbaya and bipartisan, it's not.
Okay, so the position you have is that your side should keep an open mind to Donald Trump's claim today.
Well, I think he's made the statement in the last couple of hours. We need to see how that rolls out. I think we're very pleased, obviously, that he is such a staunch and strong supporter of Israel. He's obviously very compassionate towards the 2 million people that reside within Gaza and making sure
drive them out of their own land.
Well, he thinks that the life they've been having to live is hell, in his own words. And so I think within this, we have to move towards a peaceful solution where Israel, as a Jewish state, is allowed to exist and thrive within that region and shouldn't be under threat from Hamas, Hezbollah, or indeed Gaza should no longer be a haven for terrorist organisations for attacks on Israel to continue.
I want to move to another issue. Today, the government announced this 1 year extra amount of money, over $1 billion for states and territories in this hospital agreement. Will the coalition match it?
Oh, we're looking at the detail of that. Obviously, we haven't got across that detail yet. So I'm sure Anne Ruston, as our Shadow Minister for Health, who has a really good relationship with the sector and stakeholders, will be taking a very close look at this, and we'll have more to say.
But you'd be careful with this, wouldn't you? Because it starts in July. If you were to say that's just too much of a top-up, I imagine you can hear the government saying, that health would be cut. You're not committed to.
Well, PK, for the record and for your viewers, the coalition put record funding into those agreements under Greg Hunt when we were in power. We had higher bulk billing rates than we've seen under Labor, so people were able to access doctors at prices, at a bulk billing rate, which was really, really good for healthcare, and we've seen that deteriorate under Labor. And for those of us, 9 million of us that don't live in capital cities, it is harder and harder to get a doctor, because one of the first things Labor did when they came to power was change the geographic markers of what it meant to be regional, and therefore if you got a subsidy to practice out there. And so we saw doctors from the bush flood to the outer suburbs as a result of Labor's changes. They haven't been great.
They do boost bulk billing
on the ground
for a couple of
and yet the numbers are still dropping,
including children. But let's just park it and move on to a couple of other issues. Why was the coalition again fishing around when the Prime Minister was briefed around this caravan again today? Yesterday there was a real focus on cost of living. Today entirely, almost, not entirely, but majority of the questions have been all about when he was briefed, with the opposition leader even suggesting that the reason he wasn't briefed at the same time as the New South Wales Premier is that he would have leaked the information in his office. How would the opposition leader know that?
Well, PK, none of us would know that the PM hadn't been briefed. This is a story that the Daily Telegraph broke. It was the media, and it's the Prime Minister's evasiveness since that announcement and that story came to light that has led us here. Just fess up. No one wants to know the operational details. We've all been to NSC meetings. We know how serious it is. And during our time during COVID, we had regular NSC meetings. They are incredibly important to get the briefings from the CDF and also intelligence arms, particularly at the time where we've seen rampant rise in anti-Semitism and alleged terrorist attacks in our suburbs. That NSC group of people would be meeting regularly. So that's what we wanted to know. Did everyone take a leave pass from Christmas Eve to Australia Day? Or was NSC meeting regularly during the break to deal with these issues so that the Prime Minister and other ministers, senior ministers in that group, were abreast of developments? The PM just needs, it's a diary manager could give the answer to this question, and that's our concern.
Right.
We don't want to know. We don't want to know the operational.
It gives you this date, which he says he thinks is not appropriate, but let's just, if you get the date, what then happens?
Well, PK, it's clear that he wasn't across the detail and he wasn't being briefed. So it either means the Home Affairs Minister was briefed and didn't think the PM needed to know. The New South Wales Treasurer, his Police Commissioner knew and didn't think they should tell the PM. I think something of this seriousness the Prime Minister needs to know. If I was the Prime Minister, I'd be hauling the AFP Commissioner in to ask why didn't I know about this joint task force. If it is correct that he wasn't informed and didn't know until it broke.
Why should he haul the AFP Commissioner in? He talks about trusting these institutions and these bosses of intelligence agencies, the police. They're important institutions that keep our country safe. Shouldn't he be trusting their judgment about where
so in a liberal democracy and in a Westminster system, the buck stops with the Minister and ultimately the Prime Minister. When your nation is under attack from within, your first instinct should be to be across the detail so that you are not just briefed so you have knowledge, but so that you can actually make informed decisions should they need to be, because ultimately the person who is responsible for Australian safety isn't the AFP Commissioner. The ultimate person responsible is the Prime Minister, and you need to be across the detail. He should want to do that. He should want to know those things so that he can take active.
He says he's across the detail. He gets briefings, but he doesn't want to tell you guys in a running.
Well, you know who wants to know, PK, aside from the opposition? The Australian Jewish community needs to know this guy's across the job. This would be a great demonstration for them that it's not just about weasel words and, you know, we hear your pain, and anti-Semitism has no place in a modern Australia. And you also need a Prime Minister that's prepared to hear the sorry tale and the uncomfortable facts and is prepared to act. And unfortunately, he's not giving them that assurance.
Senator, thank you for joining us.
Always.
And here are the top stories this half hour. US President Donald Trump has declared the United States will take over and own the Gaza Strip, and that the same people should not be in charge of rebuilding and occupying the land. Mr. Trump made the comments as he hosted Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Washington. Mr. Netanyahu described Donald Trump as the greatest friend Israel has ever had in the White House. The Queensland State Emergency Service says the deaths of 2 women in floodwaters at Ingham in the state's north cut deeply. A 63-year-old woman died when an SES boat flipped during a rescue on Sunday, and the body of an 82-year-old woman was found in a cane field yesterday. The Weather Bureau is forecasting more than 200 millimetres of rain to fall on the area in coming days. And a gunman has killed 11 people at a school in the Swedish city of Örebro in the worst mass shooting in the country's history. Authorities have confirmed the gunman is among the dead. The Swedish Prime Minister says the attack was an act of brutal violence and many questions remain unanswered. Australians are being urged to consider whether they want to use a new Chinese AI app following a decision to ban it from government phones. The app DeepSeek has been banned from all government devices effective immediately following the advice of national security and intelligence agencies. Employment Minister Murray Watt says people out there, including you, should read into that decision.
Well, I guess as a government, we're leaving it for individuals to make their own choices about what apps they put on their phones. But, you know, I think you can read something into the fact that the government has decided that it's not secure to have on government phones, and people might want to have a think about that when it comes to their personal phones.
Communications spokesperson for the Greens, Sarah Hanson-Young, says the government needs to regulate big tech more broadly with the same urgency they've shown towards DeepSeek.
And I am worried that despite being able to move fast on
something like this in relation to this Chinese-owned chatbot, that we're seeing the government and seemingly the opposition starting to crab walk away from stronger regulations against the big tech companies and billionaires like, of course, Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. To discuss this and lots of things, actually, I'll bring in our regular political panel, Labor MP for Reid, Sally Situ, and Liberal MP for Flinders, Zoe McKenzie. Lovely to have you in the studio. I want to start on this issue around DeepSeek, an announcement today from the government that it shouldn't be on government phones, but it's up to everyone out there to make their own judgments, apparently. Shouldn't the government be a bit more explicit? I mean, it's clearly not safe.
Well, I think we're entering a whole new world where artificial intelligence is really going to open up a lot of opportunities for us. There's going to be efficiencies that can be gained in public health, even helping farmers with monitoring the weather. But of course, there are risks that are involved in that as well, misinformation, deep fakes. And so the appropriate thing to do here is to have guardrails around how AI is used. And that's exactly what Minister Ed Husic has done, particularly in high-risk areas like education, healthcare. The advice from security agencies about DeepSeek in particular, I think follows on from that work that Minister Husic has done by providing further guardrails about where this technology should be placed, and not on government devices because they've warned against national security risk.
Australians are obviously watching this right now. Zoe, should the government just be explicit and say, don't do it?
So obviously I come from a much more of a national security perspective. I think we've had good conversations within this department about TikTok, just like WeChat, and now DeepSeek. I think people need to read between the lines. When the government says you can't have it on government devices, everyone needs to think very, very carefully about why they do that. They need to understand that there is a law in China that enables the Chinese government to seek access to data that's held on the Chinese mainland. We do know that this app, like some others, will actually record keystrokes. So every message you send your mum or your sister or your brother or your colleague may well be tracked. So I think the point is to say to everyone, just think about your personal circumstances. I don't mind if somebody knows I run out of milk and would like a friend to grab me some milk, that's fine, I can know that. But you have to be really, really wary about how you use these devices and what the risk might be. Important to inform yourself and decide for yourself.
Okay, people make their own judgments, but
they need to be informed, that's the thing.
Okay, do you think that's happening?
I'm not sure that enough people watch the news. You'd expect me to say that on the ABC. If people were watching the news,
we would like to make it mandatory to watch this program, but we have limits in this country.
So, yeah, I'm not sure if people know enough. I mean, there was a really exceptional Senate inquiry some time ago about the risk of foreign interference in social media platforms, which we then saw over and over again in the months that followed, and particularly in and around the Middle East conflict. So, particularly now in relation to the European elections as well. People need to read the papers, people need to watch the news pads and inform themselves, and ideally be wary about which apps they download onto their phone. And also, once it's there once, it's arguably there forever. You can't just delete it and hope that then you get the data back because once it's gone.
Yeah, well, yeah, I've never downloaded them or TikTok, or I'm very paranoid, but people can make their own judgments clearly. Okay, I want to move to what is really an extraordinary statement from the President of the United States today in relation to Gaza. There's actually been a statement this afternoon which is pretty disappointed in the government. The Islamic Council of Australia is calling on the Australian government to respond with more than disapproval to Trump's call to annex Gaza. What do you think of the President's suggestion?
I think, PK, you and your viewers would appreciate that my role is to advance Australia's national interests. And that is served not by me providing a running commentary of what the US President says, but rather advancing what the Australian government's trying to do. And when it comes to the Middle East and Gaza, we have been consistent and bipartisan on this point, and that is that we need to have a two-state solution. We want a world where Palestinians and Israelis can live in peace side by side with security.
And should Gazans, Palestinians be living in Gaza without the US taking it over?
Well, this is something that the Australian government has already been doing. So let's look at the actions of the Australian government.
Sure. I'm just going to cut in just to say that I think people who are concerned about this want to hear, if I can be blunt, like differentiation from the Australian government about this, and they expect that, and they've made that quite clear. Okay, what is the differentiation? Well, do you think the US developing Gaza is a good thing for Middle East peace?
Let me give you not commentary but actions of what the Australian government has done when it comes to differentiation. We voted in the United Nations a differentiation from the US policy for a ceasefire. We joined about 150 other countries calling for a ceasefire, and I'm glad there is one at the moment. We also have been providing direct humanitarian assistance to Palestinians in Gaza. And we have consistently been calling for the release of Israeli hostages. And that is the actions that this government has taken.
What's your view on Donald Trump's comments?
Look, I think Sally is right to point that there is a long history of bipartisanship around a two-state solution in that part of the world. I've been to Israel a couple of times now, and there are really valid, enduring arguments on both sides for continued occupation of that part of the world on both sides. So we would like to see a two-state solution with the Palestinians living in their territory. I think we'll wait and see what happens in terms of what Donald Trump has said. It's certainly different thinking. I think no one would have guessed that would have been his pronouncement today. So we'll just wait and see where that lands. I don't know by which mechanism in international law the United States would be able to take over Gaza. So it might be just something to shake up people's thinking and see where it lands. But the one thing I should say, and I want to say and reiterate many, many times over, there is no solution in that part of the world why Hamas continues to run Gaza. That is very clear. Hamas must be eradicated. They exist and they constantly advocate for the destruction of Israel and the people. So there will be no two-state solution with Hamas in power. And yes, we have a ceasefire holding delicately at the moment, but that does not forgive Hamas, a dedicated terrorist organisation recognised worldwide as an enduring power in that part of the world. So let's hope that that two-state solution will be based on peaceful attitudes on all political sides.
I want to move to nature positive laws. You were quoted or you were cited as one of the MPs that was trying to push for them to be resurrected, but they're not being resurrected, they're dead. Do you still think they should have been?
Peter, I voted for these reforms in the House. I think it's fairly uncontroversial to call for them to be passed in the Senate. So it's deeply disappointing that we haven't been able to find a path through because the Greens and the crossbenchers have made increasing demands on these reforms.
But it's logical to put all of the pressure on the Prime Minister and kind of really said some disparaging things about Labor MPs from the East Coast, of which you were one. Might have been like he was talking about you, Sally. What's your response to that? Because clearly you were pushing for something that you think your constituents want.
The WA Premier will have to say what the WA Premier needs to say for his upcoming election. What I am advancing is trying to get sensible environmental reforms through. Right? We have inherited environmental reforms that aren't working for our natural environment. It's not protecting our environment as it ought to, but it's also not working for business because they're not able to get approvals through fast enough. What we were trying to do, and it's disappointing that the crossbench as well as the coalition didn't come on board with this, was sensible reforms that would say, look, these are very sensitive environmental areas.
You've got to also put it on your own government. You can't just blame everyone else that it hit the wall. Twice now there's been an attempt and then you pull back and you don't actually even put it to a vote. You take responsibility for that.
I think it's important that we work with the entire parliament here to get these reforms through. So we voted for it in the House.
You are disappointed that haven't been passed in this term of Parliament?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Your side has been very resistant to some of these changes, but actually the report that was originally written was under your previous government. These reforms have been on the table for a long time.
Forgive me if it's hard to remember which deal is on the table. Is this Tanya's deal with Local, the PM's deal with the Greens, or is it
you haven't been very
the Labor Premier? So frankly, when the music stops and the morass of the Labor Greens Teals circus lands, we'll have a look at what's put forward. But right now it sounds like it's all too hard together with many other manoeuvres of this government, and they're taking it off the table, and we'll see if it comes back.
We're out of time. Thanks to both of you. Well, nuclear energy is going to be one of the big national debates when the election campaign kicks off. In an official sense, I feel very much like it's on, I've got to say. And today, an unusual advocate visited Parliament House to promote nuclear energy. Grace Stanke, a former Miss America, is also a nuclear fuels engineer and is visiting Australia on behalf of Nuclear for Australia to promote the controversial energy source. I spoke to her alongside Ty Christopher, who's a critic of the Coalition's nuclear plan a short time ago. Grace and Ty, welcome to Afternoon Briefing.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you for having me on the show. Grace, you've been funded by Nuclear for Australia, big donors including Dick Smith, who people would know are behind Nuclear for Australia. You're here to promote nuclear. Why do you think it's important to come to our country that has never had a nuclear history to try and convince us to do this?
Yeah, so I personally think it's important to address that Australia definitely has a nuclear history. The Good Heights has the Opal reactor, so a nuclear reactor that creates medicinal isotopes. There's uranium mining. There's a lot of different ways that nuclear science plays a role in our everyday life.
Nuclear hasn't played a role in generating electricity.
Yes, correct. So when it comes to energy generation, for me, it's really important to provide that firsthand experience of my work as a nuclear engineer. What is it like to be working in that energy generating industry? But then to also share my experience as a young person.
Okay, and why is the young person relevant?
I think it's a good way to reach different demographics. At the end of the day, young people, our generational issue is climate change, right? I grew up, that was on every single headline pretty much for every single day of my life. I could scroll through any media outlet and find something about climate change. And because of that, we're seeing a lot of young people look at this clean energy transition, drive this clean energy transition, and oftentimes they're the ones who are supporting nuclear the most as well.
Ty, that is true that when you look at the polls that we've done, young people are more open to a nuclear future than perhaps we've seen other generations. I thought it was interesting that Grace made the point about the different nuclear history we have, but it hasn't generated, of course, our energy yet. We've been quite resistant to that historically. Do we really have the nuclear expertise to get a nuclear industry up and going?
We certainly have the beginnings of a nuclear industry here in Australia. As Grace has correctly pointed out, we have a significant history of medical research and of nuclear research in general. The University of Wollongong, where I work at the moment, we have a nuclear medical facility, and so I think it's terrific if we can move the discussion on nuclear science in general, and yes, in the nuclear energy debate, dare I say, out of the politics and onto a more fact and scientific basis. And that's why I think it's terrific that young people are engaging with this as a discussion, because when all's said and done, while I care passionately about decarbonising our energy future, it's my children and future generations who are going to have to live in that world.
But then there's the economics, and the economics are pretty difficult around nuclear. Generally, nuclear has been quite expensive. If you look across the world, it's blown out in pretty significant ways. But you'd have to add to that, Grace, that we would be starting from a very low base. So that would be exacerbated. I mean, that's a reality in terms of the economics.
Yeah, in that aspect, let's look at the lifespan of a nuclear power plant, right? So you're investing in not just your life, but your kids and your grandkids, right? And that's really important. But just in the same way that we have projects that have gone over time, over budget, which is a reality. I don't deny that at all. It's in the United States that happened. There's also nations like the United Arab Emirates, where they were able to build new nuclear with completely nothing, right? Australia does have some of the framework. We talked about that briefly. The UAE, they had nothing, and they were able to build and construct reactors in, I believe it's 9 years. So it's definitely possible. It was on time and on budget. What it matters is having the civil discourse and making sure that the planning process is thorough. They're considering all actions moving forward and using a highly completed design, because that's for the United States. It wasn't a fully completed design when they started construction.
Just tell me the feedback you're getting. Is it mainly about cost, or are people raising also safety concerns?
What about the waste, safety, and cost are the three biggest things. And we talked about all of those things on this tour. We had our Australian nuclear experts. You don't need an American to answer these questions, because that expertise is here in Australia. And they were able to provide answers for those questions as well.
Ty, they're the outstanding questions that are concerning people, aren't they?
They are, but I think it's also important that we have to recognise nothing is perfect. And all of our clean energy futures has a carbon footprint associated with building it, which is hopefully more than paid back over the service life of the assets, and renewables included. One of the challenges, I think, is when people in the public hear clean energy and a clean energy future, unfortunately that has a psychological thing that they think, oh, zero environmental impact and it'll be free. And the reality is, it's taken us a century to build the largest, the most complex and highly functioning machine that exists at the moment, which is our energy grid. It's highly reliable. It's an amazing piece of engineering. Yes, I know I'm biased, but what it also means is we're going to have to build a lot of infrastructure to build our way out of it in any form to get to a clean energy future. And that's the discussion we really need to be having as a nation.
It's been a great conversation with both of you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, to make sense of some of the news of the day, let's bring in one of our regular panels, and I hear the most popular ever. Former Labor advisor Ryan Liddell and former Liberal advisor David Gazard. Hello, welcome to both of you.
Okay.
They were talking themselves up before we went to air. Look, let's just start on a very serious issue, and that is Trump's comments in relation to the US taking over Gaza and making it the Riviera. The Prime Minister not buying in today, but there are already people, Ryan, who are pretty disappointed, particularly in the Islamic community, in the Arab community, who expect a stronger line. Is this going to be a problem for Labor if they are too careful here?
I reckon, well, obviously, the comments by the President were quite extraordinary, and I think there's a real danger for countries like Australia and other sort of Western countries diving in on something like that so quickly. So I think, as with and as is clearly the case, the President is known to be fairly unpredictable with things that he says. I think it's more of a case, let's see actually what happens, and obviously everything is, and how it all sort of plays out, everything is sort of being overlaid by the backdoor sort of channels that are happening with the US government in relation to tariffs and stuff like that as well. So there's a couple of dozen balls in the air that the government's trying to sort of juggle.
Yeah.
So far as this new relationship with the new president.
But it is a pretty difficult position for them, isn't it? Given people in some communities look at that and think, well, you need to denounce the Prime Minister, and he won't.
Well, this is where we find ourselves now in Australia. Middle East concerns are now Australia's electoral concerns. So Anthony Albanese is responding to what he thinks may be uprisings in various parts of the Australian community, wholly imported into Australia. So I don't think you can really blame Albanese for wanting to have a look at a serious policy shift out of the Middle East. Now, Donald Trump is a disruptor. He is not shackled at all by orthodoxy. We've seen this in places like North Korea, where he went in and met Kim Jong-un against tons of advice, but he sort of says, look, if it hasn't worked in the past, I'm going to give it a try. Why not give something new a go? And I think that's what he's doing here. But both the major parties have been circumspect because I think they're just wanting to sift through to go, what will this mean? They want to gauge support in either community. I mean, Trump did it with Netanyahu, but the broader ramifications of that are not well known yet. And they'll want to think about it.
I want to talk about lunches. And lunches have been a big topic of discussion. The Coalition obviously has a policy for tax deductibility for small business to be able to claim it. But it seemed to kind of turn a little this week where Jim Chalmers got a spring in his step trying to mock the policy. He got it costed by the Treasury. There's a lot of politics around that. Is it a politicisation of the Treasury?
Look, there's a general rule of thumb in politics, PK, that if your first clarification for policy is it doesn't apply to strip clubs, you're on a bit of a loser of sort of policy. So that's the first point I make. The second point is...
fine point made.
The second point I make in relation to the politicisation of Treasury, if that's the main point that the opposition wants to argue on, as opposed to the merits of the policy, then you're not necessarily on a little winner. So once you get to that political stage of ridicule, it's pretty hard to sort of turn it back, and you really see the backbenchers of the government sort of really enjoying yesterday when Jim was sort of throwing it to the opposition. So I think there'll be much more said about long lunches.
Yeah, David, it does allow, you can see the government loves talking about it. That's always a sign, isn't it?
Look, the merits of Kevin Rudd's strip policies and stuff I wouldn't want to go back to. But I actually think they made a bit of a mistake here because this is not just about business and lunches. This is about supporting the restaurant network too. And it looked to me like they were a bit out of touch with small business, which is not a key part of the makeup of their support base. I'm humble small businessman myself. We do a lot of work where you're trying to win business with clients, or at least go and talk about the business you've got. It excludes alcohol. It supports restaurants that are doing it tough all over Australia. So I remember when...
Shouldn't they have released their costings though? Wouldn't that have made it a little easier?
Yeah, look, the costings will probably come later in the campaign. We all know that comes out, in the campaign now in the final week. But I think this is part of a broader push that's going to say we're supportive of small business more generally. This is one in isolation.
Okay, 1 minute left on the whole show. You could do this. 2 weeks left and that's it? We're going to go to an election?
I was going to change my view a little bit on this. I reckon I originally thought it was going to be an April 12th election. I think the Prime Minister might consider going a little bit longer, and I think there's a couple of reasons for that. One, the polls are in the opposition's favour, so why would you go early there? And secondly, the more time on Dutton, the government's view is the more it sort of starts to fall apart.
Okay.
He's been saying that for 2 years, and the numbers for the Labor Party continue to get worse. The longer Albanese waits and goes, the worse it gets for him. He's already talked to staff about going 2 weeks ago. He does not want to deliver a budget.
Okay, let's see. That's afternoon. Thank you. That's afternoon briefing for today. Stay with us here on the ABC News Channel. Joe O'Brien is up next. We're on iView all the time. I'll see you tomorrow.
Tomorrow on News Breakfast, we'll hear from the cast of September 5, the new film on the terrorist attack at the Munich Olympics.
And Louisiana singer-songwriter Jordan Davis joins us on the couch with his sold-out tour with Luke Combs. You won't want to miss it.
The journey of a muster dog is anything but boring.
Pups of this age need the stimulation of training to take the mischief out of them.
And with the 5-month assessment just around the corner,
The chickens will be a work in progress.
He just has no fear, to the point that he had no respect of his stock.
who's ready to shine and who needs a little more time?
She'll come good. Well, maybe I hope she'll come good.
Muster Dogs, Collies and Kelpies. Sunday.
The Exxon Valdez supertanker has run aground.
The ratings battle begins.
Bob Hawke joins me tonight.
Sabotage, like I told you.
The Newsreader. Sunday on ABC, or watch it now on ABC iView. Being a parent has always been hard.
You know, that full-time job where you get no training and the pay is terrible and you can't quit and lives are actually at stake.
But today's families are in uncharted territory.
Before, we always knew there was a generation gap. Now I call it a chasm.
A new series hosted by Amanda Keller. Kate Ritchie and Nazim Hussain breathe life into some common parenting problems.
Can I matter the damn phone? All my friends are talking about me behind my back in the chat group. We have a cultural acceptance of bullying in this country. That is the second worst in the world.
Wow.
What's TikTok? Oh, really? I'm sorry.
The Role of a Lifetime starts February 18 on ABC TV.
Today, President Donald Trump declares the US will take control of Gaza and move Palestinians out of the territory.
Level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out.
Queensland's Premier travels to flood-ravaged Ingham to see the damage firsthand. Hikers evacuated from a popular track as crews battle multiple out-of-control bushfires in Tasmania's west. And ABC executives give evidence in court over the dismissal of journalist Antoinette Lattouf. Hello and welcome to ABC News. I'm Ruby Cornish. In an extraordinary media conference alongside the Israeli Prime Minister, US President Donald Trump has declared the United States
will take over the Gaza Strip and wants Palestinians to be permanently removed from the territory. The plan upends long-standing US policy on the Middle East. Benjamin Netanyahu is the first foreign leader to visit President Trump in his second term, and their meeting comes at a critical time for the Gaza ceasefire. Mr. Trump doubled down on his comments, describing Gaza as a demolition site, and demanded neighbouring countries take in displaced Palestinians.
The only reason the Palestinians want to go back to Gaza is they have no alternative. It's right now a demolition site. This is just a demolition site. Virtually every building is down. They're living under fallen concrete that's very dangerous and very precarious. They instead can occupy all of a beautiful area with homes and safety, and they can live out their lives in peace and harmony instead of having to go back and do it again. The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area.
Arab nations, including Jordan and Egypt, as well as Palestinian leaders, have rejected the forced displacement of Gazan residents. For his part, Benjamin Netanyahu has described President Trump as the greatest friend Israel has had in the White House. He reiterated Israel's aims in Gaza.
Israel will end the war by winning the war. Israel's victory will be America's victory. We will not only win the war, working together, we will win the peace. In Gaza, Israel has three goals: destroy Hamas's military and governing capabilities, secure the release of all of our hostages, and ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel.
Well, Global Affairs editor John Lyons joins us in the studio for his analysis on some of this. John, really an extraordinary day. I mean, what actually happened today?
Well, Ruby, it is amazing and extraordinary, and I think historians will study that press conference and the 10 minutes of fireside chat came a bit earlier. And I think people will study that in years to come. What happened was these two men between them, I mean, there's the Hamas atrocities, of course, on October 7, which were outrageous and unforgivable, and in my definition, war crimes. And then there comes the 15 months that followed. And these two men we're looking at now, Benjamin Netanyahu, he's the most powerful military in the Middle East. His military has bombed Gaza to become unlivable and has used the bombs of the other man, Donald Trump, American bombs. Most of them were American bombs, or a lot of them. So these two men who were involved in reducing Gaza to rubble are now standing on a podium and saying, okay, now we move in, America, we take over, Donald Trump, we own it. We turn it essentially into the Riviera of the Middle East. And basically we turn it into a major property development. America just takes it over. And I don't think on the international stage we've seen anything this brazen. When he talked about taking over Greenland, everybody, the cartoonists loved it, and it was a bit it was such a bizarre idea that everybody thought it was funny. But when you talk about taking over Gaza, which is devastated, which is where only in the last few weeks, babies are frozen to death. This is where 19,000 children were orphans, where children were burying their brothers and sisters. This is where people were having operations with no anesthetic. This is where people are still starving. The aid's not getting in enough. This is where people still don't have enough water. And you have the most powerful man in the Western world, Donald Trump, saying, hey, we're going to take over. We're going to turn it into the Riviera. And when he was asked who would live there, would Palestinians live there, he said the world's people will live there. Now, it plays right into that far right-wing view in Israel. There's been a lot of far-right Israelis who've been talking and joking about, let's get a condo, let's put up a new apartment, let's take the lovely real estate in Gaza. This now plays into all of that.
And what about these neighbouring countries that have been sort of volunteered by Donald Trump as being recipients of these displaced Gazans? I mean, we've already seen Saudi Arabia come out and say that it would reject any attempt to displace Palestinians. What's the reaction been?
Well, in the fireside chat he was asked about that, and he said as many as 5 countries might be involved. By the time of the press conference, he said it might be as many as 12. He said there might be one site where we put all the Palestinians, or it might be as many as 11 or 12. Now, the idea of how are they going to move these Palestinians? Are they going to put them in trucks? Is it forcible transfer? I mean, this sort of brings up some of the darkest chapters of history of people being forced out of their homes. And so into week 2, the beginning of week 3 of the Trump presidency, this has really rocked the Middle East, and now the key to it will be Saudi Arabia. Those Arab countries, of course, are resisting it, but I think he has leverage over Jordan and Egypt. He has power over them because the US funds them. Saudi Arabia is the most powerful, and the decision will be now really Saudi Arabia. If they push back on this, it will scuttle the plan, I think. But look at these pictures. Look at the state of Gaza.
Well, one of the things that Donald Trump said as well was that, why wouldn't they like to go elsewhere, that he thought they would love having an alternative place to go because of what Gaza has been reduced to.
Yeah, the problem with that argument is that therefore, is this a model that where the United States can supply a country like Israel with enough bombs to turn somewhere into rubble, and then your argument becomes, well, of course they would want to leave there. These people, it is their home, right? Gaza is their home, as tough and as miserable as it is, and it's a really tough place at the best of times. This is their home. So how does he intend to get the 2.3 million people? Will they force them onto trucks? I mean, what is the plan here? It seems like he said everybody I've spoken to says this is a great idea. He hasn't spoken to many of the countries in the Arab world, at least. And it's interesting here in Australia, the Jewish Council of Australia has Dr. Max Kaiser, their executive officer, says that the United States, the plan they should take over and own Gaza is a plan for ethnic cleansing. And the Jewish Council of Australia has called on the Australian government to reject this, what they call dangerous rhetoric, and reaffirm its commitment to international law.
The Israeli Prime Minister is obviously very pleased by this turn of affairs. He was sitting next to Donald Trump, very happy with how things are going. What does this mean for the future of the relationship between Israel and the US?
Well, as he said, you are the greatest supporter of Israel. Politically, this is a crowning moment for Benjamin Netanyahu. I've described him before on this program as the great Houdini of world politics. This is a man who a year ago was a dead man walking, right? His popularity was at rock bottom. The worst killing of Jews since the Holocaust, October 7, happened under his watch. Therefore, people said he should take responsibility. Somehow, he's done this and done that. He's killed the head of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah. Suddenly, his polls started going up. And now he has delivered something that even the far right in Israel could not have dreamed of, essentially forcing Palestinians out of Gaza and letting America and American property developers, with Israeli assistance, I'm sure, take over.
Yeah, well, as you've said, John Lyons, I think this day will go down in history as just an incredible day on the world's political stage. Thank you so much for your analysis.
Thank you.
Let's go to Canberra now for some reaction from the Australian government. Political reporter Pablo Vinales joins us from Parliament House. Pablo, the Prime Minister was asked about Donald Trump's comments today. What did he have to say?
Very good afternoon. Well, the Prime Minister has largely sidestepped these comments by the US President, saying he's not going to give a daily running commentary on the remarks made. Now, despite multiple questions put to the Prime Minister, specifically on those remarks made by Mr. Trump, the declaration that he intends to forcibly relocate the people of Gaza and what he says, quote, level the site, Anthony Albanese instead stressed the Australian government's position of supporting a two-state solution and also noting that it is a bipartisan position in Australia.
Australia's position is the same as it was this morning, as it was last year, and it was 10 years ago, and it was under the Howard government. There's the Australian government support and a bipartisan basis a two-state solution in the Middle East.
Now, the Prime Minister was also asked about whether Australia would consider in the international effort of eventually rebuilding Gaza. Anthony Albanese says there has been no such request made at this time. We have all heard from the Liberal Senator Dave Sharma, who is a former ambassador to Israel. He is somewhat more cautious about these remarks, saying that they shouldn't be taken so literally.
What he said about US ownership or control of Gaza, I would, at the moment, I think we would need to see more details about what he has in mind. But something Trump's own team often says about him is take him seriously, but don't necessarily take him literally, and that would be the sort of mantra I would top tier.
The Greens, though, have been scathing of these comments. The US president, Greens leader Adam Band, says that they should be taken literally, and the government should denounce these comments.
This is the end of international law. This is the United States talking about taking over another country. That is what the Australian government needs to reject and say also that Australia will play no part in this decision.
Pablo, obviously the US has really dominated the day's news, but it's the second parliamentary sitting day of the year. What else was on the agenda today?
Ruby, well, the Prime Minister initially called this press conference today to speak about a major funding announcement for the nation's public hospitals, announcing that the Albanese government would spend an extra $1.7 billion for the nation's public hospitals and health services across the country. Now, the Prime Minister made the announcement with the Health Minister, Mark Butler, saying that the money will go towards help cutting ambulance ramping and waiting times in emergency departments, which have been an ongoing issue for the whole hospital system around the nation. The additional funding will boost the Commonwealth's contribution to public hospitals by 12%. Now, in question time today, while the government was keen to push this announcement forward, the Prime Minister was instead quizzed by the opposition on when he was first told by police that they were investigating the discovery of a caravan allegedly packed with explosives and found with anti-Semitic notes in Sydney's northwest. The Prime Minister has maintained that it is appropriate for him not to comment specifically on what he calls operational matters. We know that the New South Wales Premier Chris Minns found out about this a day after the discovery. The Prime Minister, though, standing his ground. Ruby.
Pablo Vinales in Canberra, thank you. The Bureau of Meteorology is forecasting more rain for the north of Queensland, and there is a risk of further flash flooding. The community of Ingham remains cut off, and flooding is causing issues for the town's water supply. Billy Nothling reports.
While life is getting back to normal here in Townsville, the situation about an hour and a half north of Ingham is still dire. Floodwaters have devastated the town and isolated it from the rest of North Queensland. The Herbert River remains stubbornly high, but authorities say help has started to arrive. Army helicopters have been delivering resources, including food and generators. Water supply has been re-established after it was cut off this morning. Power remains a major issue in Ingham after the local substation was inundated. Urgent assessments are underway to determine how quickly it can be brought back online. Hinchinbrook Mayor Raymond Jayo says the level of inundation has made it challenging for local authorities to act until now.
We haven't been able to do anything. If there's any criticism out there that we've reacted slowly, I'm here to tell you that we couldn't. We've got no access, we've got floods, water has not receded, we've got no power, we've got no food, we've got no